Brewing Up Bones, Killer Coffee Mysteries, Book 18. Written by Tonya Kappas. Narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Chapter 1. I can't believe it! Birdie Beebe squealed so loud it made me nearly slosh hot espresso down the front of my apron. I jerked the cup back just in time, but Bunny Bowowski clapped her hands over her ears as if Birdie had hollered straight into them. Birdie Beebe, Loretta Beebe's granddaughter, stood behind the Bean Hive counter, where she worked most afternoons, bouncing on her toes with her usual offbeat flair. Her platinum blonde pixie cut gleamed beneath the coffee shop's pendant lights, and today's outfit included orange and black striped tights under a shredded denim dress with tiny dangling plastic bats on it. She was thin as a rail, but her personality could fill the whole boardwalk. "What is wrong with you?" Bunny huffed, adjusting her pillbox hat as if it had been dislodged by a sonic boom as she was about to leave from her morning shift. "Don't you know we're in a place of business?" Bunny Bowowski wasn't exactly the epitome of calm herself most days, but when she got frazzled, her frazzledness was contagious. She waddled away in her thick orthopedic shoes, her pink shawl slipping halfway off her house dress, muttering about how her ears were still ringing and how her arthritis didn't need the shock. "I mean it!" Birdie practically danced in place. "Granny didn't tell me who she was expecting to come to town for the Neewollah Festival." Right there in the middle of the Bean Hive Coffee Shop stood Loretta Beebe herself. She'd swept in like she owned the place, which, in some social circles, she did. Loretta Beebe was like a one-woman parade of Southern ambition. Loretta wasn't just a fixture in Honey Springs. She was the chandelier, the velvet drapes, and the crown molding all wrapped in one. With her jet black hair teased high and sprayed stiff as concrete, and a tan that gave her the glow of a burnt orange candle even in January, she made an entrance that turned heads and stirred opinions. She claimed Cherokee blood, but everyone in town knew her color came straight from Lisa Stahl's garage tanning bed, betrayed by the pale skin between her fingers and on her neck. Her tiny bracelets jingled from elbow to wrist. Her hot pink nails were filed into tiny daggers, and every one of her fingers sparkled with a chunky ring, each the size of a jawbreaker, as she animatedly talked to the three young people with her. She always wore heels that clicked like punctuation. The glossy black handbag, crooked from her elbow like a trophy, swayed. Today she wore a mustard yellow dress under a tapestry coat, and her expression had that tight-lipped smile that she reserved for when she was about to bulldoze someone with charm. Loretta ran the town's beautification committee and the Southern Women's Club, sat on every possible church and civic group, and owned the only jewelry store in town, Diamonds, which she never worked at. Loretta loved being the center of attention, and today she had 3 perfectly filtered reasons to be glowing, the social media influencers trailing behind her. "It looks to me like Loretta has some competition," Bunny snickered as we noticed the 2 women and 1 male seeming to take over the coffee shop. Each one of them was dressed in high-gloss, carefully curated outfits with matching oversized sunglasses, and clothes I couldn't afford even if I sold every pie in the case, and gimbals already recording every move. "So who are they?" I asked, setting the espresso cup on the counter and grabbing a towel to wipe the splash. Birdie leaned in so close her bangles tapped the countertop. "Those 2 women with Granny are not just anybody. That's Will Travel for Snacks, Boozy and Booked, and the guy is Trail Mix and Trends." I blinked. "What now?" "They're like the biggest influencer across the country, Roxy. They're the ones competing for the Kentucky tourism contract. The one with the $1 million prize? Oh, that, I groaned. The Kentucky Tourism Commission had announced a huge fall-winter media push back in July. The state was offering a $1 million campaign budget to one influencer team, and in an unusual twist, they were turning it into a contest. Competing influencers would spend 2 weeks in various small towns showcasing festivals, food, local charm, whatever made Kentucky special in autumn and winter. Honey Springs was a critical stop on this campaign, where the competition went from 3 to 2 influencers, moving on to the last round, which was ending in Louisville. Loretta had flown into action like a rhinestone tornado after she left the meeting and had scrambled to apply. I remember her in the Bean Hive one morning, waving a glittery folder and saying, "It's our time to shine, Sugar Plum. We've got the lake, the coffee, and enough Southern charm to butter a biscuit from 50 paces." Apparently, she'd convinced someone, because now those influencers, each with millions of followers, were here, in Honey Springs, in my coffee house.
I thought when Granny said she needed help with a few guests, it was just like low-level bloggers,
Birdie whispered.
So I told her I was too busy working today. I didn't realize it was them.
Her eyes were as wide as the saucers stacked by the espresso machine.
Roxy, they're already posting stories. One of them tagged the Bean Hive, tagged us.
Oh, Lord, Bunny groaned from across the room. Does that mean we're on the Instabook now? Loretta breezed up to the counter and gave us all her usual "don't make a fuss" expression. Girls, smile pretty. We are officially the first stop on the Influencer Immersion Tour. I glanced around the coffee house, noting the slightly crooked chalkboard menu and the fact that the left thermos at the self-serve coffee bar had a slow, steady drip. My eye twitched. I suddenly felt the urge to run and rebake every muffin in the case, refold the tea towels, and scrub the grout between the tile floorboards. Before I could reach for the towel again, the 3 influencers peeled away from their cluster by the front windows and approached the counter. One of them, tall and angular with sleek red hair tucked into a beige beret, gave a polite smile and lowered her phone. "Hi there, I'm Addison, at Will Travel for Snacks." Her voice was smooth and trained, like she'd said her handle enough times it belonged on her driver's license. "I'll do a pumpkin caramel crunch latte. Oat milk if you've got it." "Of course," I said, clicking into action behind the espresso machine. The second woman, who was wearing a floaty black and orange maxi dress with rhinestone cat ears, leaned onto the counter with both elbows. "I'm Marlo, or Boozy and Booked. I'll take a dirty chai with 2 shots of espresso, and if you have any pastries with bourbon in them, I'm legally obligated to buy one." "Bourbon pecan pie muffin," I said, already jotting it down on the order pad. "Yes! Very Kentucky," Birdie nodded in agreement. The third stepped up last, a young guy, maybe mid-20s. "I'm Tilden, at Trail Mix and Trends," he said with a breezy grin, eyes scanning the chalkboard. "What's the most photogenic drink on the menu that also tastes like fall but doesn't scream basic?" "You want cozy aesthetic or caffeine kick?" I asked, grabbing the spiced syrup. "Give me both," he said, holding up his phone and adjusting the lighting. "I'm filming a First Sip, Final Word series today. You've got 10 seconds to impress me." "You're getting the Honey Harvest Latte," I told him, made with local honey, cinnamon whipped cream, and a touch of sparkle. It photographs like a dream. Tilden gave a low whistle. "Now that's content." "You got it," I said, reaching for the mug with the Bean Hive's honeybee logo stamped on the side. If they were going to feature my drink, I wanted my logo in there. "I reckon you're going to need me to stay," Bunny Bowowski said, as she pulled off her pillbox hat with a sigh, then hung her pink shawl on the back hook, behind the counter and put an apron on. "The way folks are pouring in, we'll be out of everything but decaf and napkins if we're not careful." The door had barely stopped jingling. Word must have gotten out that they were here, because more customers came in, their phones already up, scanning the coffee shop for the influencers. A few whispered and pointed, one group even lining up near the window to take selfies with "We'll Travel for Snacks," who was obliging with a grin. Behind the counter, it became an all-hands-on-deck moment. "I'll get started on the pumpkin caramel crunch," I said, grabbing a clean steaming pitcher and checking the syrup levels. "Birdie, can you do the dirty chai with the bourbon pecan muffin plate?" "Already on it," Birdie chirped, sliding on gloves and moving with purpose, her usual quirky energy dialed up by 1,000 watts. Bunny took over the register and then moved right into prepping to-go drink carriers. "I'll finish plating these scones and get a fresh pot of French roast going," she said, already filling the carafe. The espresso machine hissed to life, milk frothed and swirled, and the sweet, spicy scent of fall flavors filled the air like a warm blanket. I drizzled caramel in a tight spiral and topped it with a crumble of cinnamon graham dust. A light sprinkle of nutmeg made the drink pop just enough under the cafe lights. "Give me that edible glitter," Birdie said, practically singing as she added a finishing dust to the honey harvest latte. "I swear, y'all are turning this place into Willy Wonka's coffee lab," Bunny muttered, though the edges of her mouth were twitching upward. As we slid each drink onto the tray, customers leaned over to sneak pictures, and more phones went up like lighters at a concert. Addison, Marlowe, and Tilden gathered around like it was a photo shoot instead of a coffee pickup. Addison raised her latte to the light, turning it slowly in her hand before snapping 3 rapid photos. Marlowe took a dramatic sip from her dirty chai, eyes closed like she was on a food competition show. Tilden knelt down on one knee by the window to get a cozy shot with the lake in the background. Their commentary ranged from "This foam art is everything" to "I'm going to tag this sip of the season." Birdie, her face flushed from the rush of customers and sugar glitter, muttered, "Be right back," before slipping into the kitchen through the swinging door, just as Loretta meandered over to the counter. "She didn't even drink it," Bunny grumbled, pointing to Marlowe. "She took a picture, waved it around, and left it sitting on the table." Loretta ignored her and turned to me with a gleam in her eye. "We'll need extra pies, something photogenic. You might want to add a new signature drink, something with dry ice, maybe. I want this festival trending by supper." I opened my mouth to respond, but what came out was more of a resigned sigh. I laughed, even as my brain spun in 12 directions. It looked like Neewollah Festival wasn't just going to bring the usual autumn crowds. Across the room, the 3 influencers had taken up residence by the front windows like they were on set for a lifestyle shoot. Addison, "We'll Travel for Snacks," held her pumpkin caramel crunch latte aloft, angling it just so to catch the light filtering through the glass panes. "It's giving cozy caramel dream," she said into her phone, her voice lilting with the ease of someone used to narrating their life in snippets. Marlowe, boozy and booked, twirled in place with her dirty chai balanced in one hand, describing the Bean Hive as "a hidden gem tucked into the Kentucky hills," while her dress floated like a Halloween movie poster. Tilden, trail mix and trends, was already perched on a bar stool, elbows on the windowsill, his honey harvest latte untouched, as he furiously typed into his phone with one thumb, camera in the other, probably editing a post before the foam had even settled. "They're real polished, I'll give 'em that," Bunny murmured, joining me behind the counter with a fresh batch of lemon scones she'd just retrieved from the kitchen. "But I'd like to see one of them try to keep a sourdough starter alive through a Kentucky July." "I think they're more used to oat milk and photo filters," I replied, reaching for a fresh stack of saucers. "Well, I hope Loretta told them this festival isn't all Instagram stories and costume contests. There's a lot of heavy lifting. Literally. I heard someone has to haul the pumpkin carver scaffolding down to the Cocoon Inn this afternoon." Bunny side-eyed me. "Oh, no," I said, catching her look. "You're not wrangling me into anything with scaffolding. I'm still recovering from hanging the pumpkin garland across the shop windows last week." "We can call Patrick." Bunny referred to my husband, which was an excellent idea. The door chimed again, and this time it was Mayor Callie Hartwell, striding in with the no-nonsense energy of someone juggling 5 committees before lunch. She wore one of her signature jewel-toned cardigans, emerald today, with a clipboard tucked under one arm and a stack of glossy Neewollah flyers in the other. "I need 6 large coffees, 3 caramel lattes, and 2 iced teas," she said, barely pausing at the counter. "I'm taking them to some of the volunteers at Central Park. They are working hard to get it even more spectacular for the parade in the morning." "Coming right up," I said, already pulling cups. "How are things looking down there?" "Busy, which is what we need. We've got to make the most of this while we've got national attention. These influencers could single-handedly keep the tourism boom through March. Did you know they each have over 4 million followers?" "That's what Birdie said." I turned to fix her drink order. By the time I slid the drink tray to the end of the counter, Callie had moved on to straightening a table sign and giving me a thumbs up. She scooped up the tray and disappeared into the coffee shop crowd. I leaned an elbow against the counter and looked around at the shop. Pepper, my salt and pepper schnauzer, and the unofficial Bean Hive mascot, trotted over from the fireplace with a soft huff. For a moment, everything was still. The clink of coffee spoons, the steam rising from the urns, the gentle sound of the lake outside the windows. It was fall in Honey Springs, the kind of season we all waited for. And this year, it just happened to come with hashtags. Chapter 2. The last of the chairs were pushed up around the cafe tables. The soft clink of porcelain echoed through the near-empty bean hive as I slid the final mug into the dish rack. Outside, the boardwalk lights shone across Lake Honey Springs, and the flicker from our front window pumpkins danced along the shiplap walls inside. I wiped the damp cloth along the counter with slow, practiced strokes, breathing in the lingering scent of nutmeg and roasted espresso. The industrial coffee pots had been scrubbed, the tea station wiped down, and the last of the bourbon pecan muffins tucked away in their airtight bins. Behind me, the small refrigerator hummed with more oat milk inside than we ever had. It had been a big staple in today's iced coffees. Pepper let out a satisfied huff from his dog bed near the fireplace, his chin resting on his dog bed. I'd already turned off the gas flames, but the spot was still warm from the evening rush, and his little salt and pepper body was curled into a tight, sleepy donut. I swept the floor, pausing to pick up a stray stir stick that had wedged itself beneath the coat rack. The cow-shaped creamers were freshly filled and lined up on the coffee bar. Every surface cleaned. I even fluffed the pillows on the fireplace couch and straightened the chalkboard that listed tomorrow's special, maple buttered cold brew, which Bunny had grumbled about for being too hipster but suspiciously tasty. Just as I was rinsing out my cloth at the sink, the back door creaked open. "Well, hey, handsome," I said, glancing over my shoulder. Patrick and Sassy came inside. He was wearing his brown fleece jacket, the one that always smelled faintly of cedar and fall air. He held a white paper bag in one hand, takeout from the Watershed Restaurant's kitchen, no doubt, and his smile went soft the second he spotted me. "Thought I'd help clean up before we walk down to the festival kickoff," he said. "But looks like you've already conquered the bean hive." "Almost," I said, tossing the cloth into the laundry bin. Then got a homemade dog treat for Sassy and Pepper. I just need to set the roastery timer and lock up. He glanced around the coffee shop, taking in the twinkle lights, the softly glowing Edison bulbs, and the cozy mismatched chairs, now empty for the night. "You know," he said, dropping the bag on the counter, "this place never stops feeling like home." "That's the idea," I said, giving him a kiss on the cheek, though today felt more like a backstage circus tent. Patrick leaned back against the counter, watching as I pulled out my phone. "That bad?" "No, just wild." I swiped open Instagram and held the screen up for him. We had Addison from Will Travel for Snacks, Marlowe from Boozy and Booked, and Tilden from Trail Mix and Trends, all in here, filming, snapping, tagging, and doing whatever it is influencers do when they're pretending not to care how many views they get. He chuckled. "Let me guess. Loretta had something to do with it." "Loretta? She orchestrated it. Rolled in with them like a beauty queen parade float." I tapped the screen again and scrolled to a post. Look, Addison called our pumpkin caramel crunch latte the best fall drink in Kentucky. And Tilden filmed a slow-mo pour shot of the honey harvest latte with cozy core music in the background. Patrick raised his eyebrows. "That's impressive. Might have to trademark that drink name." I laughed and gave his hand a squeeze. Birdie nearly passed out when she realized who they were. Bunny threatened to walk out if anyone posted a photo of her dusting powdered sugar off her apron, but I think she secretly loved it. "She always does," he said, "just like you." "Maybe," I said, switching off the kitchen light and taking one last look around the bean hive. The antique mugs, the chalkboards, the smell of cinnamon still in the air. It was more than just a coffee shop. It was our life, our start. And after a long day of festival frenzy and online fame, I was more than ready to trade my apron for a stroll through the festival with the man I loved. Patrick held the bean hive door open for me, and as I stepped onto the boardwalk, the crisp fall air kissed my cheeks with the kind of gentle chill that made you pull your cardigan tighter, but in the best, most welcome way. The boardwalk had transformed into a twinkling autumn dream. Hay bales, stacked 2 and 3 high, lined the path beside bundled fodder shocks. Their golden hues caught the flicker of white fairy lights strung from one end of the boardwalk to the other, stretching across lampposts dressed with bronze ribbons and miniature wreaths made of corn husks and dried orange slices. The trees surrounding Lake Honey Springs burned with color. Fiery reds, deep auburns, golden yellows, and their reflections shimmered across the still surface of the water like a painting coming to life. Scented wood smoke drifted from chimneys along the lakeside, mingling with hints of caramel apples, kettle corn, and roasted pecans from the vendor tents dotting the beach in front of the Cocoon Inn. Somewhere nearby, I could hear the slow plunk of banjo strings and the squeal of a child climbing onto a hayride wagon. "I love this time of year," I said, tucking my hand into the crook of Patrick's arm as the dogs trotted ahead of us, their leashes loosely wrapped in his other hand. Pepper sniffed every pumpkin along the way, like it was his personal duty to approve of the decor. Sassy walked beside Patrick, like she owned the entire lakeshore. "You know," he said, "you've been humming Harvest Moon under your breath all week." "Have I?" I smiled. "Guess I'm just excited. Feels like the whole town gets cozy in the fall." "It does." He looked around. "Kane Construction might have installed the lights, but you gave this place its sparkle." I nudged him playfully. "Don't go getting sentimental. You'll ruin your gruff and manly reputation." He smirked and leaned down to kiss the top of my head. As we strolled past Queen of the Day Boutique, the shop's windows glittered with tiny pumpkins in glittery heels. Tamara McPhee's handiwork, no doubt. And next door, the All About the Details event space had its porch lit with floating mason jar lanterns and miniature scarecrows lined along the railing like festive guards. A burst of laughter came from inside, where Babette Cliff's voice rang out over the chatter, probably mid-wedding planning session. "I still can't believe we got married at the festival," I said softly, as I recalled how Patrick and I had dressed up as a bride and groom that Halloween so we could pull off the surprise wedding right in the hospitality room of the inn. "I can," Patrick replied. "I've known I was going to marry you since I was 17. I felt my cheeks flush warmer than my coffee earlier that day. So, about our anniversary tomorrow. I thought maybe breakfast at the Cocoon Inn? Kamie's doing that special apple cider French toast you love before we participate in the parade." My heart fluttered at just the mention of the seasonal favorite of the owner of the Cocoon Inn, Kamie Montgomery. "That sounds perfect. And afterward?" I asked, since I'd taken the day off just to spend with Patrick and the fur babies. "I figured we could take the dogs down the trail by the overlook. Let Sassy pretend she's a trail queen, and Pepper can try to pick a fight with another stick." I laughed. "He's so fierce, until the stick fights back." We passed Wild and Whimsy Antiques, and I slowed to admire the window display. Beverly Tea Garden had truly outdone herself. Twisting vines and velvet pumpkins framed vintage ceramic owls, and a tea cart brimming with amber glassware and books of autumn poetry. "She's got some of those milk glass vases again," I said. "We could use a few for the fireplace mantel." Patrick chuckled. "You mean more?" "Well," I shrugged, "it is what makes the decorations of the Bean Hive so cozy." He gave my hand a squeeze. Ahead, the Cocoon Inn stood like a glowing anchor at the end of the boardwalk, its entire facade draped in fairy lights and flanked by towering cornstalks wrapped in ribbon. On the front lawn, a giant scarecrow with a flannel shirt and overalls grinned at us beneath a straw hat, his pumpkin head catching the glint of moonlight. The tents on the beach pulsed with music and the scent of cinnamon and sugar. "Did you show Addison's post to Bunny?" Patrick asked, glancing at me sideways. "Oh, she pretended not to care," I said, fishing my phone out of my coat pocket. "But look at this. 400 shares. And someone in Louisville commented that they're driving in tomorrow just to try our pumpkin caramel crunch latte." I wasn't about to tell Patrick, because he'd gone to great lengths to make sure I was off tomorrow, but I sure was feeling like I was going to miss out on all the excitement. Patrick whistled low. "Guess we better make sure you've got enough syrup prepped." "And muffins, and whipped cream, and glitter." I turned my phone screen toward him, showing the filtered photo of Addison holding the latte, with the Bean Hive in the background, framed by falling leaves and the lake beyond. "It's kind of crazy." "It's kind of perfect," he said, giving my hand another squeeze. "Just like you." We reached the edge of the boardwalk, where the warm light spilled across the sand, and the gentle lapping of the lake met the muffled music and chatter of the Neewollah Festival in full swing. Pepper gave an excited bark, and Sassy paused long enough to sniff a nearby hay bale, like it might be worth claiming. For a moment, we just stood there, watching the lights reflecting on the lake, the breeze tugging at our sleeves, and our town, the whole quirky, lovable, pumpkin-scented place, buzzing with life around us. Chapter 3. The crowd had thickened near the front lawn of the Cocoon Inn, and it felt like all of Honey Springs had turned out in their finest fall scarves and jackets. Everyone carried steaming Bean Hive coffee cups from our festival tent, which the high school's business club was proudly running this year for me as a project, complete with matching aprons and a tip jar shaped like a pumpkin. The scent of maple espresso floated on the breeze as folks balanced caramel apples and tried to keep hay out of their boots. Lights from the vendor tents danced off the lake, and the soft bluegrass music tumbled from the festival stage speakers. I spotted one of the girls, Shanda Riddle, straight-A student and espresso machine wizard, handing a pumpkin swirl latte to Mayor Hartwell. The Bean Hive logo glowed faintly under the string lights on each cup sleeve, and for a moment I just stood there and soaked it all in. This was why I loved Honey Springs. It wasn't just the boardwalk or the lake or the coffee-sweet air. It was the faces, the warmth, the way everyone showed up for each other. Even something as simple as a coffee tent run by high schoolers could feel like the heartbeat of a community if you looked at it through the right lens. As we made our way toward the stage, I waved to half a dozen familiar faces in as many steps. "Hey, Miss Louise," I called out, spotting Louise Carleton balancing a foil-wrapped plate of funnel cakes like a pro. "Don't let Bunny see you with all that powdered sugar. She'll get competitive." "Too late," Bunny muttered behind me, and I turned just in time to catch her smirking. "And Louise already roped me into walking our newest adoptee in the parade." The pet adoption program had become one of my favorite things about the Bean Hive. It all started as a wild idea between me and Louise, partnering her no-kill shelter, the Pet Palace, with my coffee shop. Every week, she brought in a new animal to hang out in the shop, hoping someone would fall in love and take them home. And so far, we had a 100% adoption rate. Not to brag, but I intended to keep that streak unbroken. "I figured it'd be easier for you to pick her up in the morning than for me to drop her off after the parade," Louise said, flashing a knowing grin. "You're gonna love her." "Is it that cute little Springer Spaniel?" I asked, my voice rising with interest. Mondays were my night to volunteer at Pet Palace. I'd scrub kennels, refill food bowls, and sneak extra treats to the shy ones. Louise was no slouch either. She insisted on home visits before finalizing any adoptions. We didn't just find pets new homes. We made sure they were the right homes. "My lips are sealed," Louise said, miming a zipper across her mouth before walking off. "You'll see in the morning," she tossed back over her shoulder. Jean Hill stood near the cider booth, a Hill's Orchard thermos in her hand, chatting with Babette Cliff, who was already fretting about how the lights on her tent looked less twinkly than dramatic. Farther down the path, I spotted Beverly and Dan Teagarden standing outside Wild and Whimsy's vendor tent, proudly rearranging a crate of vintage ceramic pumpkins as if they were Fabergé eggs. They waved when they saw me and Patrick, and Dan gave a thumbs up in the direction of the Bean Hive pop-up tent. "Hey, Perry," I called when I saw Perry Zella from the Mystery Club waving a mini flashlight over a festival map like he was preparing for a search and rescue mission. He gave us a two-finger salute and called out something about the perfect night for a clue. Kami Montgomery's husband, Walker, strolled past with little Amelia in a pumpkin costume. She gripped his hand and held a candy sticker in the other. Amelia gave a shy wave to Pepper, who barked once in return. Sassy, unimpressed, stayed laser-focused on a rogue hay bale near the bandstand. "I swear," I whispered to Patrick, "sometimes it feels like living in a Hallmark movie." He chuckled. "One with better coffee." Just past the taffy pulling station, we passed Morgan Keyes from Walk in the Bark, chatting with Fiona Rassone, who was clearly off duty from the Watershed restaurant and enjoying a rare moment without a tray in hand. I waved to both and caught sight of Big Bib lumbering toward the marina booth in his overalls and an orange flannel, ferry captain hat slightly askew. "Hey, y'all," I greeted Andrew and Kayla Norro, both from the bee farm, who were manning a honey booth decked out with beeswax candles and pumpkin-shaped soaps. "Save me a jar of that cinnamon clover honey." "You know we will." Kayla winked. "Happy early anniversary." That stopped me mid-step. "How did she—" Patrick just grinned. "Small town. Of course they know." We wove our way closer to the stage, where I spotted two familiar silhouettes in lawn chairs parked like queens on parade. Aunt Maxi hunched over her iPad with a stylus clenched like a dagger, and Chrissy Lane, sipping something suspiciously bubbly from a Bean Hive to-go cup she definitely spiked with her own wellness tonic. "Well, look what the poodle dragged in," Chrissy called when she saw us, waving one long acrylic nail in the air. Y'all look cute enough to be on a postcard. Just out here trying to keep the dogs from eating hay, I said, nodding down at Pepper, who was currently trying to untangle himself from a corn husk ribbon. Aunt Maxi didn't look up. Can you believe Loretta wore sequins to an outdoor fall event? She looks like a discount disco ball in a corn maze. I'm working on a new sticky situation column titled Pumpkin Spice and PR Schemes. Don't let her see you writing that, I warned. Oh, she knows I'm writing something. I waved at her. Aunt Maxi finally looked up, her teased to the sky hair catching the lamplight like a spotlight. You see those influencer girls? One of 'em just shoved the other with her elbow while pretending to take a selfie. She did not, I said. Chrissy snorted. Oh, she did. The one with the fake fur vest? She's been side-eyeing Miss Book Cocktail. And the boy with the silver hair? He's got a drone. I swear if that thing flies over my resort, I'm getting a net. Patrick chuckled. So, business as usual? Chrissy rolled her eyes. Honey, it's a hot mess wrapped in a pumpkin garland. Just then, the stage lights came up, and the microphone gave a little feedback squeal. The crowd turned to face the stage, where Mayor Callie Hartwell, Loretta Beebe, and Kami Montgomery stood side by side, three very different versions of festival glamour. Mayor Hartwell, dressed in a tailored burgundy coat and wool-plaid scarf, stepped forward and tapped the mic. Good evening, Honey Springs! The crowd gave her a warm, scattered cheer. We're so excited to welcome you to the opening night of our annual Neewollah Festival. Now 2 weeks long, thanks to some very enthusiastic committee heads. She glanced at Loretta without naming her, and Loretta beamed like she'd just been crowned Miss Kentucky. Loretta stepped forward with a flourish, her voice syrupy sweet. This year, you all are in for a real treat. Not only do we have our biggest vendor turnout yet, but we are honored to host 3 national influencers who are here right in our sweet small town to showcase Honey Springs on a national stage. That's not the only thing they're showcasing, Chrissy muttered. I saw one of 'em nearly knock over a table trying to get the perfect light. And thanks to our dear friend Kami Montgomery and the Cocoon Inn for providing them hospitality and meet and greets with all their admirers, Loretta continued, with a syrupy southern drawl that could make a simple well bless your heart sound like either praise or pity, depending on the angle of her chin. And though she had a flair for theatrics and the bossy streak of a royal on a deadline, I'd seen firsthand the good she could do. We have a full slate of events, contests, music, and giveaways happening right here on the lakeshore every night through Halloween. She clapped her hands. And don't forget to come to the parade in the morning around 9 a.m. at Central Park. Kami stepped up to a quieter round of applause and gave a modest smile. Y'all enjoy yourselves, eat too much, laugh too loud, and remember, we're here to celebrate what makes Honey Springs special. The crowd cheered again. Someone in the back let out a whoop, and Pepper barked like he'd started the party. But even with all the lights, the applause, and the festival atmosphere, I couldn't help but noticing the slight twitch in Marlowe's jaw as Addison posed just a little too close to the mayor for her fall festival glow-up video. Just as the mayor handed off the mic and the band struck up a fiddle-heavy version of Wagon Wheel, the real show began, and it wasn't on the stage. Addison, from We'll Travel for Snacks, glided toward an enormous scarecrow that stood near the front of the festival. She flipped her long hair over one shoulder and struck a soft smile pose, balancing a Bean Hive latte in one hand and a caramel apple in the other like she was starring in an autumn perfume ad. A ring light clipped to her phone illuminated her like a harvest angel sent straight from Instagram. Before she could finish her spin, Marlowe from Boozy and Booked slid into frame, pumpkin cocktail in hand, her lips pulled into a glossy grin that didn't reach her eyes. She tilted her head just so, elbowing closer, and purred, "Say something about the cocktail pairing, Addison. That's what makes it elevated." Addison blanked. "I thought this shot was just coffee-focused." "Well, we wouldn't want to confuse the algorithm," Marlowe said, still smiling at the camera. Patrick leaned toward me. "Do you think that's influencer for Bless Your Heart?" I snorted just as Tilden, the silver-haired minimalist from Trail Mix and Trends, jogged past us, holding a controller. "Incoming," he called out as a sleek little drone buzzed overhead, its tiny propellers whirling like a hornet on caffeine. The drone zipped up, dipped low, then hovered far too long directly over the stage, right over Loretta Beebe's freshly lacquered bouffant. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Aunt Maxi muttered. "That boy's going to catch a lawsuit if he knocks off Loretta's lash glue." Loretta glanced up with a hand to her hair, lips pursed into a tight line. A camera flash caught her mid-squint. She immediately smoothed her skirt and posed like nothing had happened. Classic Loretta. I caught movement out of the corner of my eye and followed the ripple of tension as Addison and Marlowe stepped behind the cider tent together, but not in a friendly, let's go laugh over our content strategy way. "Uh-oh," Chrissy said, lowering her drink without looking away. "That's not a hot toddy kind of chat." Patrick followed my gaze. "Fake smiles, tight shoulders. They're either planning a murder or a brand deal." "I'm not sure which would be more cutthroat," I said. We watched as Addison leaned in close, gesturing animatedly with one hand while the other still held her phone, clearly still recording or pretending to. Marlowe's expression didn't change, but her jaw clenched just enough to be noticeable. She said something under her breath, and Addison stiffened. Pepper gave a low woof like he sensed it too. Sassy laid down and crossed one paw over the other. Aunt Maxi pulled a tiny notepad from her purse and scribbled something in large, loopy handwriting. "Are you seriously taking notes?" I asked. "Absolutely. This is better than reality TV." She waved a hand. "By the way, I've named them. Addison is Pumpkin Spice, Marlowe is Bourbon Babe, and Tilden is Trail Mix, with nuts." Subtle. "Like a jack-o'-lantern to the face," Chrissy added, "and I'm here for it." The drone zipped past us again, this time circling a carved pumpkin stand like it was doing recon. "That thing's gonna wind up in the lake," Patrick said, tracking it with his eyes. "Or someone's face," I added. But my gaze drifted again to where Addison and Marlowe had gone. They'd reappeared now, walking separately, smiles back in place. But there was something brittle in their expressions, something tight beneath the gloss. Chapter 4. The soft morning light shone in through the loft's big front windows. I rolled onto my back and stared at the wooden beams overhead, my eyes adjusting slowly to the filtered sunlight cutting in between the slats. Outside, the trees around our little log cabin creaked with a whisper of breeze, their leaves dry and rustling. A faint scratching sound came from the corner of the loft, probably a squirrel scuttling across the roof, and I could just make out the shimmer of the lake through the bare branches, dull and still as glass. Pepper, curled into a tight ball at the foot of the bed, gave a soft whine. He blinked up at me, his round black eyes shiny and expectant. Across the pillows, Sassy sprawled like a poodle queen, her chin perched atop Patrick's arm, and her legs stretched as far as they'd go. When she sighed dramatically, I grinned. Apparently, even she wasn't ready to give up the coziness just yet. Patrick stirred beside me and shifted onto his side. He reached up with one hand and brushed a stray hair away from my cheek. "Happy anniversary, Mrs. Kane," he said in his usual early morning voice, low and gravelly, like he hadn't spoken in hours. I smiled and reached for his hand. "Happy anniversary." He leaned over and gave me a kiss on the forehead. "Come downstairs when you're ready." We lay there for a minute in the quiet, the only sounds being the creak of old floorboards downstairs and the light snore Sassy was still managing to produce. The wood stove had gone cold overnight, but the air inside the cabin still held on to some of its warmth. I pulled the quilt tighter around my shoulders before finally pushing myself up. Patrick went downstairs, barefoot on the stairs, already tugging his hoodie over his head. Pepper scrambled after him, nails ticking softly on the hard wood, and Sassy followed in her usual dignified way, paws precise and even. The sunlight filled the living room. A few coffee mugs sat drying on the counter, and one of Patrick's flannel shirts hung over the back of the chair. On the coffee table, right in the center of a stack of old recipe cards and a folded dish towel, sat a box wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine. "Go on," he said, nudging the box toward me as I stepped into the room, still tugging the belt on my robe. I sat down on the edge of the couch and loosened the knot. Inside was a photo album, but not one of those slick printed kinds, but the kind that looked like it came from a little bookshop. Linen cover, stitched spine, and tied with a silvery ribbon. I untied it slowly, my fingers suddenly unsure, and opened to the first page. There we were, Patrick and me, grinning like fools on our wedding day, in front of the fireplace at the inn. On the next page, Pepper was caught mid-leap, trying to lick Sassy's ear during the Neewollah Festival, both dogs blurry from motion. I blinked back the sting in my eyes. "You made this?" Patrick nodded and sat down beside me. "I figured it was time we started putting the little things down, the in-between stuff, the days like this one." I flipped through page after page. Holidays, rainy day breakfasts, snapshots of us laughing at nothing in particular. Pepper eventually jumped up and plopped between us, his snout nudging my hand. Sassy followed a second later and stretched herself across Patrick's lap like she was the crown jewel of the morning. "You think we could get one page in without these two stealing the show?" I teased. "Not a chance." I laughed and closed the album gently. "Also," he added, standing and heading toward the kitchen, "there's coffee." I followed him around the couch. "There's always coffee. What's the surprise?" He lifted a covered plate off of the counter, revealing thick slices of Kamie's famous apple maple French toast, still warm and dusted with cinnamon. "Breakfast delivery from the Cocoon Inn. She said she knew you wouldn't take a morning off unless someone made you." Kamie is a saint. I grabbed a fork and took a bite. "And you're a close second." Patrick grinned. "I'll take it." The smell of maple and butter filled the small kitchen as we ate side by side at the little table, our knees knocking under the wood. The dogs wandered in and out, occasionally hopeful for crumbs. Outside, the wind picked up, and a few leaves scattered across the porch. I could see the rocking chairs swaying gently, and the string lights from last week's decorating spree still hung like lazy loops across the rail. It wasn't a grand morning. It wasn't flashy or loud. But it was perfect, and I wouldn't have traded it for anything. "I need this recipe," I said, with my mouth full, and pointed the fork at the now empty plate. By the time we'd finished our French toast and wrangled the dogs into their festival parade costumes, I had changed into my fall festival best, a soft denim dress cinched at the waist with a wide braided belt, tights in a burnt umber shade, and my favorite well-worn leather boots that had probably seen more hay bales than a tractor. I'd wrapped a lightweight plaid scarf around my neck, more for show than for warmth, and threw on a cream-colored cardigan that fluttered behind me as we stepped off the porch. Sassy pranced proudly beside me, wearing her costume for the parade, a handmade monarch butterfly cape that shimmered slightly in the sunlight, the orange and black wings bouncing with each dignified step. Pepper, ever the scene stealer, wore a red felt chili pepper costume, complete with a little green stem hat that tilted comically to one side. He looked mildly offended by the hat, but tolerated it for the treats we'd promised. Patrick took both leashes in one hand while I grabbed my keys from the hook by the front door. As much as I loved the idea of a crisp walk into town, Sassy and Pepper in full costume were already shedding glitter and felt fuzz all over the porch, and the thought of dodging tourists on foot down a narrow road with 2 dogs and a scarf that wouldn't stay tied around my neck sounded like more of a circus act than I was ready for. We clipped the dogs into their seatbelt harnesses, Pepper in the back already whining to poke his snout out the cracked window, and Sassy up front in her usual queenly perch, nose tipped regally toward the dashboard vents. I backed my little 4-door hatchback out of the drive, the sound of tires crunching on gravel. The road into Honey Springs was one of my favorite parts of living on the edge of town. It hugged the shoreline of Lake Honey Springs like a lazy ribbon, winding through groves of hickory and maple trees that had exploded into a kaleidoscope of reds, oranges, and burnished golds. The fallen leaves twirled like confetti in our wake, a few bouncing off the windshield as if trying to hitch a ride. To the right, the lake glimmered beneath the morning sun, its calm surface dappled with color and interrupted only by the occasional duck gliding toward the reeds. A light breeze stirred the treetops, scattering more leaves across the narrow road. "I should have brought the travel mugs," I murmured, eyeing the empty cup holders as I rounded the bend near the old bait shack that now served as a kayak rental in summer. Patrick chuckled, knowing there was a Bean Hive stand right there in Central Park. As we pulled into town, the quaint charm of Honey Springs wrapped around us like a well-worn sweater. The courthouse clock tower stood tall and proud at the end of Main Street, flanked by lampposts wrapped in garland and miniature scarecrow banners fluttering in the breeze. Just beyond, the white gazebo in Central Park peeked through a canopy of coppery leaves, already bustling with festival goers. I found a parking spot alongside of my mama's real estate office, across from the park. We got out, the dogs bounding down from their seats with barely leashed excitement, their costumes slightly askew, but still adorable. Sassy's monarch wings fluttered dramatically as she strutted along the sidewalk, while Pepper's chili pepper hat had shifted to one ear again, giving him a lopsided look of mild embarrassment. From here, downtown Honey Springs stretched in both directions like a storybook village. To our right, Donald's barber shop had lined its windows with barber pole-shaped pumpkins, and Brant's Filler-Up had parked an old tractor out front, decorated with a cascade of mums and a smiling pumpkin family seated on hay bales. Across the street, the Honey Springs Church stood dignified as ever, its steps lined with gourds in varying shades of cream, peach, and dusky green. The firehouse next door had a ladder propped up against the side, where someone had hung a massive cornucopia from the second-story window. Overhead, festive string lights crisscrossed above the streets, casting soft glows even in daylight. Everything about it made me want to bottle the moment and keep it on a shelf somewhere. Across from Central Park, the library's windows were painted with cheerful scarecrows and bookish ghosts, and even the Honey Springs National Bank had swapped its usual floral planters for pots of rust-colored mums and ornamental cabbages. Central Park was the true showstopper. It was packed. The big white gazebo at the center was wrapped in orange tulle and fall garland, with miniature pumpkins lining the steps. Children in costumes darted around the walkways, laughing and pointing at the creatively dressed scarecrows stationed throughout the park for the scavenger hunt. The air smelled like cinnamon sugar donuts, roasted peanuts, and cotton candy. Decorative bales sat along the sidewalks. I caught sight of Babette Cliff adjusting a tablecloth at the appetizer booth near the fountain, Louise Carleton already mingling, with a leash in one hand and an adoption clipboard in her other. I waved to Jean Hill at her vendor stand. "Don't miss the apple butter station," she called. "Wouldn't dream of it," I called back, and Patrick chuckled. "This is the best part," I said to him as we passed under a string of twinkle lights that had been woven with dried orange slices and miniature gourds. I love the Bean Hive, and I love what I do, but this season is my fave. "You just like seeing Pepper in a costume," he teased. I smirked. That too. Sassy paused to sniff at a hay bale with a decorative black cat perched on top, and Pepper, never to be outdone, barked once at a pumpkin with googly eyes glued to its face. As we neared the gazebo stage, I spotted Aunt Maxi in her oversized patchwork coat, her silver lavender hair teased to the heavens, jotting something down on a notepad while glancing between her phone and the influencers gathered near the stage. "You don't think she's live blogging them, do you?" I whispered to Patrick. He raised a brow. "Is she ever not?" This was going to be a very interesting morning. I turned toward the commotion, and sure enough, the influencers had arrived. Addison, from We'll Travel for Snacks, strutted down the path in full autumnal glam, her plaid skirt paired with over-the-knee suede boots, and a feathered witch hat perched just so over her sleek ponytail. Her matching caramel-colored cape billowed behind her like something straight out of a fall fashion editorial. Marlowe, from Boozy and Booked, wore a dramatic floor-length black velvet dress with tiny twinkling lights stitched into the hem, her wineglass-shaped earrings swinging with every step. Tilden, from Trail Mix and Trends, brought up the rear in a flannel romper with skull suspenders and a jack-o'-lantern beanie tugged low over his hair, holding his camera rig in one hand and a tray of business cards in the other. Behind them trailed a handful of parade participants in costume, cats in cowpoke gear, dachshunds in hot dog buns, a Great Dane in fairy wings. Everyone looked toward the booth like it was the main event. "Here we go," Bunny muttered, her hand already reaching for a fresh stack of to-go cups, while I fixed my own pumpkin caramel crunch latte. A high-pitched squeal of excited teens and one or two grown women cut through the hum of Central Park. "Is this where we check in?" Addison asked, adjusting her hat and flipping her hair just enough to make the twinkle from Marlowe's hem bounce off her highlighter. "No, honey," Bunny said sweetly, nodding to the registration table just down the path, where Louise stood with a clipboard and a golden retriever in a bumblebee suit. "But we are the caffeine checkpoint. What can I get you?" Addison turned dramatically to her followers. "You guys, this is it. The famous Bean Hive pop-up. If you're not sipping their apple orchard roast by now, are you even in Kentucky?" She angled her phone toward the booth, capturing a video of Birdie arranging muffins on a tiered stand. "I'll take a cinnamon cloud oat milk latte," she added, lowering the phone long enough to smile at Tilden, who was busy setting up his drone. "I'll do a black cat cold brew with a pumpkin sweet foam," Marlowe said, flicking an invisible speck off her sleeve. Tilden looked up. "Got anything with activated charcoal?" Bunny blinked. "We've got coffee and sass. Charcoal's a hardware aisle, honey." Birdie giggled under her breath and reached for the syrups. "Wait," Birdie said, hesitating with milk pitcher in hand. "Marlowe, would you mind if I got a picture with you? I'm a huge fan. I've read Haunting Hearts like 6 times." Marlowe didn't even look up. "I don't really do photos before events," she said, sliding her sunglasses down from the top of her head even though it was still mostly shaded. I need to protect my brand mood, you understand. Birdie froze, smile faltering. "Oh, no, sweetheart," Bunny said, placing both hands firmly on the counter like she was about to hurl herself over it. "She's not just any fan. She's my best barista and probably the only reason this booth isn't on fire right now. So if you can manage to smile for 2 seconds and hold a latte, that'd be mighty neighborly." Marlowe scoffed. "They're all my #1 fans. Comes with the territory." Birdie flushed red clear down to her collarbone and turned back to the espresso machine, her hands suddenly clumsier than usual. She overpoured the cinnamon syrup, splashing some on the counter. "Sorry," she mumbled. Bunny narrowed her eyes, her southern drawl tightening into a dangerous kind of sugar. "Bless your heart," she said to Marlowe with a smile sharp enough to slice a scone. "You must be exhausted. Carrying around that much ego in them heels can't be easy." Marlowe ignored her, flipping her hair and scrolling through her notifications like she hadn't just steamrolled someone's heart. From behind the side curtain of the booth, I spotted Aunt Maxi scribbling in her notebook, eyebrows high and a grin twitching at the corner of her lipstick-slicked mouth. She leaned toward me and whispered, "Tell me I'm not the only one smelling drama already." "Aunt Maxi," I warned under my breath. "What? This is gossip gold. You don't just find divas at a pet parade," she said, tapping her pen dramatically against the page. "That one," she pointed to Marlowe, "is 2 eyelashes away from going full tantrum, and you know I called it." "Just try not to stir the pot." "I never. I observe and quote and eavesdrop with flair." Bunny passed the drinks off with more force than necessary, the cardboard sleeves almost squeaking from the pressure. "Enjoy," she said through clenched teeth. Birdie handed Tilden his black coffee with a neutral expression, though her eyes still shimmered with disappointment. I knew that look, hurt dressed up and polite. The influencers moved off toward the stage, their entourage of fans trailing behind like leaves behind a breeze, phones out and ready for selfies. Aunt Maxi snapped her notebook shut. "Well, if someone ends up in the lake before lunch, I'll know where to start asking questions." I took a slow sip of my latte and glanced at Birdie, who was trying very hard to act like she hadn't just had her heart squashed by a woman in light-up hems. And I had to admit, Aunt Maxi might not be wrong. Something about the brush-off had left a chill in the air that even hot coffee wouldn't melt. "Marlowe must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed," Bunny muttered, looping one arm around Birdie and giving her a quick side hug. "Probably rolled off onto a pile of sponsorship deals and bruised her ego." Birdie gave a smile, but her watery eyes still flicked toward the gathering crowd beyond the cider tent, where something, or rather someone, was drawing attention. "Uh-oh," Bunny added, pointing discreetly with her chin. "Looks like the witch and the woodsman are having themselves a moment." Just past the row of scarecrows, near the giant hay bale arch, Marlowe and Tilden stood facing each other in full influencer fury. Marlowe's arms were flailing like a pageant queen giving a speech in the rain, wide, dramatic, and very, very public. Her long velvet sleeve nearly whacked a nearby mini donut vendor. Tilden, for his part, had taken off his pumpkin beanie and was raking his hand through his hair in agitated loops. He tried to keep his voice low, but the high-pitched whine of his drone, hovering just a few feet away and still recording, wasn't helping their discretion. Marlowe crossed her arms tight across her chest and stepped forward with a jutted chin and a pointed acrylic nail stabbing toward his phone. She mouthed something sharp, clearly ending in "delete it," then rolled her eyes so hard it looked like she might tip over. Tilden threw both hands up in exasperation and took half a step back, nearly tripping over a toddler dressed as a corn cob. The toddler's mom gasped. Tilden didn't even notice.
"Gracious,"
Bunny breathed.
"that boy needs a good dose of manners."
Right then, Aunt Maxi plunged her fingers in her fluffed and teased lavender silver hair like she was heading into a salon showdown, then practically sprinted toward the scene with the kind of energy only a seasoned gossip columnist could conjure. Patrick gave a low whistle.
"She moves like a bloodhound with a scent."
"She's got more stamina than both our dogs combined when it comes to sniffing out trouble," I replied. As Aunt Maxi approached, Marlowe whipped her hair over one shoulder with a swift, performative toss. Then she raised her chin, gave Tilden a single dismissive hand wave, and turned her back to him with such speed the hem of her light-up gown snagged on a decorative hay bale. She yanked it free with a muttered curse, then resumed walking, chin high, smile plastered, as though nothing had happened. Tilden stood frozen, jaw tight, still holding the remote for his drone, which now hovered between them like an awkward digital witness.
"Oh, she's mad, mad," Bunny whispered. "That hair toss had at least 3 syllables."
Maxie, never one to miss a headline in the making, sidled up to Tilden like she was offering a quick, friendly quote check. Her notepad was already out, pen poised, eyes glittering like she was about to win a Pulitzer for Best Public Meltdown at a family-friendly festival. Tilden caught sight of her and groaned audibly, stuffing his beanie into his back pocket and stomping off toward the back of the gazebo. Aunt Maxi jotted something down with a flourish, then turned and marched back toward us, winded but triumphant.
"Got it all," she puffed, waving her notebook. "And I didn't have to bribe a single person. Yet."
"What was that about?" I asked as she rejoined us at the booth.
"Something about content rights, platform shares, and who owns the exclusive to Addison's next promo wheel," she said. "I tuned out halfway through and just focused on body language. That girl's finger wag alone was practically a confession."
Birdie raised her brows. "Do you think they really hate each other?"
"Honey, if there ain't tension there, I'll turn in my fake press badge and volunteer at the Dunkin' booth."
I glanced back toward Marlowe, who had rejoined Addison near the judging table, smile reactivated like a switch had flipped. But her jaw was still tight, and when she adjusted her velvet sleeve again, her hands shook just enough for me to notice. Whatever had gone down between her and Tilden wasn't over, not by a long shot. The lawn near the Bean Hive booth had become a makeshift selfie arena. The folding sign Birdie had whipped together this morning now stood planted in the grass. "Meet your favorite fall influencers," sponsored by the Bean Hive. Beneath it, a line had already started forming, mostly teens and 20-somethings in plaid jackets and matching boots, phones clutched in trembling hands, pumpkin lattes half forgotten as they waited to meet the 3 influencers who now stood under a string of twinkle lights, posing like they were mid-campaign shoot for a harvest-themed cologne. Addison had pulled a bench over for photo ops and was sitting atop it like royalty, her gauzy cape fluttering behind her as she did a slow spin and beckoned the next girl in line with a perfectly manicured finger. Tilden was fiddling with the drone again, positioning it overhead for aerial selfies. He kept muttering something about angle equity and background branding, while a high school student tried desperately not to sneeze in his direction. And Marlowe? Marlowe was soaking it in. She stood center stage in her high-heeled velvet boots, hat tilted just so, lip gloss perfectly reapplied, and she flashed her camera-ready smile at every phone raised in her direction, though none of it ever quite reached her eyes. A girl wearing a headband with glitter pumpkins screeched as she got her turn. "Oh my gosh, Marlowe, I literally watched your Pumpkins and Pinot live stream every night last fall." "Of course you did, sweetheart," Marlowe drawled, pulling the girl in for a side hug with one arm, while subtly checking her own reflection in the phone screen. Behind the Bean Hive booth, Birdie was gripping a coffee cup so tightly I was afraid she'd crack the lid. Bunny noticed, too.
"You okay, Sugar Plum?"
Birdie gave a tight nod. "Peachy."
"You want to go get in line? Say hey?"
Birdie shook her head so fast her ponytail bounced. "Nope, I've got work. Orders to pour, milk frothers to monitor, my dignity to preserve." "You sure?" I asked gently, stepping beside her at the espresso station. Birdie didn't answer right away. She flicked the steam wand on with a sharp twist and watched the froth bubble up, her face unreadable. Then she muttered under her breath, just low enough for only us to hear, "People like her always get what they want until someone makes sure they don't." Bunny froze mid-pour, eyes going wide.
"Birdie,"
she said slowly, setting down the whipped cream,
"you were better than that."
Birdie blinked and pulled the purple scarf from around her neck. "Sorry, I didn't mean—" But Bunny had already turned her attention back to the crowd.
"Mm-hmm. You better keep those thoughts on the inside where Jesus can work on 'em."
Birdie bit her lip, her face flushing crimson. From behind the booth counter, I caught a glimpse of Marlowe tossing her hair again, mid-laugh at something Addison had said. But it wasn't a real laugh. It was the kind of laugh that sounded like glass chimes in a windstorm. Too bright, too brittle. Then her eyes flicked in our direction, just for a second, but it landed. And Birdie turned her back. Aunt Maxi scribbled something in her notepad, muttering to herself,
"Oh, this'll age like a banana pudding on a July picnic."
Patrick leaned in beside me.
"Is it just me, or does this feel more like a soap opera than a festival?"
I exhaled, still watching Birdie as she tried to recover her smile, and offered a maple latte to a customer. "It's not just you." Chapter 5. By the time the first whistle blew, the Central Park lawn had turned into a fluttering patchwork of dog ears, costume glitter, and hay bale confetti. Sassy lifted her chin, regal as ever in her monarch butterfly cape, and Pepper gave a suspicious huff at a dog in a skeleton hoodie who dared to sniff his chili pepper stem. Patrick adjusted the leash in one hand and pointed toward the Pet Palace banners strung across the archway just ahead of the gazebo stage.
"Looks like they're lining up by size,"
he said.
"Little guys up front, big dogs in the back. That Great Dane in the ballerina tutu probably needs her own float."
I laughed, then leaned down to smooth the ribbon on Pepper's back. "Don't worry, Bud. You're the spiciest thing here." The parade lineup was no joke this year. Louise had outdone herself, recruiting locals to walk adoptable dogs from the Pet Palace in creative get-ups. There was a bulldog in a bumblebee vest waddling alongside a toddler in matching antenna, and a sweet black greyhound in a Hogwarts robe, and a curly-haired mutt wearing a felt taco costume so detailed it had faux sour cream tufts along the back. The judging table, of course, had been claimed by our 3 favorite influencers. Addison waved like a homecoming queen, her latte perched delicately on a clipboard covered in glittery paw stickers. Tilden stood behind a mini tripod with a live judging sign taped to the front and an orange ring light clipped awkwardly to the table. Marlowe, lips pursed in thin concentration, held a scoring paddle in one hand and a clipboard in the other, her wine-glass earrings swaying as she leaned in to whisper something to Addison that made them both titter.
"Those 2 look real impressed with themselves,"
Bunny muttered beside me, crossing her arms as she scanned the row of judges. "They're influencers. They were born for this moment," I said under my breath, giving Pepper's leash a tug to keep him from lunging at a nearby hot dog on a stick. Not a dachshund, an actual hot dog. Birdie, standing behind the Bean Hive's mobile cart, handed a maple sweet cream cold brew to a man dressed as a scarecrow, her smile polite but forced.
"She gonna be okay?"
Patrick asked, nodding toward her. "She's tough," I said. but it's going to take more than a pumpkin spice mean girl to knock her down long term. The music changed, something upbeat and bluegrass flavored, with dog barks layered in for fun, and the MC, none other than Chrissy Lane in a pumpkin suit and headset mic, called out, "Let's get this parade started, y'all!" A chorus of cheers rose from the crowd as the dogs and their humans started their slow parade loop through Central Park. We joined the line midway, Pepper strutting like he was born to be in front of an audience, his stem hat bobbing with pride. Sassy walked with a swan's grace, her cape fluttering behind her like butterfly wings catching the breeze. We passed the judging table slowly. Addison waved with her full-body smile and a "Hey, cutie," directed at Pepper, already zooming in on her phone camera. Tilden gave a thumbs up. "Sick costume. Chili pun game strong." But Marlowe? She didn't even look at us. Her eyes scanned the next entry behind us, a golden retriever dressed up as a UPS delivery dog, complete with a mini cardboard box strapped to his chest. I heard Birdie behind me mutter, "Of course she likes the package guy, probably hopes he's delivering attention." Patrick stifled a laugh and gave me a side glance. "Did she just say that out loud?" "Oh, she said it out loud," I whispered back, "and Aunt Maxi's probably already drafting it into her next sticky situation column." Sure enough, Aunt Maxi stood about 20 feet away, holding her tablet like a news camera and mouthing, "This is gold." She jotted something with her stylus and narrowed her eyes toward Marlowe, like she was solving a crossword puzzle made of attitude. The parade wound past the cider booth and looped around the gazebo. The crowd clapped, cheered, snapped photos, and a few kids held up signs that read things like, "Adopt me," and "Cutest pup gets extra treats." By the time we completed the lap, Pepper was panting like he'd run a marathon, and Sassy had clearly had enough of commoners applauding her brilliance. We reached the end of the path, where Louise stood with a clipboard and a bucket of squeaky toys. "Everyone did so good," she said, passing out paw-shaped dog biscuits, "and I think we got at least 3 adoption applications just from this morning." That was the real win, not the social media likes, not the influencer selfies, but the chance that a few of these pups would sleep in real beds by the end of the week. Patrick leaned over and kissed the top of Sassy's head. "You did great, girl." I reached down and scratched Pepper's ears. "Best chili pepper in the patch." The parade had wrapped, but the crowd was still thick around the judging table. Kids tugged their leashes with sticky cider fingers. Dogs dozed in hay piles or gnawed happily on treat bones, and parents balanced hot coffee cups and caramel apples like it was an Olympic event. Because behind the white linen-draped influencer table, the real show was unfolding. Addison, ever the professional, had one perfectly sculpted arm outstretched, live streaming to her followers while beaming at the camera like she hadn't just watched her colleagues unravel. "Okay, besties," she chirped. "We're just moments away from crowning the cutest pup in Honey Springs. Drop your faves in the comments, and don't forget to tag your bestie who needs a dachshund in a taco suit." Behind her, Marlowe and Tilden were clearly in the middle of a meltdown. "No, you don't get to police me," Marlowe snapped, jabbing a finger toward his chest. Her wine-glass earrings swung like a pendulum as she took a step closer. "I posted what I wanted. It wasn't about you." Tilden, face flushed and fists clenched around his drone remote, leaned in. "You used the footage I shot, footage I owned, without asking, and you didn't even tag me, again." "You're not the only one that can fly a drone, Tilden." "Maybe not, but I'm the only one who knows how to act like a decent human being." "Y'all!" Chrissy Lane bustled up in a whirlwind of coral lipstick and leopard print confidence, headset mic askew, and clipboard clutched like a lifeline. You are 2 minutes from an onstage meltdown and a full-on TikTok takedown. Can you hold it together long enough to pick a dog in a costume?" Marlowe rolled her eyes so hard it was a miracle she didn't pass out. Tilden turned away, jaw tight, his cheeks the exact color of his jack-o'-lantern beanie. Addison tilted the camera just slightly, catching the edges of their argument in the background while adjusting her own lighting filter. "I'm trying to bring joy here," Addison whispered into the screen with a tight-lipped smile. "Ignore the chaos, y'all." "Can you just pick someone already?" Chrissy hissed, tapping her pen against the clipboard. "The mayor's watching, the kids are restless, and Louise Carlton's Pet Palace Springer Spaniel is about 2 seconds from peeing on the gazebo steps." That snapped something into place. All 3 influencers froze, turned as one, and plastered on the kind of smiles that could cut glass. Addison leaned into the mic. "We're so excited to announce the winner of this year's Honey Springs Parade." Marlowe picked up her paddle, her voice syrupy sweet. "We saw some adorable entries this year." "But one stood out," Tilden said, tone flat but steady, the red still lingering in his cheeks. "And that was—" Addison stretched it out for dramatic effect. Chrissy gave them a side-eye so sharp it could have sliced apples for pie. "All right, fine," Marlowe said, sighing. "It's Sweet Pea, the Springer Spaniel, with the sunflower tutu and the bumblebee bonnet. Absolutely darling." "And adoptable," Addison added, always ready with a brand-safe plug. "Let's give it up for Sweet Pea from the Pet Palace." Louise Carlton came bustling forward, leash in one hand and a stack of brochures in the other, her eyes misty and proud. Sweet Pea trotted beside her, her soft fur brushed to a gleam, and her yellow petal tutu bouncing with every step. The bonnet, complete with black and yellow felt stripes, was slightly lopsided, but it made her look like she'd walked out of a fairy tale garden. The crowd burst into applause as Sweet Pea pranced onto the stage, tail wagging and tongue lolling with joy. Louise gave a mock bow and dabbed her eyes with a crocheted handkerchief. "I think I'm going to cry," I whispered. "She looks like a baby bumblebee flower girl," Patrick said, grinning as he leaned down to give Sassy a pat. "Sorry, girl. Maybe next year." Sassy gave a haughty sniff and adjusted her butterfly wings with a shake, clearly unimpressed by the outcome. The influencers rallied for a group photo with Sweet Pea, all beaming and clutching the oversized blue ribbon Chrissy handed them with a forced cheerfulness that made her eye twitch. Addison did a spin with her cape, Tilden raised his drone for a selfie shot, and Marlowe knelt beside the dog with a smile that finally reached her eyes. But as she stood, I caught her slipping her phone into her purse with just a little more force than necessary. Chrissy turned off her mic and blew out a dramatic sigh. "Lord have mercy," she muttered. "Y'all better pray there's not a second act. I need a hot stone massage and a vat of wine. You can find me at Be Happy Spa." "You did great," I said, looping Pepper's leash around my wrist as he tried to investigate the gazebo steps. Wrangling influencers has got to be harder than herding cats. Chrissy shook her head. "Honey, cats have better manners." Just then, Sweet Pea barked once, sharp and proud, like she knew she'd won the whole town over. And for a moment, the smiles looked real. The crowd cheered, and the sun hit the gazebo just right, casting golden rays across the park like something out of a Hallmark movie. But as Marlowe stepped off the stage, her smile slipped just a little, and her gaze flicked over the crowd like she was searching for something, or someone. Tilden moved in beside her, his voice low and tight as he leaned toward her shoulder. "We aren't done," he muttered, his tone sharp enough to slice through her curated calm. "I've got a bone to pick with you." Marlowe's jaw tightened. She didn't answer. She turned her back on him without a word. Behind them, Addison was still twirling for the live stream, her cheerful commentary floating through the air like everything was just fine. Only it wasn't. And something about the way Tilden was staring at Marlowe made the hairs on the back of my... Chapter 6. I'm going to just let it go, I told Patrick as we walked down to the marina. Birdie seemed fine before we left, so if she's fine, then I'm fine. After the parade, as we were taking the dogs back home before Patrick took me on our anniversary date, he'd asked if I needed to go work at the Bean Hive and give Birdie the day off, since she'd not only been humiliated by Marlowe, but she was upset, and rightfully so. There was nothing worse than telling a real-life celebrity that you were their biggest fan and they were completely not the same person. Besides, Bunny is working with her, and the school kids are at the booth at the festival. All is good, I said, my shoulders falling down as I really tried to believe my own words. Patrick and I rounded the curve at the end of the boardwalk, the sound of the waves lapping gently against boat slips growing louder with each step. The familiar scent of lake water hit first, briny and sweet, with just a whisper of engine oil, and then the unmistakable metallic tang of bait freezers that had seen one too many summers. The Honey Springs Marina spread out before us like a crooked smile, every inch of it humming with life in that laid-back, slow-moving way I'd come to love. I sat on the far end of the boardwalk, tucked just enough off the main drag to feel like its own little world. Boat slips jutted out into the lake like fingers, reaching for the horizon, and nestled between them was Big Bib's floating marina shop, a squat little cottage-style building painted a shade of weather-worn teal that somehow still looked charming, especially under the striped awning shading the front glass door. The shop leaned ever so slightly to one side, like it had opinions, and the banner hanging above it read, Big Bib's Boats, Bait, and Battery Charging Station, in chipping red paint. A weather-beaten sign stuck in the gravel out front warned, No Wake Zone, in crooked lettering, though judging by the boot prints crossing it, not everyone was inclined to follow lake rules. A couple of weekend boaters stood by the dock, loading up coolers and life jackets, while an older man fussed with the outboard motor on a fishing skiff nearby. The low hum of a distant trolling motor echoed off the water, and from somewhere behind the shop I caught the sharp clink of a propane tank being refilled. "Smells like fish guts and gasoline," I said, wrinkling my nose as we stepped closer. Patrick laughed. "Romantic, isn't it?" Before I could respond, the glass door swung open with a creak, and out stomped Big Bib himself, 6 feet of grease-stained denim and Metallica bravado. He wore his usual get-up, faded red suspenders clipped onto a pair of oil-smudged overalls, the sleeves of his band tee cut clean off to reveal arms that looked like they could wrangle an outboard motor into submission. His scraggly beard twitched when he spotted us, a grin barely visible beneath all that salt and pepper fuzz. "Well, well, well, if it ain't the Kane lovebirds," he bellowed, wiping his hands on a towel that might have once been white. "Figured you'd be headed out for a smooch fest." I rolled my eyes, but smiled. "Hey, Bib, don't tell me you're jealous." "Jealous?" He laughed, a deep belly sound that made the windows of his shop rattle. "The only thing I'm jealous of is anyone not stuck dealing with all these city slicker tourists, asking me if the lake has sharks." We laughed. Patrick held out a hand. "Thanks for setting us up." Bib gave a nod and pointed toward the end of the dock, where one of his pontoons bobbed gently against its mooring lines. "Got her gassed, cleaned, and packed with extra cushions. Brought you the blue one with the cup holders that don't leak." "You spoil me," I said. As we walked down the boat slip towards the pontoon, the wooden planks creaked beneath our boots. Bib hollered after us, "Watch for the geese!
One of them's been acting like he owns the lake. Tried to bite me yesterday."
"Noted," Patrick called back, already climbing aboard. Bib gave the side of the boat a pat as we pushed off.
"Happy anniversary, you two. Don't do anything I wouldn't do."
"Then we're in trouble," I shouted with a laugh as we drifted into the water. The lake stretched out before us like a silver blue promise, and as I stepped onto the pontoon, I glanced back toward the boardwalk. The Bean Hive's striped awning peeked just into view beyond the boardwalk, and for the first time all day, I felt like I could take a full breath. We eased away from the dock with a soft bump and a gentle churn of the pontoon's motor. Patrick had thought of everything: extra cushions for the bench seat, a soft plaid blanket draped over the cooler, and even 2 thermoses of coffee tucked into the cup holders. I stretched out my legs and let the crisp breeze tug at the ends of my cardigan as the lake opened up before us. Lake Honey Springs was placid this time of day. Most of the festival crowd was tucked back in town, and the only other boaters we passed were fishermen waving from their bass boats or bundled up retirees casting lines from quiet pontoons. Out here, with the motor humming low and the water winking in the sun, it felt like the rest of the world had been politely asked to wait. Patrick stood behind the wheel, one hand on the throttle, the other resting on the railing like he'd been born with lake water in his veins. As we turned off the main stretch and slipped into the mouth of the narrow cove, the trees thickened around us, bending slightly over the water as if they were trying to listen in on whatever secrets we brought with us. The water grew calmer, darker, until it was more mirror than lake, reflecting the curling branches and the scatter of clouds overhead.
"You still love this place?"
Patrick asked, cutting the engine and letting the pontoon drift slowly into the cradle of the cove. I looked around and nodded. More than anything. It was the same little patch of quiet we used to sneak off to as teenagers. Our cove. Hidden from the main channel by a sloping wall of limestone and thick brush, it opened into a shallow circle of still water, ringed with mossy rocks and crowned by a small waterfall that trickled down like a ribbon of silver. Back then, we dared each other to swim to the base of the falls, held our breath to see who could find the hidden cave behind the rocks first, and made promises under starlight we were too young to understand. And later, after life had twisted and turned and broken us apart, this was the place we came back to. We'd rented a cabin cruiser and anchored right there, grilling steaks on a tiny camp stove, wrapped in fleece blankets and soft apologies. This was where we'd started again, not from scratch, but from something stronger. Patrick cut the engine, letting us bob gently in the current. "I kept thinking about that night," I said softly, watching the waterfall shimmer through the trees. "When we stayed on the cruiser, the steak dinner, the fireflies, you snoring like a chainsaw." He grinned and nudged my knee with his.
"You said it was romantic at the time."
"It was," I admitted, even with the snoring. We fell quiet for a moment, just the trickle of water and the rustle of wind through bare branches filling the air. A pair of ducks drifted by, unconcerned by our presence. Patrick reached for my hand, threading his fingers through mine.
"You know I never stopped thinking about you, right? Even when I thought I'd never see you again."
I nodded. "And I never stopped wondering what would have happened if I'd known what Kirk told you back then."
"That I wasn't wanted?"
I turned toward him, heart squeezing tight. "You were wanted. Always." He brought my hand to his lips.
"Still am."
We didn't need grand gestures. We had this: water, dogs, coffee, and history. And the steady understanding that no matter how twisty the road back to each other had been, we'd found our way. Patrick looked out at the falls.
"Think the cave's still there?"
"Probably," I said, but I'm not getting in that cold water to find out.
Chicken,
Says the man with thermal socks on. We both laughed, the kind of deep, easy laugh that came only with someone who knew all your stories and loved you anyway. As the sun climbed higher and the wind danced little ripples across the lake, I leaned my head against his shoulder and felt, down to my bones, that I was exactly where I was meant to be. We stayed that way for a long while, just the two of us and the steady hush of water against the boat. Patrick eventually pulled the blanket over our legs, and we sipped coffee from the thermoses while nibbling on cranberry scones Bunny had tucked into the cooler. We talked about everything and nothing. How we used to sneak out to this very spot when we were kids. How the Bean Hive's espresso machine had started making that strange hiccuping sound again. And how maybe, just maybe, we ought to start thinking about taking a real vacation someday. Maybe somewhere without cell service, I mused, tucking my legs beneath me. Patrick gave a half laugh.
you'd last 5 minutes.
3, tops, I agreed, smiling. We shared one last sip of lukewarm coffee, and then he reached for the throttle. The sun had started its slow dip behind the trees, the sky threaded with long streaks of orange. It was time. Late afternoon sun shimmered on the water, turning the lake into a golden quilt of light. Patrick kept his hand steady on the throttle and guided us right past the marina. I straightened up, glancing over my shoulder as Big Bib's floating shop drifted out of view. "Wait a second," I said, sitting up straighter. "You missed our turn." Patrick just grinned and kept his hand steady on the throttle.
I know.
"Patrick, what have you done?" I asked slowly, narrowing my eyes. He said nothing, just that lopsided, maddeningly adorable grin. The breeze had taken on a cooler bite, brushing against my cheeks as we rounded the bend near the Cocoon Inn. From the lake, the inn looked like something off a vintage postcard, its wrap-around porches wrapped in garland, soft lights winking through the branches of the trees lining the shore. But then I saw it. Just beyond the line of Kentucky bluegrass, on the sandy beach in front of the Cocoon Inn, twinkle lights glowed like fireflies caught in a mason jar. White tent canopies fluttered in the breeze, gauzy curtains tied back with sprigs of rosemary and cedar. Round tables draped in creamy linen stood in neat rows, each one topped with little centerpieces of wildflowers and flickering glass lanterns. The soft golden flames of tiki torches lined the edge of the sand, their light dancing in the wind. And from the porch speakers of the inn, I heard the gentle croon of an old country love song drift out over the water, one we used to slow dance to, barefoot, in my aunt's living room when I came home for summers. "Oh, my word," I whispered. "Patrick!" He turned to me and took my hand.
Happy anniversary, Mrs. Kane.
My throat tightened so much I couldn't speak. I glanced back at the beach, where a few familiar silhouettes waited. Aunt Maxi in her oversized cardigan and wind-swept lavender curls, Bunny waving a dish towel like it was a flag, and even Birdie standing shyly near a fire pit, her face lit up with anticipation instead of espresso steam for once. Patrick eased the boat up to the small dock near the lawn, hopping off to secure the lines before offering me his hand. I stepped off the pontoon like I was stepping into a dream. The grass was lush beneath my boots, and the faint scent of pine and roasted marshmallows floated through the air. Bonfires crackled nearby with folding chairs pulled close, and laughter bubbled from the crowd as more friends from town began to emerge. My mom, Jean Hill, Louise Carlton, Big Bib with a red bandana tucked in his pocket, and even Kami, carrying a tray of what looked suspiciously like her bourbon-glazed bread pudding. This is too much," I said, blinking back tears. When did you?
I had help, he said, his thumb brushing against my knuckles. Everyone wanted to pitch in. You're the heart of this town, Roxy, and tonight's about you knowing that.
But the Bean Hive, the festival, the dogs.
All handled, he said with a wink. You give so much to everybody else. It's your turn.
As we walked hand in hand toward the lights, the grass cool beneath our feet and the sky streaked with the last blush of sunset, I felt something settle deep in my chest. Gratitude, love, peace. This was home, not just the place, but the people, the memories, the promises kept. And Patrick, standing beside me with that forever kind of look in his eyes. I squeezed his hand. You really outdid yourself. He grinned.
Just wait till you see the dessert table.
I laughed. I couldn't help it. And as we stepped into the soft light of the beach, surrounded by friends and the hum of lake life and a love that never truly let go, I knew down to my bones that this chapter of my story was my favorite yet. Chapter 7. The first breath of morning hit like the first sip of freshly brewed coffee, warm, quiet, and full of promise. I tugged on my beanie and zipped my vest all the way up to my chin before wheeling my bike off the front porch. Pepper trotted after me with purpose, his little salt and pepper brows already set in determination, like he had a checklist to get through and we were behind. "Early bird gets the worm, huh?" I asked, as I hoisted him gently into the basket on the front of the bike. He yipped once, already sitting up proud, his ears twitching with every sound in the sleepy woods around us. The air wrapped around me like a worn sweater left too long in the icebox, cool, damp, and brisk with a sleepy kind of stillness that only existed at 4:30 in the morning. I coasted my bike slowly along the narrow road toward town. Pepper nestled in the basket up front, his brows furrowed in his usual look of suspicion and excitement. Every so often he let out a soft chuff, ears twitching at the rustle of leaves or chirp of an ambitious cricket still holding on to its nightly post. Our wheels crunched over a patch of scattered acorns, and I leaned into the gentle curves of the familiar road, my breath misting slightly in the pre-dawn chill. Lake Honey Springs peeked through the trees on my right, still cloaked in a blanket of silvery fog that hovered over the surface like a secret. The trees lining the water's edge were ablaze in deep red, gold, and pumpkin orange, late autumn's last stand before winter moved in with its blank canvas. As the road smoothed out near the boardwalk ramp, Pepper lifted his head, sniffed the air, and gave a tiny yip. "Yep," I said softly, pedaling us over the wooden planks with their satisfying thump-thump rhythm. "We're almost home, buddy." The bean hive came into view, its front windows glowing faintly from the automatic timer lights I'd installed last spring. The familiar awning fluttered gently in the breeze, its striped canvas swaying above the sturdy old doors that had welcomed more locals and gossip than I could count. I parked at the bike rack, the metal frame cold under my fingers as I locked it into place. Pepper waited patiently while I took him from the basket and scooped him into my arms. The chill in the air made him nuzzle into the crook of my elbow, warm and familiar. The bell above the bean hive door jingled its soft welcome as I nudged it open. And just like always, the moment we stepped inside, everything changed. The scent of roasted beans mingled with last night's lingering notes of cinnamon and vanilla cream, clinging to the old brick walls like memory. Pepper wiggled out of my arms and made a beeline for his bowls next to the counter. I flicked on the kitchen lights. "Hang tight, little man," I said, grabbing his bin of kibble from the shelf under the counter and pouring out a generous scoop into his ceramic bowl. The gentle clatter of kibble hitting the ceramic filled the quiet space, and Pepper dove in like he hadn't been fed since last fall. I took a long moment to stand there and soak it all in. The Bean Hive was mine. This place had saved me once, when I came back to Honey Springs with nothing but a broken heart and a determined spirit. But now it was my heartbeat, the backdrop of my mornings, the hub of my community, and the place I loved more than I ever thought possible. I moved to the back of the shop and flipped on the big industrial coffee pots. Birdie had already prepped them last night, filters loaded, grounds measured out to the gram, water lines double-checked. With one simple click, the first gentle hiss of brewing began, followed by the slow, rhythmic drip that was music to my ears. The whole shop would smell like heaven in a few minutes. From the walk-in fridge, I retrieved trays of pre-made blueberry crumb cakes, pumpkin spice muffins, and apple cinnamon bread, each one labeled with Bunny's careful handwriting. I slid them into the warming ovens and turned on the stovetops, the burners clicking and flaring to life. The sweet, earthy scent of baking batter and brewing coffee mixed into that perfume that was, to me, more powerful than anything found behind a department store counter. While the pastries warmed, I made quick work of wiping down the tables. The gingham cloths were clean from the closing employees, but I liked to make sure. I refilled each table's cream pitcher with fresh dairy from Hill's farm, the tiny antique cow pourers making the task feel more like setting a country tea than prepping a busy cafe. The salt and pepper shakers, all mismatched antiques from Wild and Whimsy, got a quick check and wipe down too. The self-serve coffee bar got its final polish, thermoses lined up like proud soldiers awaiting duty. I double-checked the sugar packets, stirred the honey pots, and made sure the cinnamon and nutmeg shakers were full. Small things, but the Bean Hive's regulars expected their comforts, and I aimed to deliver. The tea bar, set up on the opposite side of the counter, got a fresh array of options. Everything from spicy chai to lemon balm was restocked. The jars lined up like colorful apothecary bottles. From the kitchen, the timer dinged. I pulled out the pastries, their golden tops rising just enough to make me smile, and transferred them to the cooling racks. The aroma of maple and spice filled the kitchen, curling into the front of the shop with an almost physical presence. Pepper, full and now curled in his beanbag bed, let out a satisfied huff, his nose twitching at the smells wafting around him. His little tail wiggled. "Don't even think about begging," I warned, laughing under my breath as I sliced the first loaf of apple cinnamon bread and laid the slices neatly on the display tray by the register. Sunlight started to spill through the windows, lighting up the old wood floors and warming the brick behind the espresso machine. Outside, the boardwalk looked like it still belonged to ghosts, empty, quiet, bathed in mist, but I knew in another hour it would buzz with life. I took a step back, surveying the space. It wasn't fancy. The exposed beams creaked sometimes, and the antique chairs didn't always match. But the Bean Hive had heart. It was warm. It was real. And for the moment, it was mine alone. I poured myself a mug of black coffee, strong and rich, and took a slow sip, letting the heat settle me. The chair near the window called my name, and I sank into it with a deep breath. Pepper curled beside me like the world's most opinionated foot-warmer. Outside, a gull cried somewhere over the lake. The fog had begun to lift, and the first stirrings of morning were creeping onto the boardwalk. Distant footsteps, the rattle of a delivery cart, a muffled hello from Donald as he passed by to open the barber shop. I glanced at the clock. Almost time to flip the sign. Another day at the Bean Hive. Another morning to welcome my town with warmth and coffee and the comfort of routine. And if I was lucky, maybe, just maybe, I'd get through it without any more influencer drama. But in Honey Springs, luck was never guaranteed. The bell above the front door jingled, and just like clockwork, in waddled Bunny Bowowski, brown coat buttoned tight against the morning chill, pillbox hat perched primly on her silver curls, and that ever-present pocketbook swinging from the crook of her arm.
and sugar," she called out in her cheerful, brisk voice that could cut through fog thicker than the kind still hanging over Lake Honey Springs. "I couldn't sleep worth a lick." Behind her, in matching knee-high stockings and orthopedic shoes, came Maybelle Donovan, her bonnet tied with a dramatic bow beneath her chin, the ends fluttering slightly as she pushed the door closed with her elbow. "Couldn't sleep either," Maybelle added with a sigh, already making a beeline for the coffee bar. "My bunion was talking to me all night. I said, fine, I'll go see what the girls are up to at the Hive." Pepper jumped up and trotted over with a hopeful look in his eyes. "Well, hey there, handsome," Bunny cooed, pulling a biscuit from her coat pocket like it was part of her daily uniform. "You been a good boy this morning." Pepper answered with a happy yip and a tail wag, earning his treat and a chuckle from Maybelle. Bunny peeled off her coat and hat, hanging them on the little stand by the door before grabbing one of the Bean Hive aprons from the hook. "Where do you want me?" she asked, already tying the strings around her waist with practiced ease. I smiled and handed her a tray of pumpkin spice muffins I'd just pulled from the oven. "You're a lifesaver as always. These need to go out, and if you don't mind grabbing the cranberry orange scones next." "Already on it," she said, disappearing into the kitchen like she owned the place, which honestly she kind of did, at least in spirit. Maybelle fixed herself a cup of the Neewollah blend from the self-serve bar, pinky raised and stir-straw already twirling. She took her usual seat at the long window table, her eyes trained on the quiet boardwalk beyond. "You hear anything yet this morning?" she asked without looking at me. "I figure the influencers already posted some nonsense about yesterday." "I haven't checked," I said, brushing a crumb off the counter, trying to stay in denial until after I finished my first latte. "Smart girl," she said with a nod, lifting her cup in salute. "Nothing good ever came from scrolling." Bunny returned, sleeves rolled up and apron dusted with flour. "Maybelle, you better go help yourself to one of those maple pecan bars before they're all gone." Maybelle gave a dramatic sigh and rose, muttering, "The things I do to survive in this town." Just then, the bell above the door jingled like it had been yanked straight off its hook, and Birdie burst through, cheeks flushed and hair flying. "I'm so sorry," she gasped, clutching her messenger bag like it might bolt. "I didn't mean to." "It's fine," I cut in with a small smile, waving her toward the kitchen. "Really, go get your apron. We've got it covered." Birdie gave a sheepish grin, still catching her breath. Okay, thank you. I didn't want you to think I was still upset about yesterday with Marlowe or anything." I didn't press. I just nodded. Birdie might have been trying to act like she'd shaken off the snub, but the sting of a letdown like that didn't fade overnight, especially when your hero turned out to be nothing but hot air in a pretty outfit. The Bean Hive felt full now, not with customers, but with that comforting rhythm of community, of routine, of the kind that settled into your bones like a good cup of coffee on a cold morning. And Bunny started fussing with the pastry display, and Maybelle claimed her chair at her usual spot at one of the tables, again with the grace of a queen reclaiming her throne, and Birdie was getting all the chalkboards updated for the day's specials. I couldn't help but feel like things were right where they needed to be. With the ovens humming, and Bunny and Maybelle in their usual groove, Maybelle already tucked into her corner with her prayer chain notebook wide open and a plastic stir-straw poking out of her coffee cup, and Bunny wiping down the front counter, I twisted the lid on the last thermos of cinnamon maple morning blend and eased it into the old wooden crate. "All right, I'm heading to drop these off for Kami," I said, settling the crate against my hip. The familiar weight of it made my elbow ache a little, but it was a good kind of ache, like the one you get from doing something that matters. I nudged the swinging door open with my hip and stepped outside, the air cool and still holding on to the bite of the night. Pepper trotted at my side. He always seemed to know.
The sky hadn't decided if it wanted to be morning yet. A thin sheet of clouds hung just above the lake, and the water itself looked like glass, flat and quiet, broken only by the occasional ripple from a duck gliding near the edge. A little mist clung to the surface, curling low over the shoreline and weaving between the rocks like it was in no hurry to disappear. I took my time walking down the boardwalk. The wooden planks felt damp beneath my boots, and I caught the faint scent of lake water and last night's fried food lingering from the vendors. Someone had already lit a cinnamon-scented candle on their porch up the way. The sweet scent drifted just enough on the breeze to make me hungry again, even after sampling my own crumb cake back at the Bean Hive. Each step closer to the Cocoon Inn brought a rush of memories from the night before. The way Patrick had steered the pontoon right past the marina, my confusion growing with every bend of the shoreline, the warm glow of lights waiting for us at the Cocoon's private beach, the sound of laughter before I even saw the gathered faces of the people I loved, a surprise anniversary party, lit with twinkle lights and strung up greenery, with tables dressed in creamy cloths and bouquets of wildflowers set in mismatched jars. Tiki torches lined the sand, flickering soft and low. Kami had outdone herself. And Patrick. Goodness, Patrick. I smiled to myself, shifting the crate to the other hip. He'd made that night feel like a page torn out of a storybook. Not fancy or fussy, just ours. With hugs and hand squeezes, and even Louise Carleton holding up her wine glass and shouting, "To Roxy and Patrick," before tripping on a pine cone and nearly knocking over the drink table. Pepper gave a sharp yip beside me. "Pepper, heel," I called, nudging the crate higher as I reached the stretch of the boardwalk behind the Cocoon Inn. But he wasn't having it. One second he was trotting along beside me, the next he bolted down the slope of Kentucky bluegrass like a furry little cannonball. "Pepper!" I shouted, trying to hold the crate steady while jogging awkwardly after him. "Come back here!" He ignored me completely, paws kicking up sand as he shot toward the shoreline, his bark suddenly turning shrill and frantic. "Pepper, no! Get back here!" I dropped the crate, 3 thermoses thunking into the grass, and ran. My boots hit the edge of the beach, slipping slightly in the sand. Pepper was already down by the water, nose low, barking his head off at something laying at the edge of the lake. A lump. My heart stuttered. "Pepper, stop!" I reached him and caught the scruff of his neck just as a wave lapped up and rolled gently over a pale arm. My breath caught. A body. A woman. Face down, hair dark and soaked, skirt dragging in the current like pondweed. Even before I stepped closer, I knew. The perfectly styled auburn bob, the shimmery jacket from the parade, the delicate half heel buried in the sand. Marlowe. Flat on her stomach like she'd fallen asleep in the shallows and forgotten to wake up. But no one sleeps like that. I dropped to my knees in the sand, voice caught somewhere between a scream and a prayer. She wasn't moving, not even a twitch. Pepper whimpered beside me, ears pinned back. I took a shaky step closer, the sand cold and damp beneath my knees. My eyes followed the curve of her shoulder, the way one arm was twisted oddly beneath her. And then I saw her face. Her eyes were open, staring out across the lake, blank and unblinking. No fear, no pain, no life. Just wide, empty eyes that had once told thousands of fans how to contour and click like. Now dull as driftwood. I clutched Pepper to my chest. My breath caught somewhere between a gasp and a scream. Marlowe Lanigan was dead, and the quiet of Honey Springs had just shattered. Chapter 8. With Pepper trembling in one arm, I pulled my phone from the back pocket of my jeans with a shaky hand. My thumb fumbled across the screen twice before I finally tapped the call button. Sheriff Spencer Shepherd answered on the second ring.
"This is Shepherd."
"It's Roxy," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I'm down at the Cocoon Inn beach. It's Marlowe." There was a beat of silence on the line. She's gone," I said, forcing the words out like dry coffee grounds. "Face down. Her eyes are open. She's not breathing."
"I'm on my way. Don't touch anything. Stay where you are."
He hung up before I could say anything else. I stood there in the quiet, my heart pounding in my ears. Pepper's soft, worried whimper was the only sound, besides the hush of water gently lapping against the shore. A cool breeze swept off the lake and lifted the edge of my cardigan, but I didn't move. Couldn't. It didn't matter that Spencer was only minutes away. It felt like hours. Finally, the distant thrum of tires coming into the parking lot echoed toward me, followed by the slam of a car door as Spencer got out of his cruiser. The sight of his brown sheriff's uniform and that stiff, straight posture nearly made my knees buckle with relief. Spencer moved fast. His boots hit the sand with a practiced pace, one hand already scribbling something into a small notebook he always kept in his front pocket.
"Stay back, Roxy," he said, voice firm but not unkind. "You okay?"
I nodded, but I wasn't sure that was true. He crouched beside Marlowe's body, eyes scanning the position, the curve of her neck, the stillness that hung too heavy in the air.
"Kevin's en route,"
he muttered, then stood and thumbed through his phone.
"I need to call the mayor and secure the area."
He stepped away to make the calls, his deep voice low and clipped as he rattled off directions and dispatched deputies to block off the beach. A few guests from the inn had begun to wander out, drawn by the sight of flashing lights. Spencer turned sharply and barked, "Back inside, please. This is an active investigation." A minute later, he turned back to me.
"Tell me everything," he said, flipping open his notebook. "Start from when you left the Bean Hive."
His eyes took in the crate of thermoses of coffee on the ground I'd dropped. I swallowed, trying to get my bearings. I was just walking the thermoses over to Kami. Pepper darted toward the beach and wouldn't stop barking. That's when I saw her. I didn't touch anything, I promise. He nodded, jotting quickly.
"Was anyone else out here?"
"No," I said. "Just us." The sound of another engine approaching signaled the arrival of Kevin Roberts, the Honey Springs coroner. Kevin was tall and rail thin, with a slow gait and sharp eyes that missed nothing. He gave me a small nod before joining Spencer at the body. Pepper let out another low whine and pressed his snout into the crook of my arm. I buried my face in his fur and tried not to look at the shoreline. Spencer turned to me again after a few quiet words with Kevin.
"She's cold,"
he said, his tone a little more subdued.
"Kevin will confirm, but she's been here for a while."
I nodded numbly. I thought she might have drowned, but her face... I shuddered. It didn't look like someone who was afraid, just empty. Spencer tapped the end of his pen on the edge of his notebook.
"We'll need a full statement, official, but not now."
I nodded again. He took a step closer and lowered his voice.
"And Roxy, you stay out of this one."
It was always the same warning, only this time he didn't even sound convinced it would stick. Kami Montgomery burst through the back door of the Cocoon Inn, her cardinal red ponytail flying behind her, and Walker was just a step behind her, his boots thudding across the grass as they headed for the beach. "Roxy," she called, her voice catching in the wind. "What on earth is going on?" I turned to them, still crouched near Pepper, who had finally quieted, his wiry little body trembling beside me. "She's..." I couldn't finish the sentence. My mouth went dry as I looked back toward Marlowe.
Walker jogged the last few feet and stopped short, his jaw locking.
"Is that?"
Kami gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "Oh, my word! Marlowe?" Walker gently steered Kami back, keeping his arm around her shoulders.
"Come on, honey. Let's give Spencer some space."
Kami looked like she wanted to argue, but the shock on her face overruled the words forming behind her lips. Kevin knelt beside Marlowe and quietly did his work. The rest of us stood back, Kami still wrapped in Walker's arms, and me trying not to lose my breakfast as the church cart was brought out and the body gently lifted. Then we heard them. 2 voices, panicked, high-pitched, and unmistakably frantic, rushed down the boardwalk. "Oh, my God! What's happening?" Addison and Tilden. They skidded to a halt just behind the beach's rope line, both wearing yesterday's influencer uniforms, matching branded jackets, and styled waves that now hung limp in the damp air. Addison's phone was in her hand, her screen still lit from recording. Addison gasped. "That's Marlowe. Is she—" She turned to me, her eyes huge. "Is she dead?" Tilden stared at the cart, his face losing every trace of color.
"No.
"No, she can't be." He staggered forward, only for Spencer to hold up a hand.
"Back up,"
Spencer barked.
"This is an active scene."
Addison's mouth opened, then snapped shut. Tears sprang to her eyes, black mascara already smudging beneath them. "I just saw her. Last night she was fine. She said she was going to make content by the lake." Tilden's eyes snapped toward Addison.
"That's what you were fighting about, remember? You told her she went too far."
Addison's face went blank. Spencer stepped between them, his notebook in hand.
"I'm going to need you both to stay here. We'll get your statements."
Walker cleared his throat, visibly shaken.
"Do you need anything from the inn?" "Not yet,"
Spencer said without looking at him,
"but I will."
As the coroner zipped the bag and began the careful process of loading it onto the cart, I stepped back another pace and let myself take it all in. Marlowe Lanigan, gone. The same woman who had brushed off Birdie like she was nothing, who had argued with Tilden in front of 1,000 eyes, who had played queen bee influencer all over town. Now she was still, silent, on a body cart. Spencer turned to Kevin and gave a nod, signaling that the beach was clear enough for now. Then he motioned to the rest of us.
"Inside,"
he said, voice low but firm.
"Hospitality room. I need statements from each of you."
I followed behind him, my arms wrapped tightly around Pepper, who had gone from whimpering to a low, watchful growl. The wind had picked up a bit off the lake, and I tucked his snout into the crook of my elbow as we climbed the short steps to the Cocoon Inn's porch. Kami held the door open for us. Her face was pale, and her usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. "Y'all come on in," she murmured, her southern hospitality still kicking in even through the shock. Inside the inn, the air was warmer and heavy with the scent of lemon polish and something herbal, lavender maybe. The wood floors creaked underfoot as we moved through the narrow back hallway, past old paintings in ornate gold frames and a cabinet filled with antique teacups. The hospitality room sat just off the main hallway, and its wide pocket doors were already open. The space felt like the kind of place you'd want to tuck into with a blanket and a good book on a rainy day. Plush armchairs sat angled toward a stone fireplace, its hearth stacked with fresh logs that hadn't yet been lit. There were cream-colored curtains tied back on either side of the tall windows, and a long antique credenza hugged the far wall, lined with trays of pastries from earlier and a couple of the Bean Hive thermoses. Spencer gestured toward the armchairs.
"Everyone have a seat."
Addison dropped into one with a little too much drama. her branded jacket riding up over her shoulders. Tilden sat stiffly beside her, elbows on his knees, fingers threading together in a white-knuckled knot. I slid into a chair across from them, keeping Pepper on my lap, his ears perked and twitching with every sound. Walker stood near the fireplace, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his jacket. Kami lingered in the doorway, wringing her hands and whispering something to him I couldn't quite hear. She looked torn between needing to help and wishing she could erase the whole scene from her memory. Spencer pulled out his small notebook again, flipping to a fresh page. He didn't sit. He stood in the center of the room, anchoring us all like a storm tether. "All right, nobody's under arrest," he began. "I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I just need to understand what happened and who saw what and when."
Addison sniffled.
"I already told you. I saw her last night. She said she was going to the lake to film some B-roll before we went to bed." "Did she say where exactly?"
Spencer asked.
"No."
Addison shook her head.
"Just down to the water. She had that cape thing on. She said it would look epic."
Her voice cracked.
"I didn't think she meant to be out there all night."
Spencer jotted something down and turned to Tilden.
"And you? When was the last time you saw her?"
Tilden glanced toward the window, then back at Spencer.
"Same time. We left the gazebo after the parade judging. Went back to the inn, had some words. She stormed off, said she needed air. I figured she was just blowing off steam." "What were those words about?"
Spencer pressed.
Tilden's lips thinned. "Creative differences."
I raised an eyebrow. That was an interesting way to describe a full-on shouting match. Spencer's gaze flicked to me.
"Roxy?"
I gave him a slow nod. After I left the Bean Hive, I was walking the thermoses here. Pepper broke from me and ran toward the beach. That's when I saw her. I didn't move her. I didn't go near. I called you right away." He scribbled a few more notes, then paused, looking around the room.
"Anyone else see her after the event?"
Addison and Tilden both shook their heads. Kami hesitated, then cleared her throat. "She said something to me as she passed through the lobby on her way out. She asked if the beach was private or if tourists could film there. I told her it was part of the hotel property, but open to guests." Spencer nodded slowly.
"All right. No one leaves Honey Springs without checking in with me first. We'll be reviewing footage if any was taken on those phones or live streams. If anything pops into your memory, no matter how small, come to me."
Addison's lower lip trembled and she nodded.
"Yes, sir."
Tilden leaned forward.
"Is it possible? I mean, could she have slipped? Hit her head or something?"
Kevin's voice came from the hallway behind us.
"Too early to say for sure, but her body was face down in only a few inches of water. She would have had to pass out cold for it to be drowning."
Spencer glanced toward the open doorway, then turned back to us.
"We'll let the coroner do his job. Until then, I'm treating this as suspicious. If anyone's thinking this was an accident, don't."
Pepper whimpered again, burying his face under my arm. Spencer finally tucked his notebook back into his shirt pocket and straightened up.
"That's it for now. Kami, you okay if I station a deputy here until forensics is done combing the beach?"
"Of course," she said, voice trembling. "Anything you need." Walker gave her shoulder a squeeze, and Spencer gave them both a tight nod. As the atmosphere in the room started to shift, Addison reached for a napkin from the hospitality tray and dabbed under her eyes.
"I still don't understand,"
she whispered.
"Why would anyone want to hurt her?"
I didn't say it out loud, but I had a feeling there were more than a few people in Honey Springs who had opinions about Marlowe Lanigan. And now
All of them had just become suspects. Spencer gave one final glance toward the hospitality room, where Addison and Tilden were now sitting on opposite ends of the plush sofa, like strangers at a funeral parlor. Then he looked at me. "Let's talk," he said, motioning with a tilt of his head toward the hallway behind the front desk. I followed him down the corridor, past the muted patter of guests whispering near the staircase, the soft creak of old wood under our feet. At the end of the hall, he stopped in front of a heavy door and pushed it open. "Bar's closed," he said, stepping inside, "but it's quiet." The air inside the Cocoon Inn's bar was cooler than the rest of the hotel, tinged with the scent of lemon polish and faint traces of last night's bourbon. The lights were low, but not dark, just the kind of soft glow that came from early morning light pushing through old leaded glass windows. The space itself was tucked neatly into the back of the inn, like a secret kept just for those who knew to ask. The room was full of warm, dark wood, walnut paneling on the walls, deep shelves filled with glassware, and an old brass rail running the length of the long, polished bar. The stools were empty, each tucked neatly under the counter like soldiers standing at attention. I eased onto the stool closest to the end. Spencer didn't sit. He pulled out his small notepad and clicked his pen. "I know you already told me part of it out there," he said, his voice low and steady. "But now that it's quieter, I need you to walk me through it again. Start from when you left the Bean Hive." I nodded, fingers wrapped tight around Pepper's collar as he sat at my feet. I had just packed up the thermoses. Bunny and Maybelle were working the shop. Birdie had finally come in. I told them I was heading down to the Cocoon with the coffee. "You were alone?" Spencer asked, scribbling something on his pad. "Just me and Pepper." He nodded and gestured for me to continue. "It was early, probably just after 7, I said. The air was chilly but not cold. The boardwalk was quiet. I was thinking about last night, our anniversary, the party Patrick threw. I guess I was a little distracted." Spencer's eyes flicked up. "Distracted how?" "Not looking around much, just walking. That's why Pepper saw her before I did." He scribbled something again. "You said he barked?" "Loud. He took off toward the beach, straight to the edge of the water. I tried to call him back, but he wouldn't stop barking. That's when I saw her." I exhaled, steadying myself. She was lying face down near the shoreline, not floating, like she'd washed up and settled there. Eyes wide open, just gone. Spencer's jaw flexed. He tapped his pen against the paper. "Did you touch her at any point?" "No," I said quickly. "Didn't even get close enough. I just saw her and called you." He made a few more notes, flipping to the next page in his pad. The soft clink of ice shifting in the bar's glass coolers echoed from behind the counter, the only sound in the room for a moment. "Did you see anyone else nearby? Hear anything strange?" "Nothing. It was dead quiet. I don't think anyone else was out yet. Kami and Walker didn't come out until after I called you." "And you're sure she was alone when you found her?" I nodded. "No one else, just me, Pepper, and her." Spencer blew out a slow breath through his nose. "All right. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to get a preliminary report from Kevin, review security footage from the inn, if they've got any that faces the water, and I'll have the forensics team check every inch of that beach." He didn't say it, but I could feel the weight of it settling between us. Someone had done this. I looked around the room again, suddenly grateful for the quiet. The bar looked so different without the usual clinking glasses and hushed laughter. The bottles behind the counter were lined up in perfect rows, their labels catching the pale morning light. An untouched tray of clean tumblers sat near the sink. A single bar stool had a small rip in the leather cushion, one I'd noticed before when Patrick and I had a glass of wine here during the writer's retreat kickoff a few weeks ago. Everything was the same, and yet it wasn't. You think she was meeting someone? I asked. Spencer didn't answer right away. He glanced toward the door. If she was, we'll find out. He closed the notebook. You did the right thing calling me, Roxy. I didn't know what else to do, I said. That's the point. You called. His tone was firm, but gentler now. We'll take it from here. Pepper let out a soft huff and leaned his head against my boot. I reached down and scratched him between his ears, trying to ignore the way my stomach was twisting. That bar, even with its warm wood and quiet hush, felt like it was holding its breath, same as me. Spencer stepped away from where he'd been jotting in his notebook and pushed open the door, letting a strip of hallway light stretch across the floor. He didn't say anything, just held it open and waited. I stood up slowly, trying to steady my knees. As I passed him, I gave him the faintest nod, and he gave one back, just barely. But before I stepped completely into the hallway, something caught my eye. A splash of color at the far end of the bar, barely noticeable in the dim morning light, but it was there. I paused. Spencer turned, brows lifted, but didn't say anything as I moved toward it. It was a scarf. A deep purple one with gold thread woven through the fabric, a familiar shimmer. It lay crumpled near the edge of the bar, as though someone had tossed it down in a hurry and forgotten it. I knew that scarf. Birdie's scarf. She'd been wearing it yesterday at the parade. I remember it clearly now, looped around her neck when she'd stormed off after Marlowe had dismissed her like she was a nobody. And I remembered what she'd said, right there behind the counter, when we thought no one else was listening. People like her always get what they want until someone makes sure they don't. Goosebumps prickled down my spine. I looked back at the scarf, looked back at the door. Pepper gave a soft whine. Birdie had come into the Bean Hive late this morning, panting and flustered, rambling about alarms and locked doors and who knows what else. At the time, I'd chalked it up to embarrassment and her lingering frustration over Marlowe. But now? Why was her scarf here? I reached for it slowly, glancing toward the hallway to make sure Spencer hadn't followed me back in. He hadn't. I picked it up, quick but careful, and balled it into my hand before slipping it into my tote bag hanging by the crook of my arm. My heart pounded louder than it had all morning. It was probably nothing. It had to be nothing. Except in Honey Springs, nothing hardly ever stayed that way. Spencer was still standing just outside the bar's entrance when I returned, arms crossed and expression unreadable. "You okay?" he asked, not unkindly. I nodded. Yeah, just needed a breath. He didn't press, just thumbed toward the hospitality room with a slight tilt of his head. "Send in Tilden, would you?" "Sure," I said. I turned down the hallway, Pepper patting at my heels, scarf tucked in my bag like a secret I hadn't meant to keep, but now wasn't ready to share. "Tilden," I said softly, touching his arm as I passed. "Spencer's ready for you. He's waiting in the bar." He blinked like he was just waking up from a fog and gave a stiff nod. "Okay." His shoulders hunched as he moved down the hall, feet dragging, like each step weighed more than the last. I turned back toward the hospitality room. Addison was curled into one of the big armchairs by the fireplace, her knees tucked up to her chest. Her phone lay face down on the side table. She wasn't crying anymore, at least not outwardly, but her face was pale and drawn, mascara smudged in shadows under her eyes. Her perfectly curled hair had come loose from its pins. I sat in the chair beside hers and didn't say anything at first. She stared straight ahead at the empty coffee setup. "I can't believe she's gone," she said finally, her voice no more than a whisper. "She wasn't just my friend, Roxy. She was like my sister." I nodded gently, giving her space. We grew up together in Wisconsin, Addison said, still staring forward. We met in Girl Scouts. She used to trade her Thin Mints for my Samoas every year, even though she liked Thin Mints better, just because she knew I hated the coconut ones. Her chin trembled. We had this dream, this dumb, shiny dream to take our lives and make them sparkle, to do something big. We thought if we made people laugh, showed them how to style a thrift store outfit or turn a coffee table into a photo booth, that it meant we mattered. She finally looked at me. Her eyes were wide and full of pain. We built this whole brand together. Everything. She was the face. I was the planner. She knew how to charm people, and I knew how to package it. And yeah, sometimes she was sharp. She could be awful when she felt cornered. But she was also kind in ways people didn't see. She sent flowers to my mom when she had surgery last year. She paid for Tilden's flights when he couldn't afford them. She held my hand when I found out my dog had to be put down. A tear slipped down her cheek. I don't know how I'm supposed to keep doing this without her. This whole thing was our thing. I don't want to be in a single picture without her. My throat tightened. I'm so sorry, Addison. I mean that. She swiped at her face with the back of her hand, then reached for her phone. She was scared of water, she said, suddenly brittle. Couldn't even float. Her mom used to try to take her to lessons, and she'd freak out if her face got wet. So why would she come down to the lake? Why would she be alone? I didn't answer, not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't know. She wouldn't, Addison whispered. She wouldn't. I tucked that away, deep. A girl afraid of the lake wouldn't come down just to make content, not without someone or something pulling her there. Before I could ask more, her phone lit up and buzzed sharply against the wood of the side table. Addison glanced at the screen and let out a shuddering breath. It's my mom, she answered with a sniff. Hey, Mama. Her voice immediately softened. Yeah, I'm okay. No, I'm not. But I'm here. A pause, and then her expression shifted again, like the weight had landed even harder. Y'all are already at the gate? Another pause. I told you I needed you. I'm glad you're coming. She looked over at Kami, who had just stepped into the room with a folded cloth napkin in her hands, and that soft, grounded expression she always wore when someone was hurting. Kami, I said gently, Addison's mom and dad are on their way, at the airport now. Kami nodded and stepped closer. Addison, tell your mama that Walker will be at the airport to pick them up, and that we've got a room made up for them here at the inn. They don't need to worry about a thing. Addison relayed the message, her voice trembling with relief. Yes, ma'am. Walker's coming to get you. Kami's got a room ready. You'll be right here. She ended the call and slumped back into the armchair, covering her face with both hands. Thank you, she said quietly. I didn't know who to call. I couldn't be alone. You're not, I said softly. Not now. And as the fire crackled low beside us, and the early morning shadows stretched through the room, I knew in my gut that this was just the beginning. Marlo Lanigan was gone, but her secrets, they weren't buried yet. Chapter 9. The walk back to the Bean Hive was a blur. I didn't remember crossing the boardwalk or whether I'd passed anyone. The early morning warmth of the shop wrapped around me, but I couldn't shake off the chill clinging to my bones. Are you okay? Bunny's voice cut through the quiet as I passed the counter and pushed through the swinging door into the kitchen. Roxy? I barely registered her behind me as I let the door flap shut and stepped into the back. The kitchen of the Bean Hive was its own little world. A quiet hum of soft jazz drifting from the Bluetooth speaker in the corner, the familiar whoosh of the oven fans, and the ever-present scent of roasting beans, maple, and cinnamon hanging thick in the air. Stainless steel counters ran along the far wall, reflecting the soft yellow light in clean streaks. A massive prep island stood in the center, scarred with years of flour-dusted mornings, but solid as ever. Shelves of antique spice tins and mismatched mugs framed the back pantry, and the walk-in fridge hummed steadily nearby. On the far wall, the coat rack and apron hooks held extra layers and staff gear, and just beside the swinging door, a small wooden two-top sat beneath a window, its gingham placemats untouched. I dropped my tote onto the steel prep table with more force than I meant to. My hands were shaking again. "I'm fine," I said automatically when I heard Bunny step in behind me, but the crack in my voice gave me away.
"You're not fine," she said, voice sharp with concern. "You're as pale as sifted flour and sweating like you ran here in snow boots. Sit down before you fall down."
I grabbed one of the stools tucked under the prep station and dropped onto it. "How's Birdie been acting this morning?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but I knew my tone was too pointed, too direct. Bunny blinked, cocking her head.
"Birdie? Well, rattled."
"She say anything else?" Bunny crossed her arms, thinking.
"Just asked if the pumpkin scones had gone in yet. Didn't even ask about the special blend. That's not like her."
She paused.
"Still stewing over Marlowe, probably. That kind of public embarrassment doesn't fade in a day."
I swallowed hard. She might have had more reason to be upset than we thought. Bunny's expression shifted.
"What do you mean?"
I stood up and moved around to the other side of the prep table, glancing toward the closed, swinging door before lowering my voice. "It's Marlowe," I said. "She's dead." Bunny took a full step backward.
"What?"
"I found her." I nodded slowly, hands gripping the counter's edge. "On the beach at the Cocoon, face down in the sand. She looked like she'd been there a while." Bunny's hand flew to her mouth.
"Sweet mercy!"
I called Spencer. The coroner showed up. It's official. It's all happening right now. She pulled out the chair from the corner table and sat down like her legs gave out on her.
You're serious?"
I nodded. "And there's more." I reached into my tote bag with fingers that didn't quite want to move and pulled out the scarf. Deep purple, soft as cashmere, and stitched through with a shimmer of gold thread. It was wrinkled and smelled faintly like vanilla, just like Birdie always did after working a full shift. Bunny's eyes went wide.
"Is that?"
I nodded again. "She wore it at the parade yesterday. Remember? Right before Marlowe dismissed her like she was nothing. She had this on, matching earrings and all." Bunny leaned in, her breath shallow.
"She said something after that, too, didn't she?"
"Yeah," I said quietly. "People like her always get what they want until someone makes sure they don't." Goosebumps crept up my arms despite the warm oven heat. "I found the scarf crumpled on the bar," I said. Bunny's voice dropped to a whisper.
"You think she was there last night?"
"I don't know." I folded the scarf carefully in my hands. "But I didn't tell Spencer." Bunny looked at me like I'd turned into one of those scarecrows on the boardwalk.
"Roxy!"
I know. But until I know what I'm looking at, I couldn't just throw Birdie under the bus." Before she could answer, the swinging door flapped open again, and the air shifted as someone stepped inside. Birdie. She was tying on a clean apron as she walked in, cheeks flushed from the walk and the wind, her ponytail a little lopsided. She stopped short when she saw us, and then she saw the scarf. The blood drained from her face. Her eyes locked on it right there in my hands, and her whole body froze. I could hear the hum of the fridge, the faint hiss of the coffee pot on the back burner.
even Pepper's tags jingling faintly from the other side of the swinging door. "Oh," Birdie breathed. Her voice was thin and high, barely there. Her eyes darted from the scarf to Bunny and back to me. The scarf felt like a 10-pound brick in my hands. Birdie's eyes flicked between it and Bunny and me, like she was trying to read a language she didn't speak. Her mouth moved, but no words came. I softened my voice but didn't lower it. "Birdie, I need you to tell me how this got to the bar at the Cocoon Inn." She opened her mouth, then closed it. Her throat bobbed with a swallow. Bunny stepped back quietly and moved to stir something on the stove, giving us space but not really leaving. The kitchen was warm with the scent of cinnamon and coffee, the overhead lights bouncing off the stainless steel counters. The huge wooden prep table in the center of the room stood between Birdie and me like a witness. "The scarf, Birdie," I said, gentler now. "How did it end up on the bar?" Birdie finally looked down at her hands. Her fingers twisted into the hem of her Bean Hive apron. "I wasn't trying to hide anything. She sucked in a breath, then let it out. "I went to the Cocoon Inn last night." My heart gave a tiny, traitorous thud. She went on, her voice soft and fast, like if she said it all at once, it wouldn't catch up to her. "After the parade, after everything, I just felt awful about how I acted, about how Marlo looked at me. I wanted to apologize, not for asking her for a selfie because honestly I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but for how I acted afterward. I was embarrassed. I just thought if I could say sorry, maybe she'd forget about it. Maybe I wouldn't feel so dumb." She stopped to rub at one eye, but no tears fell. Her voice wasn't breaking from sadness, it was from shame. "So I walked over to the Cocoon. I knew she was staying there. I thought maybe I could catch her in the lobby or something. But when I got there, she wasn't around. I checked the board. Her room number was on the registry chalkboard Kami keeps. I thought about knocking, but I didn't. I just sat down in the hallway outside her room and waited." I stepped around the prep table and leaned against the edge, facing her head on. "How long were you there?" Birdie shrugged one shoulder. "I don't know. A while. Long enough that the hallway lights went into that dim mode. My phone battery was dead, so I couldn't check the time. I just sat there. I must have dozed off." Bunny turned off the burner and leaned against the counter, arms folded. Birdie's story was rolling out now, steady. "Next thing I knew, I woke up in the middle of the night. The place was quiet, like scary quiet. I was thirsty and I didn't want to bother anyone, so I went downstairs to the bar. I thought maybe there'd be one of those water pitchers. You know, the ones with the lemons floating in them." She looked up, then back down. "There wasn't. Not out front, anyway. The bar was dark but not locked. I ducked in. It was so quiet in there, just the creak of the floor under my feet. I set my scarf down on the counter while I looked around for a bottle of water or maybe something cold in one of those glass coolers behind the bar." I nodded, not speaking. "I found a bottle of water and drank it right there. I meant to put the scarf back on, but I guess I just forgot. I felt so tired. And it was the middle of the night, and I didn't want to go home that late. I curled up in one of the booths with my coat on and just fell asleep again." She finally looked up. "I didn't know anything was wrong until I woke up and realized the sun was coming up and I was going to be late. I ran out of there so fast I didn't even look at the bar again. I swear, Roxy, that's it. That's all that happened." I believed her, but that didn't make my stomach settle. I reached out and set the scarf down on the prep table. The steel surface was still cool despite the warm kitchen air, and the fabric barely made a sound as it landed. "Why didn't you say something this morning?" Birdie's voice dropped to a whisper. "Because I thought you'd be mad. After what happened yesterday with Marlo, I figured it would just make things worse. And then you looked at me so strange when I came in, and I didn't know what you knew, and—" "You didn't see her at all?" I asked. She shook her head hard. "Not once. I was going to apologize, but she never came back to the room, at least not while I was waiting." We stood in silence for a beat. Pepper let out a tiny huff near the coat rack, like he was tired of being ignored. Bunny finally spoke. "You believe her?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah, I do." Birdie let out a breath that came out more like a sob. "I was just trying to be decent after I acted like a brat, and now she's gone and my scarf's there and it looks like I did something." I picked the scarf back up and folded it, then slid it into the side pocket of my tote. "Right now, it's just between us," I said. "But Birdie, if Spencer finds out you were at the inn and didn't say anything—" I know," she whispered. I turned to Bunny. "Can you give her a minute?" Bunny gave Birdie a long look, then nodded and headed back toward the main coffee shop. When the door swung shut behind her, I reached out and put a hand on Birdie's shoulder. "If there's anything else, anything you remember later, you come to me first, okay?" Birdie nodded. "Okay." And while I still wasn't sure what kind of trouble we were actually in, I knew one thing. The scarf wasn't the only thing Birdie had left behind last night. She'd also dropped a heap of questions I wasn't sure I wanted the answers to just yet. But I'd find them, because I always do. Chapter 10. I hadn't even poured myself a fresh cup of coffee. The kitchen of the Bean Hive was quiet, as usual, but it felt even more like a sanctuary this morning compared to the front of the shop. Out there, the coffee house buzzed with the electric hum of Honey Springs gossip. Espresso steamed, mugs clinked, and chairs scraped against the floor as customers leaned in close, their voices low but urgent. Someone had died, and in this town, tragedy traveled faster than the smell of freshly brewed coffee. But back here, behind the swinging door, the noise dulled to a murmur. The stainless steel counters gleamed under the lights, the soft whir of the walk-in fridge and the tick of the preheating ovens the only sounds. I stood at the center island, our oversized wooden prep table, palms flat, heavy heart, letting the calm wash over me for just a second longer. Birdie's scarf, Birdie's confession, Marlowe's lifeless eyes. Pepper lay on the floor by the swinging door, his chin on his paws, watching me like he knew the weight on my chest was heavier than usual. The air smelled like the comfort scents that didn't quite reach the part of my brain screaming, "What now?" Before I could decide whether I should scrub down the island again or cry into my apron, the door flew open with a dramatic whoosh. "You know I can't sit on my hands when there's a murder afoot," Aunt Maxi boomed. She swept into the kitchen in all her flamboyant glory, hair teased to the heavens, half of it tucked under a leopard print turban, the rest jutting out like silvered fireworks. A full can's worth of Aquanet held it in place. Her eyes, lined with thick black pencil and dusted in neon blue shadow, sparkled as she zeroed in on me. "You heard already?" I asked, rubbing the knot forming at the back of my neck. "Heard? Honey, the prayer chain was 3 messages deep before Kevin got her zipped up. Maybelle texted me in all caps with a line of shocked emojis and a dead tree." I blinked. A dead tree? "Apparently that's her symbol for somebody's pushing up daisies." Aunt Maxi dropped her enormous patchwork hobo bag on one of the stools beside the kitchen's 2-person table and flung off her orange poncho. Beneath it, she wore a tie-dye caftan over plaid leggings and cowboy boots. She had on so many bangles they clinked like wind chimes with every movement. "Lord have mercy," she muttered, fluffing her boa as she crossed to the open shelving where we kept the dry erase markers. "You know what this means." "Oh, no," I said, backing away from the prep table. "Spencer already told me to stay out of it. Explicitly. Like multiple times.
She ignored me, already rummaging behind the oatmeal containers and antique spice tins.
Spencer always says that, and yet here we are, again.
I mean it this time, Aunt Maxi. It's different. This isn't gossip gone sideways or someone's peach pie contest turning violent. Someone is dead, and Birdie's...
Birdie's what?
Aunt Maxi asked, turning and narrowing her eyes behind her sparkly glasses at me. They were rhinestone-studded and shaped like butterfly wings today.
Just upset, I said quickly. We all are.
Aunt Maxi wasn't convinced, but she let it slide. With a grunt, she pulled the whiteboard out from the narrow space between the back pantry shelves and the walk-in freezer. The thing still had our fall drink ideas on it: pumpkin pie latte, caramel apple cold brew, maple chai toddy.
Sorry, cinnamon maple morning blend, she said with mock solemnity. Your time has come.
She grabbed a dish towel and erased the board with the gusto of someone cleansing their aura. I sighed and reached for the backup coffee pot tucked under the counter, flipping the switch with more force than necessary.
I know that face,
Aunt Maxi said, stabbing her marker into the air.
You've already got theories.
No theories, I said. Just trauma and a mild caffeine deficiency.
You found her, didn't you?
I nodded slowly. Her whole body softened, her flamboyant bravado dimming for just a breath.
Oh, sugar, I'm sorry.
We stood in silence for a minute. Even the ovens seemed quieter. Thanks, I finally said, but don't go soft on me now.
Darn right I won't, she said, snapping back to full energy. And you know why? Because I've got ears and I've got questions.
She popped off the lid to the dry erase marker as she planted herself on a stool that butted up to the kitchen workstation, the whiteboard laid on it in front of her. She scribbled Marlowe Lanigan in the center of the board and drew a thick red circle around it. Then came the spokes, like a wheel with names forming its outer rim. Tilden, Addison. I hovered nearby, arms crossed, a dish towel clenched tight in one hand. Aunt Maxi?
Yeah?
She glanced up at me, reading my face in that keen way of hers. There's one more suspect. She didn't move, not even a blink.
Well, go on then.
I hesitated. The words felt like a betrayal. It's Birdie. That did it. Aunt Maxi slammed the marker down so hard the cap rolled off the table and pinged onto the tile.
Oh, no, no, ma'am, not Birdie.
She jabbed the marker in my direction.
That sweet girl wouldn't hurt a fly, and you know it.
I thought so too, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I glanced toward the door, half afraid Birdie might appear and overhear. But there's more to it, Aunt Maxi. A lot more. Her lips pressed into a tight red line, but she didn't interrupt again. She just nodded once to go ahead. I sat down across from her, elbows on the prep station, feeling the familiar coolness of it on my skin. The kitchen still smelled like cinnamon and baked apple, and the faint croon of jazz from the coffee corner made the air feel soft, but my stomach was knotted tight. She's been off since yesterday, I started, ever since Marlowe brushed her off at the parade, wouldn't take a selfie with her. Birdie was embarrassed, humiliated really. Aunt Maxi's eyes narrowed.
I was there, remember? Marlowe acted like the queen of sass herself.
I nodded. After that, Birdie muttered something. I thought she was just blowing off steam, but it stuck with me.
What did she say?
I took a deep breath. People like her always get what they want until someone makes sure they don't. Aunt Maxi let out a long breath through her nose. Her bangles clinked softly as she folded her arms.
Still doesn't mean she killed her.
No, but listen. After Patrick and I left the festival, Birdie didn't come back to the shop.
She said she wasn't feeling well, that she needed the night off.
Not like her.
No, and this morning she came running in late, out of breath, rattling off excuses. Her phone didn't charge, she lost Pepper's leash, couldn't find her keys. None of it made sense. I chalked it up to nerves until... I stood, walked over to my tote bag, and pulled it out. The deep purple scarf with the gold thread caught the light as I laid it gently on the table. Aunt Maxi looked at it, her eyes going wide.
That's Birdie's.
I nodded. I found it at the Cocoon Inn, on the bar. She let out a slow whistle and leaned forward.
You sure it was hers?
She wore it yesterday and the day before. You know how she gets stuck on her signature accessories. Aunt Maxi tilted her head, frowning at the scarf like it had betrayed them both.
All right, so she left her scarf at the scene. Doesn't mean she left a body.
She didn't tell me she went back to the inn last night, I said. But I asked her, pressed a little, and finally she admitted she'd gone to apologize to Marlowe. She felt bad for even asking her to take a picture. Thought maybe they could smooth things over.
Did she see Marlowe?
No. She said she never found her. She waited in the hallway for her to come out of her room, but eventually nodded off right there in one of the chairs. Aunt Maxi blinked.
Slept in the hallway of the Cocoon Inn?
Apparently so. She said when she woke up in the middle of the night, she needed a drink of water. The front desk was closed, so she snuck into the bar. Said she set her scarf down, grabbed a glass, and then curled up in a booth and went back to sleep. Didn't wake up until nearly 7. Aunt Maxi studied me, her pinched smile replaced with something more serious.
So she was in the inn at the time of the murder.
I nodded, my throat tight. She didn't see Marlowe. She swears it. But that scarf, Aunt Maxi, I gestured toward it. It puts her near the scene. And she never meant to tell me. If I hadn't found it...
She's just a kid,
Aunt Maxi interrupted.
Scared. Probably figured she'd be blamed.
She might be right. A long moment stretched between us, broken only by the distant clatter of dishes from the front cafe and the low thrum of the walk-in fridge behind us. Aunt Maxi finally reached out and tapped her fingernail against the whiteboard.
We write her name, but we circle it in pencil, not ink.
I raised an eyebrow. That's not how whiteboards work. She winked.
Figure of speech, counselor.
With a sigh, I leaned across the table and picked up the dry erase marker. I wrote Birdie Baby. Aunt Maxi circled the name gently, then gave it 2 quick taps with the marker, like she was sealing a deal.
She's still our Birdie, she said, but we don't do her any favors by ignoring facts. We keep our eyes open and we ask questions, quietly.
I nodded, though it felt like the knot in my chest pulled tighter.
First thing,
Aunt Maxi said, standing with surprising agility for a woman with so many bangles.
We need to know who saw her in the hallway, if anyone. That inn's got more eyes than a bingo hall on free donut night.
Both of us stood there in silence until Aunt Maxi couldn't take it any more.
Then let's clear her name, like we always do.
She nodded. Her bracelets jangled as she wrote "Scarf at Bar" and underlined it twice. I poured 2 mugs of coffee and slid one toward her. You are a menace, I said.
I'm a hero,
she replied, lifting her mug like she was making a toast.
Now, what do we know?
Marlowe was found face down at the beach behind the Cocoon Inn. Addison said she couldn't swim. Aunt Maxi snapped her fingers.
That's important. Tilden and Marlowe had a very public fight yesterday.
And Addison was live streaming it.
She was? What a world.
Aunt Maxi began drawing arrows between the names.
So we've got a motive or tension from all 3. And she was last seen going to make content by the lake.
She may have been doing just that.
Then where's the phone? Aunt Maxi asked. Influencers don't go anywhere without their phones.
The question hung heavy in the air. Birdie said she never saw her, I added.
She also fell asleep in the booth at the inn. How long was she alone?
Long enough to be a suspect, I muttered, and I hate that. We both looked at the board in silence, sipping coffee, the hum of the kitchen returning to its usual lull of clinking pans and simmering questions. Fine, I finally said.
I'm in.
Aunt Maxi grinned so wide her earrings jingled.
That's my girl.
The familiar jingle of the swinging doors snapped me out of my thoughts.
Roxy Bloom!
Bunny's voice rang through the kitchen as her head popped around the corner, her teased curls bouncing with the effort.
Louise Carlton is out front with the winner of the parade. That Springer Spaniel, Sweet Pea, remember? The one in the sunflower tutu and bumblebee bonnet. Cutest thing you've ever seen. She's strutting around like she owns the place.
A small smile tugged at the corner of my mouth, despite the morning's weight pressing on my shoulders. Sweet Pea. I wiped my hands on a towel and made my way out to the shop floor. I'll be right back, I told Aunt Maxi over my shoulder, leaving her in the kitchen. The Bean Hive, true to Honey Springs tradition, was buzzing louder than a beehive in a windstorm. Any time a body was found, especially one tied to a town event, the coffee shop turned into the unofficial gossip hub. But this morning, the air was also filled with something lighter. Laughter, awe, warmth. Louise Carlton stood near the display case, proudly holding Sweet Pea's leash as if she were parading her around town square. Birdie was bent down, already falling in love with her before Sweet Pea took off on her own little sniff walk. Her soft, feathery ears bounced as she trotted from table to table, her sunflower tutu flouncing with each step. Her bumblebee bonnet had slid slightly sideways, giving her a whimsical storybook look, like she'd just wandered out of a flower-filled dream and into a room full of delighted onlookers. Well, if she isn't just a bundle of spring joy, I said, making my way over to the table where customers were oohing all over her. And she's wearing her parade costume. Isn't she a doll? Louise looked up, her face beaming. We pulled out all the stops for the parade, and she won over everyone's heart, including the judges. Louise glanced around. Who are you looking for? I asked. The influencers. She leaned in and whispered. I sent them a text message on their socials to let them know this would be a great thing for them to do whatever it is they do to get all that attention. Pet Palace deserves to get all the attention it can while they are here. Oh. I gnawed on my lip and gave Birdie a side-eye glance before I snapped out of my thoughts of even telling Louise what had happened this morning to Marlowe. Luckily, I didn't have to, because Sweet Pea came back over to get Louise's attention. She's one of our newest rescues. Picked her up after a family left her behind when they moved. Can you believe that? With a face like this? She leaned down and kissed Sweet Pea on the nose. Just tossed away. But she's been nothing but love and sunshine since she came to us. My eyes drifted to the counter, where a folder sat neatly next to the register, the usual packet Louise brought for each adoption feature. Inside were Sweet Pea's papers, her story, vaccination records, and the paperwork for any interested adopters. I had to jump through more hoops to get the health department to approve this program. Between the inspections, the waivers, and more than a few free lattes, they finally gave us the green light, as long as the animals stayed out of the kitchen. But it had been worth it. Since the first dog stepped paw in the Bean Hive, we hadn't had a single animal go unadopted. Sweet Pea was already charming customers, nudging knees, curling into laps, and posing for selfies with a natural flair only a born star possessed. The tip jar beside the register had a new sign, "Help Pet Palace. Every dollar helps a tail wag." And by the looks of the crumpled bills overflowing from the mason jar, the town had shown up in full support. "Any bites yet?" I asked. "3 serious inquiries already," Louise said, puffing up a bit. "And I haven't even finished my first coffee. I have a good feeling about this one. Real good." I bent down and offered Sweet Pea a cheddar cheesy dog treat from my apron pocket. "You're going to find your forever home, little one. I can feel it." "Roxy, I can't thank you enough. This program has been a game changer," she told me. "That's the whole idea," I said. "You can't see who they are when they're stuck in a cage, but here they get to just be." Louise smiled. "Exactly. You've got a heart of gold, Roxy Bloom, and so does this town." Sweet Pea barked once, almost as if in agreement. As I watched her wag her tail and work the room like a seasoned pro, something in my chest eased a bit. There was still a dead woman's shadow over the town. But here in this moment, with a bumblebee bonnet sliding sideways on a dancing spaniel and a room full of hope, there was something bright peeking through the gray. Well, she was stealing hearts one paw at a time. Aunt Maxi's throat clearing caught my attention from the swinging kitchen door. "Hey there, Louise." "Hey, Maxi. You okay back there?" Louise's brows knitted. "She's fine, and thank you." I wanted to get Louise out of there as quick as I could, so I didn't have to tell another person that I'd found, well, Pepper had found, Marlowe. "I'll let you know once her papers are signed." "And I'll do the home visit," Louise said, and bent down to give Sweet Pea a pat goodbye. "And I'll see you Monday." "I look forward to it," I told her as she walked out the door. Volunteering at Pet Palace really did give me some alone time and some wonderful, unconditional love for a few hours. I might not do the most fun job, which was cleaning the poo areas, but I did get to dole out treats and love on the animals while I was there. I turned to get the counter wiped down and looked at Birdie to see if there was anything in her attitude that had changed since I'd asked her about the scarf, because the facts were the facts. As a lawyer, that was exactly how I won cases in the courtroom, but I did admit that sometimes the facts could be skewed. Or was she possibly in shock and not processing just how much the scarf put her at the scene? I barely got that thought out when the bell above the Bean Hive's door gave a shrill jangle, twice in a row, like someone was stomping it on purpose. A gust of cold wind swept through the shop as Loretta Beebe stormed in like a high-drama thundercloud, all jangly bracelets and hot pink fury. The smell of espresso, maple scones, and fried chicken couldn't compete with the heady waft of her signature perfume, a pungent mix of gardenia and something that might have come from a glittery bottle marked Southern Sass. "Roxanne Bloom!" Loretta called out in a syrupy drawl as she clutched the front of her fuchsia wool coat. "I need a word with you now." I was barely 2 steps back from putting the damp cloth in the laundry basket behind the counter when she breezed up, one manicured hand tapping like thunder on the display glass. "I'm serious, sugar. We need to talk. Lawyer to town matriarch," she said, snapping open her rhinestone-bedazzled clutch and pulling out a folded stack of papers that looked like they'd been rolled around a lipstick tube. Bunny's brows inched high as her hand paused mid-swipe over the tea counter. Maybelle leaned toward the gossip like a cartoon vulture. I gave Bunny a silent nod and rounded the counter. Loretta hooked her arm through mine and hissed, "Kitchen!" Once inside, she tossed her bag onto the small table in the back corner and turned to close the swinging door with the kind of dramatic flair that said she'd rehearsed it in the mirror. Her gaze snagged the whiteboard on the workstation and then to Aunt Maxi, who was still standing over the board, noodling it. Loretta froze. "Oh, my stars!" she gasped, her mouth hanging open as her eyes darted from the red-circled name, Marlowe Lanigan, to the spokes pointing to Tilden, Addison, and one she hadn't expected. Her whole face stiffened like someone had spritzed her with shellac. She took 2 slow steps forward, the heels of her booties clicking against the tile. "What in heaven's name is this?" "That's our—" I hesitated, just as Aunt Maxi pushed her fingers in her hair, something she did when she was nervous. Aquanet clung to the air around her like ozone before a lightning strike, and her silver blonde hair was teased up so high it nearly brushed the pot rack. Aunt Maxi crossed her arms, bangles chiming with the motion, and gave her rival a slow once-over. "Loretta, don't you go having a full come-apart right here in the middle of the coffee shop." "I will do as I please," Loretta screeched. "Do you know what this is? This is slander. That's what this is. What in Sam Hill makes you think you can write my granddaughter's name on a murder board like she's some common criminal?" She pointed one glitter-tipped nail straight at the lower right corner of the whiteboard, where Birdie Baby had been added in smaller letters under the list of suspects. I swallowed hard, heart knocking against my ribs like I wanted to run for the back door. "Aunt Maxi and I started. "I don't care if the Holy Ghost helped you write it," Loretta thundered. "That child is mine. I put ribbons in her hair. I paid for her braces. That girl couldn't kill a spider, let alone—" She choked on the next word. "Murder." Aunt Maxi stepped in, resting one bejeweled hand on the prep table like she was claiming her side of a courtroom. "Ain't nobody saying Birdie did nothing, Loretta, but a scarf don't just walk itself into a bar and cozy up next to a dead woman." Aunt Maxi pointed to the bullet point under Birdie's name, where she had written out the scarf fact. Loretta gasped. One hand clutched to her ample chest like she'd been struck. "That scarf means nothing. That scarf could have been there for weeks. Why, Birdie's always leaving things behind, bless her scatterbrained heart." "Aunt Maxi," I warned, seeing Loretta's lip quiver. Aunt Maxi grunted and leaned back, chewing the inside of her cheek like she was trying not to go off the handle. "I'm just saying, if you'd spend a little less time flapping your lashes and more time asking questions, maybe you'd see we ain't throwing shade, we're investigating." Loretta turned to me, her eyes glossy now. "Roxanne, please, you know Birdie's not capable of this. That girl cried for 3 days straight when her goldfish died." My mouth felt like it was full of cotton. The room was too hot, too quiet, even with the jazz playing faintly from the Bluetooth speaker in the corner. I thought of Birdie's wide eyes this morning, of her voice cracking as she talked about forgetting her alarm, of the purple scarf folded like a secret inside my tote bag. "I haven't told anyone," I finally said, "not even Spencer." Loretta let out a ragged breath and sagged against the chair like she'd deflated. "I can't. I just can't have the town talking about her," she whispered. "Not when she's worked so hard to put herself back together." Aunt Maxi softened, her voice going down an octave. "Ain't nobody want her dragged through the mud, Loretta. Least of all Roxy."
She's all I have, Loretta said, wiping her cheek with the tissue she produced from somewhere deep in her purse. All I really have. I nodded. I get it, and I'm not accusing her. But something's not right, and if we don't look into it, someone else will. Maybe someone without the same sense of care. Loretta straightened, her eyes finding mine. There was something in them I hadn't seen before. Trust? Maybe. Or maybe just desperation. She smoothed down her coat and squared her shoulders. Fine, but you'd better find out the truth before someone else decides to do it for you. Now, what was it you came in here to see me about? I asked, now that she was calmed down a little bit about Birdie. She knew and I knew that I would never turn Birdie's information over to Spencer unless I had solid evidence that Birdie had murdered Marlowe. Loretta pulled her phone from her bejeweled handbag and looked at the screen. Just got the text. Addison's mama and daddy are checked in. They said they've never been to Kentucky, but here they are. She blinked fast. Now, Loretta, Aunt Maxi said, her voice all butter and no patience. Cut to the chase. Loretta placed a hand over her ample bosom. This murder has the potential to make our whole town look like we're some reality TV backwoods drama. We need an official statement, something tasteful, something calm, something legal. Legal? I asked, pulling out the bag of whole wheat flour and measuring cups. Yes, legal. She turned to me like I was her last hope and her last nerve, all wrapped in one. You're the town's sitting lawyer, are you not? I cracked an egg into a mixing bowl. Sure am. Then I need you to write a press release. We need to control the narrative before the story runs wild. You'll give it to the other two influencers, Tilden and Addison, to post on their socials. Something respectful, polished, neutral. I whisked the egg with the pumpkin puree and added a generous handful of shredded cheddar. You want it to say what? Aunt Maxi sidled over with a notepad and pen. Start with something like, we in Honey Springs are heartbroken over the tragic loss of one of our festival guests. You know, add a little syrup. Not the maple kind, I muttered, scooping dry milk powder into the mix. We're low. As the oven beeped, I flipped the switch and bent down to grab a baking sheet. Aunt Maxi began jotting down phrases like community strength and festival safety reassurances, then paused to pop a peppermint into her mouth with a dramatic crinkle of the wrapper. You making cheesy pumpkin again? She asked as I rolled out the dough. Yep, these'll go into the treat jars for tomorrow's pups. Add a little extra cheddar, she said with a wink. The dogs love the sass. Loretta sighed and tapped her nails on the countertop. Roxy, I'm serious. I know y'all like to play junior detective, but this is bigger than a chalkboard full of question marks. I know it is, I said, pressing a bone-shaped cookie cutter into the dough. But you don't get to sweep this under the rug just because it's inconvenient. A woman died, Loretta. Loretta's mouth flattened into a firm line. I don't forget that, not for 1 second. But I also know how folks gossip, and if there's even a whisper that our festival isn't safe, then maybe we need to make sure the truth comes out, Aunt Maxi cut in, arms crossed, hip cocked like she was about to preach a sermon, even if it makes people uncomfortable. Loretta blinked hard again and looked away. I'm not trying to hide anything. I just want Honey Springs to weather this. I slid the tray of biscuits into the oven, the scent of pumpkin and cheese already curling through the air. You'll have your statement. I'll write it up in a few minutes." Loretta gave a curt nod and smoothed down her jacket. "Good. I'll tell the mayor you're on it. And I expect a copy sent to me by text." "You got it," I said, brushing flour off my hands. She started for the door, then turned on her heel. "And, Roxy, if you find out Birdie's in real trouble," her voice cracked just a hair, "you tell me first." Maxie let out a long sigh. "Bless it, Loretta. She's the only thing in this town that makes me feel like I didn't mess up everything," Loretta said without looking back. And with that, she flung open the kitchen door and marched back into the cafe like nothing had happened, head high, lipstick still flawless, and one sequin earring flashing under the overhead lights like a battle flag. Aunt Maxi let out a slow whistle. "Well, butter my biscuits and call me scandalous," she said. "If that wasn't the best performance this side of the church nativity play since that time that boy playing Jesus tripped over them cheap flip-flops." I reached for the whiteboard and wiped Birdie's name off, just for now. But the knot in my chest told me this mystery was just getting started. Chapter 11. "The afternoon staff will be here shortly," I told Birdie as I gathered a few more treats to restock the booth at the Neewollah Festival. I was going that way to not only talk to Addison and Tilden about the statement, but also to try to talk to them about Marlowe. I was especially interested in what had taken place at the parade between Tilden and Marlowe. Then I would head over to the sheriff's department to see what Spencer knew. "Do you need anything?" I asked her, because I knew she'd be there alone. Granted, it was slow right now, but she'd still be alone for about 30 minutes. "Everything is taken care of. Bunny restocked the coffee bar and tea bar. Sweet Pea is settled in, and I'll check on her before I go home." "I'm fine," Birdie said softly. "I am worried about last night and me waiting for Marlowe at the inn's bar." "You said you have nothing to worry about." "Unless you want to tell me something," I told her while I untied my apron and tossed it into the laundry basket. That was all Pepper needed to hear for him to jump up from his dog bed next to the fireplace and be at my feet in the blink of an eye. "No, I have nothing to hide," she said, and sucked in a deep breath before planting a smile as a customer came through the door. "Can I help you?" I gave her a light touch on the arm as I passed her to retrieve my jacket and Pepper's leash from the coat tree next to the counter. "Call me if you need me," I told Birdie, and gave Sweet Pea a head scratch on our way out of the Bean Hive. My bag of Bean Hive goodies bounced at my side while Pepper trotted beside me, his tail swishing with every confident step. He wore a chunky knit sweater in burnt orange, with tiny acorns stitched into the hem, drawing more than a few smiles from passer-by. The boardwalk, weathered and familiar beneath my boots, crackled slightly underfoot with scattered leaves. Students from the local college, likely in town for the festival, strolled in pairs with steaming coffee cups in hand. A couple of them paused at the Bean Hive booth to buy a packet of my apple cinnamon muffins, commenting on the adorable dog at my side. I thanked them with a smile, handed off the bag of baked goods for restocking, and moved on toward the Cocoon Inn. The pumpkin-headed scarecrow grinned from beneath his straw hat, his arms outstretched like he was welcoming everyone into a warm embrace as he sat in his spot on the inn's steps. Pepper gave a few purposeful sniffs before pausing to inspect a fallen caramel apple stick, then trotted dutifully to the front door. I reached for the antique brass handle and stepped into the inn's warm, cinnamon-scented air. Inside, the Cocoon Inn was all glowing amber light and rustic elegance. Wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, and a fireplace crackled in the sitting area just off the main hall. Kami was perched at the counter, a deep green shawl tossed over her shoulders, her fingers tapping away on an iPad screen, while a half-empty mug of coffee sat nearby. She looked up as the door jingled shut behind me. "Well, there's my favorite Bean Hive barista lawyer," she said, setting the iPad aside and rising from her stool. "And Pepper's looking dapper, as always." I unhooked Pepper's leash and let him wander over to the fireplace, where a braided rug made the perfect dog nap zone. "I brought some restocks for the booth," I said, lifting the canvas bag slightly. "And I wanted to check in with Tilden and Addison." Kamie's smile faded just a bit, her brow furrowing. "I figured you would." She stepped around the counter and lowered her voice, glancing toward the hallway that led to the guest rooms. "They're both still here. Addison just came back from a walk by the lake, and Tilden's been holed up editing something on his laptop. He looks twitchy." "Twitchy?" I echoed, tilting my head. Kamie nodded. "You know, like he's trying not to seem nervous, but it's leaking out anyway." She reached for her coffee and took a long sip. The mug had a cartoon ghost on it and read, "Spooky but caffeinated." "The stone walls are in the community room," she said, referring to Addison's parents. "You can go in. I told them I'd send you back if you came." I adjusted the thermos under my arm and gave her a grateful smile. "Thanks, Kamie." The grandfather clock ticked softly near the potted fiddle-leaf fig, and Pepper's paws padded along the hardwood like whispers. I paused outside the room, my heart steadying itself as I took a deep breath. I walked into the community room. Addison's mother stood there, a small woman in her late 50s, with tightly curled auburn hair, her eyes swollen but alert. Her sweater was wrinkled from travel, and she clutched a tissue in one hand. "Mrs. Stonewall?" I asked. She nodded. "Yes, you must be Roxy." I gave a small smile. "I am, Roxy Bloom. Addison's told me a little about you. I just wanted to check in and personally say how very sorry I am." Her lips quivered, and she stepped aside without a word, letting me and Pepper into the room. Addison's father stood near the window, staring out at the lake. He turned when he heard my voice, his eyes rimmed red. He didn't speak, just nodded and reached down to scratch Pepper's chin when my pup patted over and leaned against his leg. "This is Pepper," I said. "He's part of the Bean Hive team, certified in emotional support, unofficially." A watery laugh escaped Mrs. Stonewall, and she sat down on the edge of the floral love seat. "He's precious." "I think so," I said, sitting gently on the ottoman across from them. "I just wanted you to know Addison's not alone. She's surrounded by people who care about her, and I've been with her every step of the way." "She called us yesterday, said—" Mrs. Stonewall trailed off, her fingers twisting the tissue. "Said she found her friend." My throat tightened. Yes, I was there too. It was a shock for everyone.
"She keeps saying she can't go on,"
Mr. Stonewall said, still stroking Pepper.
"That she and Marlowe did everything together."
"I know," I whispered. "That kind of bond doesn't break easily. And grief, especially this sudden, it's a storm. But she's not weathering it alone." Mrs. Stonewall dabbed her eyes. "This town, everyone's been so kind. And the inn, I can't believe all of this was arranged for us. We didn't know what to expect." "Kamie and Walker wanted to make sure you had space to breathe," I said. "And I thought it'd help to see where Addison's been. She's safe here, as safe as any of us can be right now." Pepper hopped up onto the couch beside Mrs. Stonewall, surprising her with a gentle nudge under the elbow. She let out another soft laugh and wrapped her arms around him, burying her face in his fur. "Your dog's better than a sedative," she murmured. "He knows where he's needed." We sat in silence for a while, just the fire crackling and the muffled hum of festival music floating in through the windows. I could smell wood smoke from outside, and the faint, sugary hint of candy apples from the vendor cart just down the walk.
"I don't want to pry,"
Mr. Stonewall finally said, his voice low,
"but do they know what happened yet?"
"Not yet," I said, my words careful. "The sheriff's working the case, and I'm helping where I can. But right now, I'm more focused on making sure Addison's got everything she needs. You too." I knew I had to be transparent. "I am also the town's attorney, so I'll be making a statement on behalf of the festival and the influencer event." Mrs. Stonewall gave me a look I'd seen before, grateful but still splintered from the kind of grief that didn't make sense yet. "Thank you," she said. "You're a good person." I looked down, blinking hard. Just doing what anyone in Honey Springs would do. We show up for each other. As I stood to go, Pepper lingered at Mrs. Stonewall's side until she kissed the top of his head and whispered, "You come back and visit us, sweetheart." I bowed my head, drawing a breath before I spoke. "Addison, Mrs. Stonewall, Mr. Stonewall, I want to say again how deeply sorry I am for your loss." Addison's mouth quivered. Her eyes glistened like rain-damp windows. "Thank you," she whispered. Her voice came out raw and small. We shared silence for a moment. Outside, I could hear faint laughter from festival goers, the murmur of children, and see the distant twinkle of sky lanterns waiting to go up once it got dark. Addison stared into the fireplace, as though trying to burn into the truth. Finally, she began, voice fragile like fine-boned china. "Marlowe couldn't stand the water." Her words tumbled out in a rush. "She hated it, always had. Couldn't swim a stroke if someone paid her. She once got terrified at water aerobics. Her mom tried to get her into lessons, and she used to freak out if so much as a drop touched her face." Her finger tapped against her phone's screen, as though she dreaded what sounded like a confession. I leaned in slowly, trying not to make her feel like she was under a microscope. Outside, the autumn breeze rustled leftover cornstalk decorations strung along the inn's porches. The air smelled faintly of wood smoke and kettle corn. "So, Addison," I said softly, "why did everyone think Marlowe went to the lake to film content?" Her jaw tightened. She let out a breath. "Because she said she was going to the lake. She said it's where she wanted to live stream. But she just came off the parade upset when she and Tilden argued. She ran off by herself." Her eyes dropped to Pepper's collar. "I thought she'd calm down if she got a better shot with the sunset." I nodded, my lawyer's brain clicking into gear, scanning for inconsistencies. Around us, the room was warm, faint scent of lavender polish, soft light from sconces, a crackle in the fireplace. A feeling of safety, but it also felt closer to a courtroom than before. Addison's voice broke the hush again. "She would never go down to the water by herself. She was scared. She wouldn't." She looked at both parents. "Why would she even go to the lake alone? She couldn't swim. She wouldn't." Her father cleared his throat. He looked down. "We thought maybe she snapped. Maybe she just—" Addison shook her head sharply. "No, she was afraid. She couldn't." So something had to have happened. Someone must have taken her there. My breath stuttered. Foul play, coercion. The word, or at least the idea, hovered in the room like a stale perfume. Addison sniffed. Her phone buzzed quietly in her palm. She glanced at the screen, panic replacing sorrow. It's my sponsor. They're counting on me. I need to go live in 30 minutes. If I don't do it, I lose the rest of the campaign." Suddenly, she seemed caught between two worlds, grief-stricken in person, influencer pressured in device. Her mother let out a weary sigh. "Darling, maybe you should rest." Addison shook her head. "No, I need to." She pressed her lips together, blinking fast. Pepper, sensing her tension, hopped into her lap and licked her hand. I rose slowly. I understand. And I know this is a terrible time to ask more questions, but do you remember exactly when Marlowe said she was heading to the lake? She inhaled, head bowed. Probably around 5:30. She wanted to catch the golden hour. She hesitated. She never did water shots before, hated it. But she said she had a reason, a big idea. But I thought she was upset. And then she vanished. Her father offered a voice again.
Do you know if she was looking for anyone? Tilden? Someone to film with her? Was she lured?
She looked up at me, eyes wide. We argued.
I said we didn't need him making everything about his brand, and Marlowe got angry and stormed off.
I nodded again. So you two parted ways before she vanished. She bit her lip.
Yes.
The heavy weight of possible motives tightened in the air. Addison had been emotional. She'd admitted she and Marlowe fought. Then she shared a vital piece of information. Marlowe couldn't swim. That turned every earlier assumption upside down. Did anyone see you two arguing? I asked, in hopes to be able to have someone vouch for her story.
Yeah.
She nodded and looked away as if she were trying to remember.
That girl who works for you. I can't remember her name, but she was here this morning.
Addison's head snapped around, and she looked at me. She gulped. What? I asked, as a knot formed in my gut. The possibility of Birdie doing something to Marlowe made me sick to my stomach.
Yes, that girl, Birdie,
Addison said, and reached for her phone.
Marlowe said she was annoying and had stalked her or something. She was here this morning when we came down, and she was trying to get in front of Marlowe again, like apologizing or something, and Marlowe was kind of rude to her.
Addison patted around her pockets and pulled out a very familiar card that I clearly recognized as Spencer's.
I've got to call that cop.
She clicked away on the phone. Crap, I thought, and got up. Well, I've got to go and get the statement to the mayor. My words came out in a rush. Let me know if you need anything. Chapter 12. The sheriff's department lobby greeted me with its usual trio of smells: stale coffee, lemon-scented polish, and the ever-present undertone of copier paper. I carefully walked across the shiny linoleum floor, which had clearly been freshly waxed, its glossy surface reflecting the flicker of overhead fluorescent lights. The place looked like it had just been scrubbed within an inch of its life, but not even a clean shine could warm up the sterile chill in the air. A row of framed photographs lined one wall, sepia-toned snapshots of Honey Springs long before the Bean Hive ever existed, alongside crisp plaques commending community service and years of faithful duty. Most of the pictures were crooked, like they'd been straightened by someone in a rush. One featured a much younger Sheriff Spencer Shepherd, standing beside a tractor during what looked like a flood rescue. To the left, a reception desk sat vacant. The hum of the fluorescent bulbs overhead created a rhythmic whine that grated on already frayed nerves. Farther back, I caught the low murmur of voices, the click-clack of keyboards, and the faint static of radio squawk. Somewhere behind the bullpen's scuffed desks and dented filing cabinets, a phone rang once, then stopped. Spencer's desk was visible from the lobby, parked squarely in the middle of the main floor like a stage, complete with a tarnished brass nameplate and a coffee ring stain the size of Kentucky. His office door stood wide open, as usual, always ready, always watching. The cells were farther back, past the bullpen and dispatch, just barely visible through a narrow hallway where the scent turned more antiseptic. "I'm telling you she didn't do it," I said, my voice firmer than I'd expected, my finger jabbing into the worn edge of Spencer's oak desk. "Please do not arrest her." Spencer Shepherd leaned back in his chair, his big green eyes narrowing under the brim of his sheriff's hat. His hands were laced across his stomach, but I knew that calm posture was just a decoy. There was fire under that badge, always had been. "I'm not going to arrest her," he said, slow as molasses. "I'm bringing her in for questioning. If she cracks, then I'll arrest her." His words were like a boulder dropped into the pit of my stomach. The old radiators hissed behind me, giving off a dry heat that did nothing to thaw the chill crawling up my spine. Outside the department's narrow window, the gold and amber leaves blew across the parking lot like confetti from a funeral parade. She's not going to crack because she didn't do anything. I dropped my hand and forced my voice to steady. And I want to be there, in the room, when you talk to her. "As what?" Spencer's brow shot up. "Her lawyer or her friend?" "Both." I crossed my arms, pushing back the heat rising up my neck. He studied me like I was one of his case files. His eyes, serious and unreadable, flicked toward the paperwork on his desk. "You've got some nerve walking in here demanding that." "I've got more than nerve. I've got the truth." I leaned over his desk and dropped my voice low. "She told me she went back to the inn. She told me she left the scarf. You don't need to trick her into a confession." Spencer sat up straighter. "You're telling me she admitted to being at the scene, and you didn't tell me sooner?" "She told me in confidence," I said quickly. "I'm not here to hide anything. But I wasn't going to hand her over to be treated like a criminal for falling asleep in a booth. And as the town's lawyer, I have the authority to gather and be privy to any information you might have." His jaw twitched. I knew that twitch. That was the twitch that happened when he was about to either let me off the hook or lose his patience entirely. Finally, he sighed and pulled open the bottom drawer of his desk, reaching for a notepad. "I'll bring her in," he said, scribbling something down. "But you'll be there." "Thank you," I said, already pulling my phone from my back pocket. "I'm not doing it for you," he added, his eyes still on the page. "I'm doing it because if she didn't do it, then she deserves to be heard with someone who believes her sitting across the table." I nodded once and backed toward the door. "While you do that, I've got something to take care of." I sank into one of the benches by the exit and opened my notes app. Time for that press release. The words had been rolling around in my brain since Loretta's come-apart in the kitchen. I tapped them out now with the kind of rhythm that only comes when you're both furious and heartbroken. For immediate release, Honey Springs is mourning the tragic loss of Marlo Lanigan, a beloved guest and bright presence during this year's Neewollah Festival. Our hearts are heavy, and our thoughts are with all those affected, especially her loved ones and fellow content creators who joined us for this special event. We want to assure our visitors and our community that the Honey Springs Police Department is working tirelessly to uncover the truth behind this terrible tragedy. As a town, we are committed to transparency, support, and above all, compassion during this difficult time. Please direct all inquiries to the Honey Springs Mayor's Office or to the town's official social media channels. Roxy Bloom, Town Legal Representative. I copied the final version, sent it to the mayor's office, and then scrolled my phone for Aunt Maxi's contact for her gossip hotline. Yes, she had a phone that was specifically a hotline, where she guaranteed the caller would be anonymous. "Sticky situation where the gossip's always fresh and never decaf," she answered, her voice already drenched in mischief. "It's me," I said. "You've got a press release coming your way. I need it in the next edition and on your socials in the next 15 minutes. "You're writing for my column now, counselor," she teased. "This is serious, Aunt Maxi." "I know it is," she said, voice softening. "I'll bump the article about the haunted outhouse and run this instead.
You sure you want it out that fast?
Yes, it's already running from the mayor's office, and I want it in sticky situation before some nosy out-of-towner twists the story into something it's not.
You got it.
She paused, then added,
You think Birdie did it?
I didn't answer right away. I think she's scared, I said at last, and I think people do strange things when they're scared. But I don't think she killed Marlowe.
Then let's make sure the rest of this town doesn't either,
Aunt Maxi replied. I hung up and stared at my phone for a long minute. Pepper nudged my leg, his eyes meeting mine like he knew I was drifting too far into the weeds. Okay, boy, I said, ruffling his ears. Let's go wait. Pepper patted beside me, his claws tapping rhythmically against the marble floor. His nose twitched at the blend of smells, stale coffee, disinfectant, and old paper, and the scent of 1,000 town secrets steeped into the building's bones. His head turned slightly, as if he, too, was taking it all in. The vending machine in the corner offered a mechanical hum under the heartbeat of the building. I sat down on a bench by the wall, its faux leather creaking beneath me, and glanced toward the hallway where Birdie would soon walk in, caught in the gears of something much bigger than her. The buzz of the fluorescent lights hummed above, bouncing off the polished linoleum floor that gleamed with the overzealous effort of someone trying to scrub away the town's sins. My fingers twitched against the armrest. From her perch behind her desk, Gloria Day peered at me over her glasses. She had her headset pushed back, so it rested atop her teased hair like a crown. Her fingers danced across the keyboard with the kind of precision only someone who'd worked there since cassette tapes had been standard issue could possess.
Well, Roxy,
she said without looking up, her voice dry as toast.
How you doing, sugar?
Pepper wagged his tail, and Gloria leaned over the counter to toss him a liver snap from her treat jar, tucked next to her pencil cup. Good, but Spencer's bringing Birdie in, I said, mustering a weak smile. I told him I wanted to be present for her questioning.
Mm-hmm,
Gloria muttered, typing something that clacked like a warning.
Didn't say you'd keep your mouth shut, though, did you?
I arched a brow. Depends on the questions.
That's what I figured.
She glanced around the lobby, then leaned in a bit, lowering her voice.
You know that phone the Marlowe girl had? The real fancy one? Spencer tried every which way to get into it. Nothing. Not a single thing. Wiped clean.
And not by accident, either. My spine stiffened. You're sure?
Baby, I'm the one who handed it to the tech guy. Watched him poke and prod that thing like it owed him money. Spencer said it was odd. Real odd.
Like someone knew what they were doing. I swallowed, the buzz of the vending machine growing louder in my ears. Anything else? Gloria flicked a manicured finger toward a stack of papers by her elbow. Somebody came forward about that little dust-up Marlowe had with Tilden at the parade. You know, that live stream that everyone saw? Turns out it wasn't just about the dog costume contest. My eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Gloria's smile was sly.
Word is, Tilden got mad 'cause Marlowe told him she'd landed some big sponsor. Big, as in exclusive contract. Said she got tipped off early, got an email and swooped in to claim it. Tilden lost it, claimed she used inside information.
That doesn't sound like just a squabble, I said.
Nope, Gloria agreed, popping her gum. Sounds like motive, and sounds like Miss Marlowe had more enemies than the two of you thought.
I shifted, my mind spinning with possibilities. So someone wipes her phone clean, maybe to cover up what was on it. And the last known fight she had was about a sponsorship she allegedly stole? Gloria nodded, mouth pursed. You didn't hear it from me, of course. Of course. She reached for her coffee mug, her pinky raised delicately despite the chipped ceramic. "That Tilden boy's got a temper, and Spencer's got his eye on him, too." "Thanks, Gloria. A girl hears things." She gave me a wink. I scratched behind Pepper's ears, trying to anchor myself. If what Gloria said was true, then Addison had conveniently left that out during our chat, which made me wonder what else she might be keeping close to the vest. But I couldn't chase her down again, not until I saw Birdie safely through this. The hallway door opened, and the distant sound of footsteps echoed. Pepper perked up. I stood, smoothing my palms over my jeans. The glass door of the sheriff's department opened, letting in a gust of crisp October air. Birdie Beebe stepped into the lobby, her chin trembling despite the bold scarf tied loosely at her neck, the same deep purple one. Her boots clacked against the polished marble, echoing like tiny verdicts in the otherwise quiet space. She wore her favorite mustard yellow corduroy jacket. Her lips were set in a firm line, but her eyes, those wide, expressive eyes, were searching, not for answers, for safety. "Birdie." I stood slowly, Pepper rising at my side like a shadow with a tail. "Hey, sweet girl." "Roxy," she said in a voice so soft it nearly got lost beneath the fluorescent buzz. Pepper trotted over and nosed her palm, and she knelt instinctively, pressing her face into his wiry fur. Her breath hitched. I knelt beside her, rubbing a gentle circle between her shoulder blades. "You're not alone. Remember that." She nodded into Pepper's neck. "I didn't do anything wrong." "I believe you." The door at the back of the lobby clicked open, and Sheriff Spencer Shepherd stepped through, his uniform as sharp as ever, a clipboard in one hand, and his eyes scanning the room. When he saw Birdie, something flickered behind his gaze. Softness, maybe, or the reluctant weight of duty. "Birdie," he said, voice even, not unkind. She stood, wiping her cheeks with the sleeves of her jacket and straightening her shoulders with a quiet resolve that nearly broke me. "Yes, sir?"
"You ready to come back with me?"
She hesitated, then turned to me. "You'll be there?" "If you'll have me." Spencer gave a curt nod.
"She's allowed counsel, even if it's unofficial."
"Then yes," Birdie said, her voice steadier now. "Please." We followed him through the hallway. We passed the bullpen, rows of desks cluttered with reports and half-empty coffee cups, and down toward the far end where the interrogation rooms sat behind thick glass windows. The air shifted. It always did back here. Like even the building knew this was where truth got tugged out by its roots. Inside, the room was stark. White walls, 2 chairs, a table, and a strip of fluorescent lighting above.
"You can stand in the corner or sit beside her, but no interruptions unless you feel it's necessary."
"Understood," I said, taking the seat to Birdie's right and giving her knee a light squeeze under the table. Spencer sat across from us, clicking his pen once before setting it down beside his notepad.
"I want to remind you this isn't a formal arrest,"
he began.
"You're not being charged with anything, Birdie, but I do need to ask you some questions, officially, for the record."
Birdie nodded. "Okay." Spencer leaned forward slightly.
"Can you tell me, in your own words, what you were doing at the Cocoon Inn the night Marlowe was found?"
Birdie's fingers twisted in her lap, and I could see her forcing herself to keep breathing. "I went there after work. After everything that happened at the parade, I felt embarrassed. I thought maybe I'd been rude to her, asking for a selfie when she was clearly tired. I wanted to apologize."
"You didn't tell anyone you were going?"
She shook her head. "No, I didn't want anyone to think I was bothering her again."
"And what happened when you got there?"
"I waited, outside her room in the hallway. I figured I'd catch her when she came out."
"Did she?"
"No, I waited a long time. Then I must have fallen asleep. I woke up and realized it was really late.
Did you go into her room?
No, her voice cracked. No, I never even saw her.
Where did you go?
To the bar. I was thirsty. Everything was closed, and I thought maybe I could get a glass of water. I saw the pitcher behind the counter. I poured myself a glass, sat down in one of the booths, and
Her voice dropped to a whisper.
I guess I fell asleep again.
For how long?
She swallowed. Until the morning. I woke up around 7 and rushed to the Bean Hive because I was going to be late.
Spencer jotted down notes in silence. Then, you left something behind.
Birdie froze. Her eyes flicked to me. She blinked. My scarf.
Yes, Spencer confirmed. Roxy found it on the bar.
She nodded slowly, shame heating her cheeks. It must have slipped off when I laid down.
Can anyone confirm you were there all night?
She shook her head. The silence hung heavy.
All right, Spencer said at last. That's all for now.
Birdie let out a slow breath, her shoulders sagging.
You can go, Spencer added, but stay close.
She nodded and stood, her legs wobbly beneath her. I helped her up, and we walked in silence back to the front of the department. Outside, the sun was slipping behind the trees, and the boardwalk's fairy lights were starting to wink to life like tiny stars. I'll walk her home, I told Spencer, pausing at the door.
Good.
He looked tired.
I don't want anything to happen to her. But Roxy...
I know, I said. You've got a job to do. As Birdie and I stepped outside, the evening air met us like the exhale of an old friend, cool, crisp, and laced with the earthy sweetness of falling leaves. The gazebo in the center stood like a white crown in the golden hour light, draped in orange tulle and twinkle lights that shimmered between the garlands of dried corn husks and rust-colored mums. Scarecrows with button eyes and crooked grins lined the winding sidewalks, their straw limbs waving slightly in the breeze as if bidding us a silent hello. From one corner of the park, the sweet, sticky scent of kettle corn mingled with the smokier aroma of cider doughnuts and roasted peanuts, the smell wrapping around us like a carnival memory. Lamp posts were wound with burlap ribbon and strings of miniature scarecrow flags, and the children in fleece-lined costumes darted between the hay bales and pumpkin displays, their laughter bubbling up beneath the low strum of a banjo someone was playing near the gazebo steps. The leaves overhead created a canopy of copper and crimson, their undersides flickering like candlelight in the glow of the lanterns. The reflections on Lake Honey Springs beyond the trees glimmered like a mirror dipped in gold. Pepper paused beside me on the sidewalk, his little plaid sweater puffed out from the brisk wind as he lifted his nose to sniff the air. He turned his head toward the bustle in Central Park, ears perked, tail giving a low, slow wag, then looked back at me as if to ask why we weren't joining in the fun. But I couldn't take my eyes off Birdie, who stood beside me with her arms folded tightly across her chest, her expression pinched and pale. "Birdie," I said, stopping short on the sidewalk. Pepper paused with us, turning his snout toward her like he already knew what I was about to say. She turned to me, her cheeks still pale from the interview, eyes wide under the street lamp's golden glow. "Yeah? If I'm going to help you, really help you, I need the truth. All of it." She stiffened, arms wrapping tighter around herself. "I told you everything, Roxy. I swear it." I studied her face, the nervous fidget of her fingers, the way her eyes darted then locked on mine in that familiar plea for belief. But something didn't add up. Not anymore. I took a slow breath. "Addison said she saw you at the inn." The words landed like a slap. Birdie blinked, her mouth parting in shock. "What?" "She said she saw you the night Marlowe died. Said you were there." I didn't see her," she stammered, shaking her head. "I didn't see Addison. I didn't see Marlowe." "You're sure?" "Yes, I swear." Her voice trembled, rising higher. "Unless—" I waited. Her brows drew together, and she took a shaky step back. "Unless they saw me when I was asleep." The silence between us prickled with tension. A cold gust swept across the street, scattering leaves and the scent of festival kettle corn. Above us, the sky deepened into velvet blue, the stars beginning to pierce through. "You slept in the booth," I said slowly, "at the bar." She nodded. "I told you that. I curled up in the corner behind one of the booths near the window. I figured no one would even notice me there." "And you didn't hear anything?" "Nothing. Not until I woke up around 7. I swear it, Roxy. I didn't even hear a door close." "But Addison was there," I pressed. "And if she saw you—" "I didn't see her," she said firmly. "I would have remembered." Pepper let out a low huff beside me, like even he could sense how close to the edge we all were. "I want to believe you," I said softly. "But if you're wrong, if someone else saw you there and thinks you're hiding something—" "I'm not!" Her voice cracked. "Roxy, I'm not. I was just trying to make things right with Marlowe. I didn't mean to get caught up in any of this." I exhaled slowly, nodding even as doubt tugged at the back of my thoughts. "All right," I said. "Then that's what we go with. But Birdie," I touched her arm gently, "we're not the only ones asking questions anymore." She nodded, a tear slipping silently down her cheek. "I know." I reached into my coat pocket, pulled out a tissue, and handed it to her. "Go home," I said gently. "Lock the doors. Stay put. And if you remember anything, even the smallest detail, you call me." "I will." She leaned down to give Pepper a scratch behind the ears before turning and walking away down Main Street. I stood there for a moment, staring after her. Then I turned toward my bike, which was locked in a bike rack. It was time to find Addison. Again. Chapter 13. The hallway inside the Cocoon Inn was dim and hushed, its plush carpet swallowing the sound of my footsteps as I moved past a line of antique sconces. Somewhere deep in the inn's kitchen, a burst of laughter drifted up the stairwell, followed by the soft clatter of pots. But up here, it was quiet enough that I could hear the creak of old floorboards beneath the rug and the tick of a nearby thermostat. Kami lingered behind the front desk. She'd been casually flipping through the guest book when I approached. "Don't suppose the sheriff's keeping the room locked with Fort Knox security?" I murmured. Kami's eyes flicked toward the stairs, then back to me. "Technically, it's sealed," she said in a low voice, her eyes scanning the lobby. "But I'm not blind to what you're doing, Roxy." "I'm not snooping," I said softly. "I'm verifying." Her lips twitched. "I never said I was against it." "Any request for surveillance footage?" I asked, since the cameras were clearly in view. "I'm looking for anything that will help Birdie not be a suspect." That got her attention fast. Just like a small town to come together when one of our own was out on a limb. "I don't know how to do it, but Walker did send it to Spencer this morning before he took Amelia canoeing on the lake." Kami looked at her watch. "It's getting dark out there, so I'm expecting them back any moment. I'll have him send it to you." When I asked for the key, Kami didn't hand it over. She simply set it on the counter beside a stack of reservation cards and turned her back to refill the candy bowl. "Okay, Pepper," I whispered. "Go wait outside." I'd left him leashed to the porch just outside the French doors, his little schnauzer face pressed to the glass. He gave a soft yip of encouragement through the pane. Now the room key sat warm in my palm as I walked up the steps. I took a right at the top and faced the door. The yellow tape stretched limply across the frame, like a forgotten party streamer. I peeled it away gently and slid the key into the lock, holding my breath as the knob gave way with a faint click. I stepped inside quickly and closed the door behind me. The scent hit me first, vanilla perfume, floral and sweet, undercut by the sharper tang of hairspray and pressed powder. It was as if Marlowe herself was still here, lingering in the air. I froze for a heartbeat, letting my eyes adjust. The room was too tidy. The bedspread lay smooth and tucked. The side table had been wiped down, and the chair angled just so. Sheriff Spencer's team had been through here all right, and they'd done their best to stage things before sealing the door. But they didn't know Marlowe. I did, at least the version of her I'd met. She was flashy, dramatic, high maintenance. A woman who walked into a room like it owed her money. This space, muted and quiet, didn't match. I crossed to the open suitcase perched neatly on the luggage rack, Marlowe's signature leopard print roller bag, just the right size for a weekend of curated content and camera-ready looks. It was unzipped, but not rummaged through. Spencer must have taken one glance and deemed it tidy enough not to touch. I didn't have that luxury. Careful not to crease or wrinkle anything more than I had to, I parted the top layer of silky robes and tucked in leggings. The inside smelled like high-end makeup and hotel soap, a mix of rosewater mist and something vaguely coconut. A gold-plated brush set peeked out from a velvet pouch beside a compact mirror. I pulled out one of the lip gloss tubes, a plumping formula with a sassy name like Don't At Me. It shimmered in the light. Well, I whispered to the empty room, a girl can multitask. I dabbed a little on my bottom lip. It tingled instantly, menthol and cinnamon. Tasted like one of Aunt Maxi's spicy holiday drinks. I smacked my lips, peering at myself in the mirror above the desk, where Marlowe had no doubt practiced every signature smile and influencer head tilt. Even in the low light, I looked polished. Still me, but a version of me that had maybe slept a full 8 hours and didn't find herself sneaking through murder scenes on a Sunday evening. Focus, Roxy. I tucked the gloss back and moved to the small closet tucked beside the bathroom door. A pair of sleek knee-high boots sat side by side on the floor, perfectly upright like little black sentinels. Suede, soft to the touch, fashionable, barely worn. But something about them caught my attention. I crouched and picked one up. Empty, light, the boot shaft slumped when I tilted it. Then I grabbed the other. Heavier, firm. Just enough resistance to raise my sleuth hackles. Gently, I tugged my cardigan sleeve down over my hand. No sense in leaving fingerprints if this went sideways, and reached inside. My fingers brushed something cold and flat. Not suede, not paper. Smooth, hard. I gripped it carefully and pulled it out. A phone. Not Marlowe's usual one. The flashy purple case, glitter pop socket, and stickers screaming "Sponsored" weren't anywhere to be seen. This one was black, sleek, unmarked. No case, no charms, no fingerprint smudges. I held it up to the light like it might whisper a secret if I just tilted it the right way. "Now why were you tucked away?" I murmured. There was no power, no sound, just a blank screen and a battery icon when I pushed the side button. Not trusting myself to hold it any longer, I scanned the room for something I could use to transport it safely. On the desk beside a half-melted votive candle and a room service menu with a doodled heart on the corner, I spotted the hotel ice bucket, still wrapped in its thin plastic liner, unused. Perfect. I yanked the bag free, shook it open, and dropped the phone in with a crinkle. A quick knot sealed it off. I nestled the bag into the side pocket of my purse, next to a pack of gum and a backup Bean Hive punch card. Then I heard it. The faint creak of floorboards. Voices.
Low, male. Getting closer. I froze, heart thudding so loud I was half sure it would echo through the hallway. The doorknob jiggled. Panic surged through me. I darted to the French doors on the far wall, painted white, with a latch that groaned just enough to make me wince as I opened it. Outside, the balcony stretched along the side of the inn. Twilight had painted the lawn in soft gray shadows. The porch below was quiet. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear laughter and the faint warble of a fiddle from the Neewollah Festival going full force on the beach, where the last of the fall festivities were still winding down. I stepped outside and eased the door closed behind me, pressing myself against the wall just as the room's door clicked open behind me. Inside, the floor creaked again. Heavy footsteps. Then I saw the shadow move past the curtain. Tall, broad-shouldered. Tilden. My breath caught. He wasn't bumbling around. He moved with purpose. He crossed straight to the closet. I held my breath and leaned to peek through the thin slit in the curtain. He was opening the closet doors, scanning the space like he knew exactly what he was looking for. I swallowed hard. Had I just gotten out with the one thing he'd come back to find? He muttered something under his breath. I couldn't make it out, but the tension in his jaw said more than words could. He yanked the boots out, checked inside, tossed them back with frustration. Then he spun around and stormed toward the bed. That was my cue. I ducked low, crab-walked along the railing, and slipped around the corner of the balcony. From there, a thin iron spiral staircase led down to the back garden. I crept down it, the chill biting through my jeans, every step slower than molasses in January. On the porch below, Pepper sat alert beside the carved pumpkin display near the bench, his tiny brows drawn with suspicion. I dropped beside him, heart racing. "Shh, buddy. Mission accomplished." He sniffed my hand, nose twitching. Then he gave a soft huff, his version of an approving nod. Keeping close to the wall, I edged around the side of the inn and just a few more steps to my bike, parked behind the flower boxes out front. I lifted Pepper into the front basket, tucking his blanket around him. "Let's ride, Sherlock." As we pedaled away, wind brushing my cheeks and the weight of the hidden phone like a stone in my purse, I knew one thing for sure. Tilden had been looking for something, and now I had it. Chapter 14. By the time I got home, the sky had gone navy blue, and the air had dipped into that crisp kind of cold that settles into your shoulders. The porch light flicked on automatically and lit up the stone path. From inside, the smell of roasted garlic and tomatoes greeted me. My stomach growled. Patrick was in the kitchen, still in his Henley and jeans, stirring something fragrant in my favorite blue Dutch oven. His back was to me, but he heard the door creak. "That you?" he called. "It's me," I said, hanging Pepper's leash on the hook beside the door. Sassy greeted us, and the two of them did the sniff dance as if they were trying to figure out where the other had been without them. Patrick glanced over his shoulder, grinning. "I hope you're hungry. I went full Sunday night comfort mode. Chicken parm and enough spaghetti to feed the whole sheriff's department." "You're a good man," I said, walking over and wrapping my arms around his waist. "And a brave one, cooking in my kitchen." He laughed, setting the spoon down to turn and kiss my forehead. "I stayed out of your baking cabinet. Promise." While he plated dinner, I brewed 2 mugs of coffee. I wasn't about to let Sunday slip by without my evening ritual. I added a little cinnamon to mine and took both mugs to the table. We ate in companionable silence for a while, the sound of forks clinking occasionally, filling the warm little kitchen as we sipped our coffee. Outside, the wind scratched gently at the window panes, and somewhere down the street, a porch wind chime jingled in lazy rhythm. He told me about some of the new construction contracts starting this week, and as we took our conversation to the couch, leaving the supper dishes for later,
Our conversation turned into the natural progression of if the influencer campaign would have the effect the state was hoping it would, or if Marlowe's death would have the very opposite. I opened my laptop and typed in Marlowe's handle, @boozy_and_booked. Her page was still active, though the most recent post had been overtaken by comments. It was the final photo from the parade. Marlowe stood in front of the Central Park gazebo in her high-heeled boots and wide-brimmed hat, holding a leash like it was a fashion accessory. The Springer Spaniel that won Best in Show sat obediently at her side, tongue out, tail blurred in mid-wag. But it wasn't the image that caught me. It was the sea of comments. My screen lit up with condolences, emojis, broken hearts, and shock. Can't believe she's gone. Just talked to her last week. R.I.P. Queen, taken too soon. But one caught my eye. It was buried between the rest, easy to miss if you weren't looking. @the real CC Sailor. Y'all act like she didn't play dirty. I sat up straighter.
What is it?
Patrick asked, sipping his coffee. I scrolled, heart thudding. Look at this, I said, turning the screen. Everyone's mourning her, but this one comment, it's throwing shade. He frowned.
CC Sailor? Is she local?
Not that I know of, I said, clicking on the handle. Her profile was private, but her bio read, influencer, skincare junkie, formerly on Team Vibe House, #Real Talk. She was probably in the same influencer circuit, I muttered, reading the sparse details again. And formerly, maybe she got burned? Patrick leaned back.
You think Marlowe stepped on someone to get ahead?
She got that big contract, I said slowly. The one Tilden thought he was a shoo-in for. What if Marlowe's whole career was built on leverage? Patrick arched a brow.
You mean blackmail.
I didn't answer. I didn't need to. The pieces were starting to rattle loose. Tilden's strange behavior, the hidden phone, Addison's reactions, and now this cryptic comment from someone who clearly wasn't a fan. I saved a screenshot of the post and bookmarked CC Sailor's profile.
Could just be a troll,
Patrick offered gently. Or the first thread to a whole new sweater, I said, rubbing a thumb along the rim of my mug. Either way, I'm gonna tug it. He reached for my free hand.
Just don't unravel yourself in the process.
I smiled. I'm not, but if there's a knot in this thing, I want to be the one who unties it. Patrick shifted his coffee mug to the side table, then leaned back against the couch cushions, one arm stretched along the back behind me. His body was relaxed, but I could see it in his eyes that he knew something was coming.
What do you know?
He asked again, softer this time. I closed the laptop and set it on the coffee table. Pepper curled up by our feet, while Sassy jumped up on the couch with me. I stared into the dark liquid of my coffee, stalling.
Roxy,
Patrick said gently, talk to me. So I did. I found Birdie's scarf, I said finally, my voice quieter than I expected. The purple one with the gold threads, the one she always wears this time of year. Patrick blinked, straightening slightly.
Okay.
It was at the Cocoon Inn, in the bar. His brows pulled together, processing.
You told Spencer?
I nodded. Patrick exhaled through his nose, that slow kind of breath he took when he was working through disappointment without wanting to show it. She told me she was at the inn that night, I went on. Birdie, she said she was waiting for Marlowe to apologize. She fell asleep in the hallway, then again in the bar after getting water. Patrick didn't speak, just watched me, fingers drumming softly against the cushion. She also said something else. After the parade, when Marlowe humiliated her in front of the whole town, I didn't think anything of it then, but she said, people like her always get what they want until someone makes sure they don't. I met Patrick's eyes. He wasn't blinking anymore.
Did you mention it to Spencer?
He asked, not angry, just startled. No, I was trying to protect her, I whispered. She was humiliated and sad. She wouldn't hurt anyone, Patrick.
But if Spencer finds out you've been hiding this...
I know. I pressed the heel of my hand to my forehead. Believe me, I know. He stood up and walked into the kitchen. I followed him. That's not all, I added. He turned, coffee in hand, raising an eyebrow. I went into Marlowe's hotel room, I said, after it had been sealed.
Roxy?
I didn't touch anything I didn't have to, but I found something. A phone, hidden inside one of her boots. His jaw tightened.
A phone? Not the one the sheriff took?
No, this was a different one. No case, no stickers, just plain black. It was hidden, Patrick, on purpose. I used an ice bucket liner to take it out. Didn't want to smudge it or mess up the evidence. I still have it. He looked like he wanted to sit down again, but couldn't quite bring himself to. I think someone wiped her regular phone clean. Gloria told me Spencer couldn't get a thing off of it, not even her lock screen. Patrick rubbed a hand over his jaw.
And you think this other phone
might have the answers no one wants us to find, I said, or at least the questions no one's asking. He finally sat, setting his mug down without drinking from it. There's more, I added quietly. Addison told me Marlowe couldn't swim, said she was terrified of water, wouldn't even go near the lake, let alone film by it. And yet that's where they found her. Patrick's eyes flicked up to mine.
You think she was lured? Or forced?
I don't know, I said honestly, but I don't think she went down there by choice. I sat beside him again. The couch felt smaller somehow, tighter with all this between us. She also told me that Marlowe thought Birdie was stalking her, I continued, that she was annoying, obsessed. Tried to apologize again that morning. Addison said she was going to tell Spencer, and I swallowed. I left. I didn't want to hear her say it. Not about Birdie. Patrick nodded slowly.
And Tilden?
He and Marlowe had a fight. Public. Gloria said it was about a sponsorship, one Marlowe got by using inside information. He accused her of stealing it, that she was underhanded, maybe even blackmailing people with what she found out. Patrick looked down at the dogs. Sassy's ears perked up. Pepper let out a soft sigh, curling into Patrick's leg.
You're right to be careful, he said at last. But this is a lot to carry, Rox.
I know.
I wish you'd told me sooner.
I didn't want you to look at Birdie the way people are starting to. He took my hand.
You've got to tell Spencer about the phone.
I'm going to. I just need one more day. Patrick's thumb traced over the back of my hand.
Then one more day it is. But after that, no more secrets. Deal?
I nodded. Deal. And we sat there, the four of us, 2 humans, 2 dogs, and one tangled mystery thick enough to keep me awake until Monday morning. Chapter 15. By the time the next morning rolled around, the bean hive already felt like it was stretching its arms and yawning into the new day. The fall air was sharper than it had been all week, cool enough to make window panes fog slightly at the edges. Honey Springs had a hush to it this early, broken only by the clink of my spoon against the inside of the sugar jar and the quiet gurgle of coffee brewing behind the counter. I'd taken Sweet Pea and Pepper for a quick walk and fed them as soon as we got back, so they'd get settled while I continued my opening tasks. The coffee bar was first. I moved through my usual rhythm. One by one, I refilled the 6 big stainless steel thermoses that lined the self-serve station. Each one was labeled with its own little chalkboard tag: House Blend, Cinnamon Vanilla, Nutty Pecan, Maple Cream, Harvest Bold, and the last one, a plain decaf Aunt Maxi insisted on, even though I still couldn't wrap my head around coffee without a purpose. As the drip machine did its thing, slow and steady, I wiped down the counter and straightened the neat row of to-go cups. Sleeves, stir sticks, sugar packets, pink and yellow sweeteners, creamers, and oat milk all had to be just so. I made sure the honor jar sat front and center with its little hand-painted label that said, "Pour what you need, pay what you can." Then I moved to the tea bar across the L, where the smell was gentler, earthier. I restocked the jar of loose-leaf tea, making sure the lemon balm and apple cinnamon were up front. The little honey bear from the bee farm caught the morning light like it was made of amber. A stack of paper cups with floral patterns waited beside glass jars filled with tea bags and tiny wooden stir spoons. Pepper and Sassy were both asleep, full-bellied and content, nestled by the fireplace like two retired detectives taking a well-earned break. Sassy's tail twitched now and then, like she was dreaming about bossing Pepper around. I poured myself a fresh cup, nutty pecan this time, and perched on my favorite stool at the front bar, the one with the best view of the lake. A few leaves skittered down the boardwalk outside, tumbling past the pumpkins and cornstalk bundles we'd set up along the window display. It looked like fall had pulled up a chair and decided to stay a while. And right there, in the middle of all that cozy, sitting plain as day on the bar, was Marlowe's hidden phone, still powered off, still daring me to touch it. I reached for it, then paused, fingers hovering. I tucked it in a bag last night, after my phone call with Spencer to let him know I had it. But it had pulled at me all morning, and now, with the coffee bar stocked, the cookies in the oven, and the shop still quiet, it felt like the moment. Except I still hadn't figured out what I'd do once it was on. Instead, I pulled out my phone and tapped over to Marlowe's social media page. Her last post, still the parade shot, had exploded with even more comments overnight. "Can't believe she's gone. She was just here. My heart is shattered." But what I was looking for was buried further down. I scrolled until I found it. At the real Cece Sailor. Y'all act like she didn't play dirty. It had stuck with me ever since I saw it last night. And then I tapped into the profile. Cece Sailor, the same influencer I'd found last night at home while scrolling. I tapped through to a tagged thread, the fight between Cece and Marlowe. It read like a public feud dressed up in influencer speak. But the messages underneath were sharp-edged. Cece had posted more than once about Marlowe being a con artist in lip gloss, and hinted that she cheated her way to the top. The replies were split, some defending Marlowe like she was a saint, others backing Cece and hinting at things Marlowe had done to people behind closed doors. It wasn't just drama, it was venom. And from what I'd learned from Tilden, Gloria, and Addison, there might be some truth buried in all that snark. I clicked out and pulled up the Honey Springs community page instead, needing something a little more grounded. Scrolling through the events for the Neewollah Festival, I saw what the influencers had planned today. A sponsored visit to the Be Happy Spa on the little island across Lake Honey Springs. The only way out there? Big Bib's Ferry from the marina. I drummed my fingers against the mug and chewed the inside of my cheek. If I wanted to get any closer to understanding this web drama, Cece Sailor might be the thread that would finally unravel it. And if Cece was here in town, which I suspected she was, despite the private profile and radio silence, I needed to catch that ferry. Just as I slid off the stool and headed toward the back to grab my jacket, the bell over the front door jingled, and in walked Bunny Bowowski. "You're not dressed up to work the bar," she said, eyeing my zip-up hoodie and knit cap. "Because I'm not," I said, already scooping up the spare key and scribbling her a note. "I'm about to chase down a spa day." She blinked. "You getting a facial?" "Nope." I handed her the note. "You're babysitting the Bean Hive for a couple of hours. Pepper and Sweet Pea have been walked. Cookies are in the oven. Just pull 'em out and set 'em on the cooling rack." She didn't even ask, just folded the note in half and stuffed it in her apron. "Let me guess. Influencers?" "I think they know something," I said, heading for the door, "and I'm going to find out what." The boardwalk was still sleepy as I stepped out of the bean hive, a cardboard to-go caddy nestled carefully in one hand and a bakery box balanced on my hip. The sky had just started to shift from lavender to that buttery soft gold that meant the sun was finally getting serious. Most of the town was still in bed or just thinking about their first cup of coffee, but I had plans that couldn't wait. A chill snapped at my sleeves, and the air smelled like lake water, fallen leaves, and chimney smoke, the kind of fall morning that wrapped around your bones and whispered that flannel weather had officially arrived. I didn't go anywhere empty-handed, and today was no different. Inside the caddy were 3 tall cups, 2 cinnamon vanilla blends, and 1 decaf for whoever felt like lying to themselves. The bakery box held 2 slices of apple crumb cake, a pumpkin scone, and a pair of mini ham and cheddar muffins that still smelled like a Sunday morning church potluck. Big Bib didn't take bribes, not officially, but he was a sucker for baked goods wrapped in parchment. The marina sat on the far end of the boardwalk, a squat little building with a crooked teal paint job and a striped awning that flapped in the wind like it had better places to be. The air down here had more bite to it, the lake sending up tiny gusts that made the ends of my hair dance. Bib's pontoon boat bobbed gently in its slip, still tied off and quiet. The ferry wasn't scheduled to run until closer to 9 for the influencer spa day, which gave me just enough time to catch him in his natural habitat, which was grumbling about fuel prices while sipping instant coffee that could peel paint. I pushed the door to the marina shop open, and the familiar scent of gasoline, motor oil, and stale pretzels hit me like a hug from an uncle who worked in a garage. "Bib," I called out. A low grunt answered from behind the counter, followed by the unmistakable pop of a recliner footrest snapping down. Big Bib emerged from the back room in his usual denim overalls, a plaid flannel stretched tight across his belly, and a scruffy beard that looked like it could hold secrets.
"Well, I'll be," he muttered, scratching his jaw. "Roxanne Bloom, at the crack of dawn. You on fire or just nosy?"
"A little of both," I said, holding up the goods. "Thought maybe you could be persuaded to make an early run." He eyed the coffee, then the box, then me.
"You buttering me up?"
he asked, already walking toward me. "Always," I grinned. "You know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important."
Uh-huh.
He took the caddy from my hand and sniffed one of the cups before sipping.
"That your new blend?"
"Limited fall batch. Aunt Maxi says it tastes like autumn if autumn wore a scarf and gossiped too loud," I teased, since he always had a soft side for Aunt Maxi. Bibb snorted and plucked the bakery box from under my arm.
"I hope there's not one of them weird raisin things in here. You know I got a vendetta against raisins."
"Apple crumb cake and ham muffins," I said. "You'll survive." He grumbled as he opened the box, but the way his eyes lit up told me I had him.
"Where are we going?"
"Be Happy Spa." He looked up sharply.
"Those influencer types ain't due out until 9.
"I know. That's why I need to go now. I'd like the head start before the beauty crew arrives," I told him. He sighed and took another long sip.
"Roxy, do you know what gas costs these days? This lake ain't free."
"And yet," I said, leaning against the counter, "here I am, with fresh muffins, coffee, and the quiet knowledge that you owe me after I fixed your Valentine's reservation with Babette when you forgot it last year." Bib blinked.
"You keeping score now?"
"Like a Southern woman with a church bulletin." I knew I was going to play that card on him one day, after I'd gotten him exactly what he wanted when he wanted to take his girlfriend, Babette Cliff, on a very special date. He grunted, but the corner of his mouth twitched up.
"Fine. but you're helping me haul bait buckets next weekend when I open for the winter carpy season." His tone told me there was no budging on what he wanted in exchange. "Deal," I said, offering my hand. He didn't shake it, just grabbed his coat and grunted again. "You always drag me into trouble before breakfast." "Only on the important days," I said, following him out toward the dock. The pontoon boat swayed as we boarded. The morning sun glinted off the water in little flashes, and somewhere across the lake, the island waited, quiet for now. But I had a feeling it wasn't going to stay that way for long. The old pontoon boat groaned a little as Big Bib untied it from the dock, the rope slipping off the cleat with a practiced flick of his wrist. He didn't say much, just adjusted his cap, settled behind the wheel, and fired up the engine with a low rumble that echoed across the still surface of Lake Honey Springs. I took a seat on one of the benches and zipped up my jacket. There were a couple of extra cushions tossed on the seat, the kind that always smelled faintly of damp canvas and bait shop coffee. I leaned back, curling my fingers around the last of my coffee and letting the heat seep into my hands. The lake looked different during this time of day. A veil of fog clung low across the water, swirling in tendrils that drifted just above the surface, like ghostly fingers reaching from the deep. The trees around the shoreline stood like sentinels in their autumn finest, leaves aflame in oranges, golds, and burgundy, but their reflections in the water looked muted, like memories starting to fade. The air had that sharp, crisp bite that always comes after the first frost. It stung the inside of my nose and left the faintest prickle against my cheeks. I could smell the lake, slightly briny, tinged with the mineral tang of whetstone, and beneath it, the unmistakable blend of gasoline and fish drifting from the marina as we pulled away. The ferry's engine hummed beneath my feet, steady and low, but my stomach was a mess of knots. There was something about this crossing, this early morning glide over water that had only days ago become a crime scene, that set my nerves jangling. The stillness wasn't peaceful. It was expectant. I tried to shake it off, focused on the way Bibb steered us with practiced ease, guiding the boat through the mist like he could do it blindfolded. He didn't talk, didn't even hum, just stood at the helm, wide stance braced against the deck, and watched the fog like it might shift into something else entirely. I took another sip of coffee, but it tasted bitter all of a sudden. Somewhere in the mist ahead was that island, the Be Happy Spa, and maybe, just maybe, someone who knew exactly what happened the night Marlowe died. I pressed my hands against the pocket of my coat where I'd stashed a couple of extra pastries, just in case I needed to sweet-talk my way past a tight-lipped receptionist or a wary CC sailor. The ferry ride would only take 15 minutes, but it already felt longer than that. Long enough for my mind to circle the same thoughts again and again. Birdie's scarf, that burner phone, the way Marlowe's name still lingered in the corners of conversations and social threads like a ghost that refused to fade. I gripped the bench as a ripple of cold wind swept across the lake, stirring the mist and setting it adrift like smoke from an unseen fire. It rushed right through me, shivering down my spine like a warning. Bibb finally spoke as the island came into view, the silhouette of the spa barely visible through the fog. "You sure you want to do this now, Roxanne Bloom?" "No," I said, pulling in a breath that tasted like lake water and nerves. "But I'm doing it anyway." He gave a grunt that sounded a lot like approval, or maybe just acceptance, and slowed the boat as he maneuvered toward the island's dock. The man really could guide a boat like he was threading a needle. As he cut the engine and tossed the rope towards the cleat, I stood, bracing myself for whatever or whoever was waiting beyond the fog. Because of this kind of morning, even the truth felt haunted. "Thanks, Bibb," I said, and stepped off,
balancing the box of goodies under one arm and tightening my scarf with the other. I'll grab a ride back during regular ferry hours. No need to stick around. He scratched his beard, which looked like it had seen more donut glaze than beard oil lately.
You sure you'll be done by then? Festival folks will start piling on around 9.
I'll be fine, I said, already turning. This isn't a social call. His chuckle followed me as I stepped off the dock, his voice thick with mock sympathy.
Ain't never is with you, Roxy Bloom.
I waved him off without turning back and headed up the narrow path that wound away from the bee farm's loading area. Already, the honey shop's delivery crew was bustling. Men in protective bee suits wheeled carts of wax-sealed jars toward the open-air pavilion where tourists would swarm later in the day. Past the bee farm, the trail changed, more serene, less trampled. A hand-painted wooden sign nailed to a tree read, "To the Bee Happy Spa. Quiet your mind." I took it as encouragement and followed the path, the muffled buzz of festival prep fading behind me. The island's woods swallowed sound the farther I went in. The air was thick with fall. Cool and sharp, it filled my lungs with every step. The scent of pine and briny lake water mingled with the sweet decay of fallen leaves, all baked together under the early sun. The fog had started to burn off now, lifting in ghostly swirls that danced between the trunks of sugar maples. And oaks lit up in every hue of fire, scarlet, copper, and gold. The dirt path curved along the waterline, damp leaves squishing underfoot, and I spotted a chipmunk darting from under a thicket of brush. The rustle of critters and the quiet snap of twigs beneath their tiny feet made it feel like the woods were alive, watching, waiting. Little wooden signs lined the path at irregular intervals, each carved with elegant calligraphy that seemed to whisper rather than shout. Serene, bliss, calm, pure indulgence. They were nailed to split logs or balanced atop stone cairns like gentle reminders to let go of stress. But I wasn't here for eucalyptus steam rooms or oat milk smoothies. I was here for answers. And under all the birdsong and soft breeze, I still heard the silence of a girl who'd gone into the water and never come back out. The path widened just before it crested a small ridge, and then I saw it. The Bee Happy Spa was tucked into the trees like it had grown there. The building rose in 3 mosaic-tiled tiers, the clay roofs warm and honey-colored, peeking just above the canopy like stacked tea trays. Wide glass windows reflected the treetops, and wooden beams, sanded to a buttery smoothness, crisscrossed the facade like the bones of a fancy log cabin. Lavender and eucalyptus swirled in the air before I even reached the front. It was like the whole spa exhaled calm. An HVAC system somewhere inside pumped the scent across the patio like a secret weapon, designed to make you forget about deadlines and murder suspects. The resort's stone walkway led past an infinity pool overlooking the lake. Steam rose from the heated surface, even this early, and plush rattan chairs circled fire pits that already crackled with low flames. Some guests were bundled in spa robes and thick socks, sipping on something green and frothy from the juicing bar beneath a pumpkin-stacked arbor. Fall decorations spilled across every surface: pumpkins, gourds, braided corn, and even a faux hay bale throne next to a scarecrow in a spa robe, complete with a towel turban and cucumber slices strapped to its eyes. A wooden sign at its feet read, "Welcome to Bliss. Dead tired? We've got the cure." Its smile was crooked, and I could have sworn the thing winked at me. The eeriness of the lake and the fog lingered in my bones even here, no matter how hard the resort tried to wrap itself in cozy. Somewhere between the steam and the fancy-scented candles, I still felt the weight of the second phone locked in my bag. But I straightened my shoulders and stepped up onto the flagstone patio,
pastries in hand. I had a spa full of influencers to face, and one of them, maybe Cece Saylor, maybe not, had the truth I intended to uncover. Only I was going to have to get help from the one man I tried to steer clear of, Kirk, my ex-husband.
Chapter 16. I crossed the smooth stone patio, weaving between clumps of guests already in their fluffy robes, sipping detox teas and posing for photos near the scarecrow. I caught sight of the mosaic archway that marked the entrance to the Be Happy Spa. I walked along the clean terracotta tile path, and the smell of eucalyptus intensified with each step, pumped through some hidden ductwork with all the subtlety of a department store perfume spritz. I didn't stop at the front desk. I didn't need to. I knew where Kirk would be. He was always a creature of habit. More so now, I suspected, since he'd traded courtrooms and corner offices for steam rooms and resort spreadsheets. I let the box of pastries shift in my arms, the weight warm against my side, and took the curved hallway to the left. The lighting was low here, spa mellow, casting soft glows against the exposed wood beams and walls dotted with framed quotes like, "Let go of what no longer serves you." Easier said than done when what no longer served you had once shared your name, your business, and your bed. Kirk Swindle. Even thinking his full name made my shoulders rise a notch. I hadn't said it out loud in a long time. I didn't need to. We lived in the same town now, walked the same boardwalk, waved across the same town meetings. We were what you might call Honey Springs cordial, but that didn't mean I forgot. I remembered everything. Like how I'd walked in late to our shared office one night, thinking I'd left my planner behind, only to find Kirk, shirt half buttoned, redefining client service on the edge of his desk. Or how I'd driven all night to Honey Springs after that, mascara streaked and heart cracked wide open, straight into Aunt Maxi's arms, and a second chance at a life that felt like mine again. He gave me the betrayal of a lifetime, but it handed me the Bean Hive. It handed me this town. It even handed me Patrick Kane, though I doubt Kirk knew that part stung worse than any divorce paper ever could. Patrick still grumbled any time his name came up. He hadn't forgiven the man, not even a little, and certainly didn't want him inside the Bean Hive, which was fair. Kirk might be married now, with a newborn and a rescue dog named Biscuit, but he was still Kirk. Still smooth-talking, still scheming, still just a little too good at making people believe what he wanted them to. And now he was part owner of this serene empire? I snorted quietly. The Be Happy Spa might be wrapped in lavender and humming bowls, but its roots were tangled. Because no matter how many calming signs you hung along the trails or eucalyptus candles you burned in the lobby, if the foundation had been poured with secrets and schemes, well, it wasn't exactly stable. And Kirk Swindle had always loved to build things on shaky ground. I rounded the corner and spotted him through the frosted glass of the resort office, a private side suite tucked behind the main spa lounge. His silhouette was unmistakable, tall, neat, and polished in one of those branded spa quarter zips that probably cost more than my weekly grocery budget. He moved with practiced ease, gesturing at a screen behind his desk while he was explaining something to his wife, Jessica. She'd moved here with him, eager to put down roots. Younger than me by a few years, but sweet in that earnest way you couldn't fake. She waved to me once at the Honey Festival last year while holding their new baby in a front-facing sling and balancing a Be Happy smoothie in the other hand. And in that moment, I realized something important. She was what he'd always needed, adoration and soft eyes. I was what he thought he needed, ambition, grit, the grind. He married me for the partnership, not the person. But with her, there was love, real, fragile, human love. I didn't envy her. I didn't want what they had, but I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a twist deep in my gut every time I saw it. The kind that reminded me how far I'd come and how close I'd come to living a life that didn't fit. And thank heavens I didn't. Because if I'd stayed, I wouldn't have my coffee shop. I wouldn't have Pepper curled up at my feet every night. I wouldn't have Aunt Maxi's sass or Patrick's steady warmth. I wouldn't be solving crimes on the side with a murder board and a pumpkin scone in my purse. So no, I didn't hate Kirk. I wasn't even mad anymore. But I didn't trust him. And today, trust was off the table. I gave the office door 2 knuckles of warning, then turned the knob before he could respond. "Roxy!" Jessica smiled and crossed the room to welcome me with a hug. "How are you?" "I'm good. How are you?" I asked. "I'm great, but I've got to run." She frowned. "I've got those influencers coming this morning. Do book a spa soon." She hurried off. "Morning, Kirk." I turned my attention to my ex. "Roxanne," he said, voice like silk. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" I set the box of pastries down on his desk and gave him my sweetest, most sarcastic smile. "I'm not here for pleasure. I'm here for business." His face shifted. "This wouldn't have anything to do with that influencer who was found in the lake, would it?" "Of course it does," I said. "Why else would I be here before the cucumber waters even chilled?" He groaned and set the clipboard down. "You're here to snoop. Again." "Armchair sleuthing, thank you. And don't act like you didn't enjoy it the last time I dragged you into one of these things. You got to play hero. You even combed your hair for court." Kirk chuckled, and to his credit, wasn't entirely smug. "You know I can't resist your pastries, or your stubbornness." "Let's make a deal," I told him. "Come on, Kirk." I nudged the box toward him. "You can't resist my pastries." He grinned despite himself. "Okay, what are you thinking?" I leaned in. "I need to talk to Addison. Alone. Tilden's practically glued to her hip, and I think she's hiding something. Something big." He straightened. "So you're here to play undercover spa guest?" "More like embedded investigative massage client," I said. "But yes, I need you to help me get her separated from Tilden without making it look suspicious." Kirk crossed his arms, mulling it over. "And how exactly do you want to do that?" "I want to offer her something exclusive, something Tilden can't join in on, like a special fall-themed treatment, something you're testing and only offering to a VIP." "Like a pumpkin spice mud bath?" I tried not to laugh. "Sure, or cinnamon clove massage. Just make it sound irresistible." "And you'll be in the room?" "As a fellow guest. You'll book us both for the experience. Say it's a joint trial session. I'll do my usual thing, ask questions, gauge her reactions. Try not to end up on your official trespassing list." He tapped his pen against the counter thoughtfully. "You want to corner her during a luxury body scrub?" "If it gets us closer to the truth, yes." He let out a slow breath. "All right, but if Jessica asks why you're here, I'm blaming the muffins." "Deal." "I'll prep a treatment room. The influencer's ferry isn't due until 8 a.m., so you've got about 15 minutes. He checked his watch. "Big Bib's probably halfway back across the lake by now." "Perfect. And Kirk?" "Yeah?" "Thanks. I know we've got history, but I'm glad we can do this civilly." He smiled, and for once it wasn't smug. "You were always the better lawyer. I'll send Addison your way." The treatment room smelled like cloves and cedarwood, warm and rich. Soft instrumental music played overhead. A pair of massage tables sat parallel with a flickering fake fireplace at the far end, flanked by shelves lined with towels, essential oils, and mason jars filled with herbs I couldn't identify. I set my bag beside the bench, removed my jacket, and slipped into the plush robe Kirk had provided.
The walls were painted a soothing dove gray, and the dim lights made the gold leaf in the decorative ceiling tiles shimmer like autumn sunshine. A knock on the door drew me from my inspection. A staff member poked her head in.
"Miss Bloom, Miss Addison is here. Shall I send her in?"
"Yes, thank you," I said, smoothing the robe's belt and taking a seat on the edge of the table. The door clicked open again, and Addison stepped inside. She looked radiant, if a little surprised. Her auburn hair was swept into a messy bun, and her robe was cinched tightly, a tablet clutched in one hand. "Roxy?" she asked, brows lifting. "This is the exclusive treatment?" "I thought you'd appreciate a little indulgence," I said, patting the table beside me. "Courtesy of your spa's co-owner." She eyed me, then the table, then sighed and sat. "Okay, but if Tilden throws a fit, I'm blaming you." "That's fair." The therapist entered and explained the treatments: a cinnamon clove scrub, followed by a pumpkin enzyme wrap, and finishing with a warm honey oil massage. All designed to detox and renew, just like the truth, I figured. As the treatment began, the therapist worked on Addison first, giving me time to settle in. "So," I said, voice low, "how's Tilden?" "Hovering as usual," she said, "but today I needed a break." I've heard that a lot lately, people needing breaks from each other, from pressure. Addison didn't respond, but I saw her jaw flex. "You two didn't get along?" I asked gently, keeping my tone as neutral as the spa's scent-misted air. Addison scoffed, a sound that was more sad than annoyed, as she adjusted the plush robe collar and angled her phone for a boomerang of the cinnamon clove scrub being smoothed over her arm. "We were best friends, Roxy. Grew up together. She was the maid of honor in my wedding. We used to choreograph dances in her backyard and pretend we were starting our own channel before we even had phones." She swiped through her camera roll, selected a filter, then aimed the phone over her shoulder to catch a flattering angle of the soft candlelight behind her. "Smile," she whispered, flashing the front-facing camera toward me. I gave a polite half-smile. She snapped the photo anyway. "Sounds like a deep bond," I said. "It was." Her voice dipped then, quiet. "But she changed. We both did, I guess. Somewhere between high school graduation and her first six-figure brand deal, something shifted. She stopped needing me to hype her up. She had strangers for that." The words hung in the lavender haze between us. There it was, a hairline fracture in a lifelong friendship. A bruise still tender, even if Addison didn't say it outright. She was already typing a caption, her voice trailing as she read it aloud under her breath. "Exclusive autumn detox treatment. Caption pending. Hashtag VIP. Hashtag pumpkin spice and everything nice." I reached for a warmed towel from the stack beside me, not breaking eye contact. "So when she booked this trip to Honey Springs, did she invite you to come along? Or did you just assume you'd be a part of it?" Addison looked up sharply. "Of course she invited me. This trip was my idea. I was the one who found the Be Happy Spa on Instagram. I told her it would be perfect for her fall campaign." "And she brought Tilden, too." Her lips tightened. She didn't answer right away, just tapped out another hashtag, hashtag fall faves, and added a sleepy-eyed selfie, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear to make it look candid. "I thought it was supposed to be just us," she said finally, "like the old days. But Marlowe always needed a camera. And Tilden, he was the camera." I nodded slowly. "So you were edged out." She shook her head quickly. "No, not edged out. I was included when it was convenient. But the second she got something better, bigger, she stopped looping me in." "And the sponsorship?" I asked, keeping my tone light. "The big deal Tilden thought was his?" "She got it," Addison said flatly, not even trying to hide the bitterness anymore. "She always got what she wanted. She was magnetic, Roxy. When she walked into a room, people looked. Brands looked. Even when she was mean. Even when she cheated. Her phone buzzed with the little like count tick-up. She glanced at it, then set it on the table with a sigh. I didn't kill her, she added, eyes flicking to mine. Even if she did hurt me. I didn't say you did. You didn't have to. Her voice was tight. Everyone's been looking at me sideways since. Because you were close, and because when someone dies like that, out of nowhere, people start asking hard questions. Addison looked down at her hands, now wrapped in warm towels that smelled like orange peel and honey. She was scared, she whispered. Before she died, she told me she was being watched, that someone was following her feed too closely. Not fans, someone with something to lose. Did she say who? Addison hesitated. She hinted, but no names. Just said if anything happened to her, to check the comments, that she had receipts. My gaze darted toward her phone. On that? She shook her head. No, not that one. Her backup. The plain one. My pulse kicked up. The one no one knew about? She kept it in her boot, Addison said, her voice cracking just a little. Tilden used to joke she had a burner phone for blackmail. We laughed about it. But now? Do you happen to know the code? I asked. Oh yeah, her birthday. She laughed. We're all too lazy to come up with something really good. I kept my face calm, even as my heart hammered against my rib cage. I didn't need for Addison to tell me Marlowe's birthday. I could get that from Gloria Day. That plain black phone, the one I hadn't unlocked yet, it was in my bag, waiting to be cracked open like a can of secrets. Only it was going to have to wait until I was alone. And that was going to be tonight when I was at Pet Palace doing my volunteer work. Chapter 17. The Pet Palace sat quiet and settled on its hill at the north end of Honey Springs, like it had curled up under the stars with a full belly and nothing left to prove. Most folks only ever heard of it when Louise brought a pup to the Bean Hive for adoption. But tonight, the place belonged to me, the hum of the heater kicking up through the vents, and the soft, sleepy rustles of animals who'd finally found safe ground. After the treatment at the spa, I was too drained to go back to the Bean Hive to work, so I simply picked up Pepper before heading home until I had to be here for my Monday night volunteer shift. I stood in the lobby with a mop in one hand, the handle warm from use, and the hem of my apron smudged with cat hair, wet paw prints, and something I didn't want to talk about. My arms ached from scrubbing water bowls and scooping litter. Behind me, Pepper was curled in his favorite spot in front of the gas fireplace, his little schnauzer body twitching now and then like he was dreaming of chasing squirrels made of bacon. His soft snores blended with the crackle of the flame and the rhythmic tick of the old wall clock above the reception desk. The walls, painted a soft brown, felt more like a cozy den than a shelter lobby. The L-shaped laminate counter still smelled faintly of lemon polish. A mug of cold peppermint tea sat forgotten beside the computer monitor. Somewhere down the hall, a lone dog barked once, a deep, gruff warning, and then quieted, as if reassured by the familiar nighttime shuffle of volunteers. It was peaceful, that kind of peace you only got in places full of second chances. Or so I thought. I put the mop in the custodial room and grabbed the dirty laundry basket in there that was filled with fleece blankets. I headed for the washer, my foot already angled toward the utility room, when the front door creaked open behind me. It was the slow kind of creak that made your shoulder blades pinch together. The bell didn't jingle. I froze. Mid-step, mid-breath. Every instinct in me snapped awake. "Hello?" I called out, sharper than I meant to. My voice bounced off the warm brown walls and echoed just enough to make my stomach clench. He stood just inside the door, framed in the low porch light, like he'd strolled in for his shift instead of, I don't know, trespassing. His silhouette looked a little too smug, phone in one hand, the other lifted in a lazy wave, like we were old pals catching up over pie. "Hey," he said, casual as could be. "Didn't mean to scare you." Tilden stepped into the light. I didn't smile. "How'd you get in? We're closed." He glanced around like maybe the room would offer him a better excuse. Kamie said you'd probably be here," he offered. "I thought it'd be a good time to do a little behind-the-scenes thing for my feed. You know, highlight the Bean Hive and Pet Palace partnership. Feel-good stuff. It helps adoption rates. Win-win." I didn't budge. The air between us stretched taut, thick with dog dander and doubt. From the kennels, a few barks rose in sequence. One sharp yap, then another, then silence. Pepper lifted his head from his bed, blinked at Tilden, then laid his head back down like he already knew this guy was trouble. Overhead, the old fluorescent lights buzzed just loud enough to sound like a warning. I kept my voice level. "This isn't a set, Tilden. These animals aren't backdrops for your content. We're closed. That means don't come in." He held up both hands like I'd just accused him of grand theft instead of poor manners. Hey, I didn't mean anything by it. I just figured, since you're here, we could do a quick live stream, promote some dogs, maybe you could pop in, say something about how folks can help. You're kind of the heart of the operation." His tone was syrupy sweet, but my gut twisted all the same. "You're not here to promote anything," I said. "You're here because you think I won't call you out for sneaking around. This wouldn't have anything to do with smoothing over your image after the whole Marlowe situation, would it?" His lashes flicked down just for a beat. "Gotcha." I didn't wait for his answer. Something in my bones told me I didn't want to hear it. I stepped past him, pushing through the heavy door that led to the kennels. The keypad beeped under my fingertips, and the latch clunked free. The concrete floor was cool under my boots, and the familiar smell of kibble, bleach, and wet dog curled around me like steam. The chain-link gates rattled as a few dogs stood up in their enclosures, tails wagging, eyes hopeful. I passed Jupiter, our German shepherd mixed with trust issues and a heart like a busted suitcase. He barked once, deep and loud, and Tilden flinched behind me. "Come on," I said over my shoulder. "If you're going to do a live, do it here. These dogs need exposure too." He hesitated just long enough to let me know he didn't want to. Then he followed, the soles of his sneakers squeaking softly on the concrete as we walked deeper into the kennel wing. The dogs started barking in full chorus now, not frantic, just letting us know they were aware. The clang of tails on gates, the click of nails on cement, the occasional huff or whine. I let it all rise like a shield around me. Tilden held up his phone. "Okay, going live in 3, 2... The screen glowed blue-white in the darkened hallway. "Hey, friends, it's Tilden with Trail Mix and Trends, and I'm here at Pet Palace in Honey Springs, Kentucky, with some absolutely incredible animals that need forever homes." I leaned against Jupiter's gate, arms crossed, and watched him work his camera magic. But every instinct I had was still lit up like a switchboard. And I wasn't about to forget who he really was underneath all that influencer charm. Tilden's phone screen flickered, and suddenly the glow from it lit up the kennel hallway like a miniature spotlight. He angled it just right to catch his jawline, then flipped the camera to selfie mode as the viewer count started climbing fast. "Hey, friends, what's up?" he said, his voice dropping into that buttery influencer on autopilot tone. "It's Tilden from Trail Mix and Trends, and I'm here at Pet Palace in Honey Springs, Kentucky. Yes, the famous one y'all keep asking about. I mean, look at these babies." He panned the camera slowly over the line of kennels, capturing wagging tails, pink tongues, soulful eyes pressed to gates. Jupiter, never one to miss a moment of fame, let out a short bark and sat down tall, ears perked. Hearts started bubbling up the side of the screen. Fast. "OMG, I want that shepherd."
That's Jupiter, right? I saw him on Roxy's story.
Honey Springs is the cutest town ever.
Wait, is that the Bean Hive lady?
Adopt, don't shop.
Tilden, we love you. Is this where Marlo was last seen? Are y'all safe? I heard about that influencer girl.
Talk about the murder, please.
Who's the girl? She's so cute.
Special shout out to Roxy Bloom, he said, turning the phone with a practice motion to frame me. The powerhouse behind the Bean Hive and this whole program. Roxy, come say hi. I hesitated for half a beat before stepping into frame, arms crossed, but lips pressed into a polite smile. Hi, I said, blinking into the brightness of the ring light clipped on his phone. If you're watching, donate to your local shelters. Every pup deserves a soft bed and a second chance. And coffee, Tilden added with a wink, his voice sugared with charm. More hearts floated. The sound of paws scratching the kennel gates echoed faintly behind us. The scent of wet kibble, vanilla shampoo, and a little bit of pine cleaner filled the space around us. My shoulder brushed the metal gate behind me as Pepper wandered just out of frame, sniffing an abandoned plush toy with a single missing ear. Tilden tilted his head toward the phone like he was reading a teleprompter. We've got questions coming in. Let's see what people want to know. Is that your dog, Roxy? What breed? Can you adopt from out of state? What's your fave coffee flavor at the Bean Hive?
Roxy, how do you manage the shelter and run your shop? Superwoman.
Did y'all know Marlo personally?
Tilden, blink twice if you're in danger.
Can you do a pup treat baking video?
Y'all dating?
Tilden snorted at this last one. Okay, let's get to the real stuff. Roxy, what kind of dog is that little cutie napping by the fireplace? I looked over at Pepper, who gave the camera a side-eye glance before settling deeper into the bed, like he didn't have time for stardom tonight. That's Pepper, I said. He's a schnauzer, adopted right here from Pet Palace. He was my first rescue after moving to Honey Springs. Best decision I ever made. A stream of awes and heart eyes floated across the screen. Tilden grinned, eyes flicking over the rolling comments. Okay, folks are asking if you bake your own dog treats. I gave a nod. Every week, usually something seasonal. Right now it's cheesy pumpkin biscuits. All natural, no preservatives, no junk. I keep a few in my apron if anyone wants a sample. Give her a cooking show!
Roxy, what do you recommend for a picky eater chihuahua? Do y'all ship to Florida? Please do a tour of the Bean Hive next. Tilden swiped to highlight a couple of questions on screen. All right, last one before we sign off. How can people help? I leaned a little closer, my breath fogging slightly in the cold air between us and the phone. Adopt, donate, volunteer, bring a bag of food, share our posts. Show up. That's the biggest thing. You show up, you make a difference. He smiled at the camera, flashed a peace sign, and said, Y'all heard her. This is Tilden and Roxy signing off from Honey Springs. Stay cozy, stay kind. He ended the stream, the phone screen dimming slightly as the comment section finally slowed. The silence rushed back in fast. The dogs had gone back to circling their enclosures or curling into fleece blankets. One of the smaller mutts let out a snuffly sigh and licked his paws. Then came the buzz of notifications as his phone lit up again. Likes, shares, reposts. I looked over at him. Nice save. He slipped the phone into his jacket pocket, and for the first time since he'd arrived, his face lost its on-camera polish. You didn't answer any questions about Marlo, I said. His eyes met mine. Didn't seem like the time. No? I asked, tilting my head. Seemed like the perfect setup. A beat passed between us. Then another. He exhaled. You want answers? Let's talk. The dogs were mostly quiet now, their curiosity sated and their bellies full of treats. I gave Jupiter one last scratch behind the ears and tossed the empty biscuit pouch into the trash near the kennel keypad. My boots squeaked softly on the concrete as I turned toward the hallway, motioning for Tilden to follow.
We stepped out into the warmth of the front room again, and I felt my shoulders ease just a hair. The gas fireplace still flickered, casting a soft glow across the brown walls and making Pepper's silver coat shine as he lifted his head to watch us return. The heater clicked on again, filling the space with its steady whoosh. "You want a Coke or something?" I asked, already moving behind the counter, where Louise kept a mini fridge stocked with sodas and cold bottled water for volunteers. "Sure," he said, still looking around like the room might bite him. I popped the fridge door open, grabbed a can, slid it across the counter. Then I reached into my tote bag on the floor near the cubbies and pulled out a small Tupperware container. "Seasonal cookies. Pumpkin snickerdoodle," I said, offering him one. "I made them this morning. Go ahead. One bite won't ruin your influencer image." He chuckled and took one, biting into it cautiously. "Okay, that's annoyingly good." I poured myself a cup of coffee from the carafe on the sideboard, added a splash of cream, and leaned against the counter. The caffeine hit my bloodstream like armor. "Now," I said, wrapping both hands around my mug, "tell me what you were really looking for in Marlowe's room." He hesitated. You told me you were helping her family," I cut in, "but you were rifling through her closet and checking her boots. You were looking for that second phone, weren't you?" His face twitched. The fire crackled softly. "I didn't kill her," he said finally. "I swear. But yes, I was looking for the phone. I knew it had to be there somewhere. Marlowe, she had this way of getting what she wanted. And this time it was the big tourism contract, the one that was supposed to go to me." "She told you she got it?" "Yeah," he said, running a hand down the side of his face. "She told me right before the parade. Said she had it locked up and that I could thank her later for the drama. Like humiliating me in front of a crowd was some kind of marketing gift." "And you yelled at her?" "I was furious. She'd used one of my drone clips, footage I let her preview, and cut it into her pitch without crediting me. Then she gets the deal?" He took another bite of cookie and chewed like he needed something to focus his anger on. "And you want to know the worst part?" I raised an eyebrow. "She told me how she got it. Said someone on the inside fed her info about the judging criteria. She never named names, just gave that smug little shrug of hers." My heart panged. "And the blackmail?" He hesitated. "I didn't say blackmail." "But you were thinking it." He didn't deny it. "Marlowe had receipts. Always. If you messed up with her, she'd find something on you. Then she'd let it slip to a brand or a PR rep. Anonymous, of course. She'd make herself look like the clean, sparkly option. And it worked. Every time." I stared at him, stunned. "So who else did she clean up to get ahead?" "Too many to count. But that's not my business anymore. After she died, I just wanted to make sure nothing was going to come back on me. And that's when I realized she had a second phone, probably where she kept the good stuff." I sipped my coffee slowly. "I found it, but it's not what I expected. Just a burner. No glitter case, no stickers." He smirked. "Then she was definitely hiding something." "Speaking of hiding," I said, narrowing my eyes, "you told me earlier you flew your drone the night she died." "I did," he said. "I was getting aerial shots of the lake, the inn, the festival lights. It was supposed to be part of a farewell video. You know, our last push before we move on to the next city on Wednesday." "And you didn't happen to capture a murder on tape, did you?" "No, nothing like that." He pulled his phone from his pocket and tapped the screen a few times. "But I got something." He turned the screen toward me to show me the footage his drone took. The drone footage played back in crisp resolution, high above Lake Honey Springs, where the gazebo sparkled under fall garlands, the boardwalk glowed in soft festival light, and the trees shuddered gently in the wind. Then the camera shifted, lowering slowly toward the lake's edge behind the Cocoon Inn. 2 figures came into view on the screen. "That's Marlowe," I said, breath catching in my throat. Tilden nodded. "And the other one, I couldn't tell who it was. Still can't." I leaned in closer, squinting at the screen as the drone hovered just above them. One of the two, a woman, stood near the edge of the lake, arms crossed, her posture tense. Marlowe, unmistakable with her sleek ponytail and that oversized hoodie she'd worn all weekend, was facing her, gesturing with quick, clipped movements. The second figure stood with her back to the camera. The angle was high, but the shape of the frame, the slope of the shoulders, the slight limp as she shifted her weight, pricked something uneasy in me. And then I saw it. The scarf. That deep purple scarf, the one with the familiar shimmer of gold thread woven through the fabric. The same one I found of Birdie's at the inn's bar. The one she admitted was hers and left behind. My breath caught. My stomach sank. My fingers tightened around the edge of the counter.
I couldn't make out their faces from that angle,
Tilden said, oblivious.
But Marlowe turns away just after this, like she's ending the conversation, and then the drone pulls back.
I barely heard him. I watched, frozen, as Marlowe spun on her heel, arms tight across her chest, walking toward the shadows that stretched down the slope of the lake. The other woman didn't follow. She just stood there, still, watching. The drone pulled away, the screen flickering to black.
"That's it,"
Tilden said, pocketing his phone.
"She must have died after that. I didn't see or hear anything else."
I licked my lips, trying to wet the sudden dryness in my mouth. "Why didn't you show this to the sheriff?"
He shrugged. "Because I didn't want to get dragged deeper into it. I already had the fight with her on record. I figured if I handed this over, they'd think I was hanging around stalking her or something."
"You were scared," I said, my voice quieter than I intended.
"Wouldn't you be?"
I didn't answer. Not because I didn't know what to say, but because I did. That scarf had settled the question I'd been avoiding all along. Birdie had been there. And now I had to find out why she lied, and if she really did kill Marlowe. Chapter 18. The Bean Hive always smelled its best before sunrise, before the first regular shuffled in, before Aunt Maxi's bangles started jingling in rhythm with the gossip. This morning the shop was steeped in fall. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee hung heavy in the air as I slid a tray of pumpkin snickerdoodles into the oven, and the harvest blend bubbled through the drip machine behind the counter. Pepper had claimed his usual spot in his corduroy bed beside the fireplace, snout nestled into his paws, ears twitching at the occasional groan of the oven. Sweet Pea wasn't far, curled tight like a cinnamon roll on the braided rug near the pastry case. The windows along the front glowed orange with early light. Leaves rustled outside as wind swept down the boardwalk. Garlands of burlap and plaid ribbon trailed across the shelves, framing displays of pecan pies, mini maple loaves, and candy corn scones in the glass case. I cradled my mug and perched on the stool near the front bar, the one with the best view of the lake through the picture window. My fingers warmed against the ceramic, and I inhaled the dark roast like it was medicine for my sleepless night. The black phone, Marlowe's, sat quiet and accusing on the bar beside me. I still hadn't touched it, hadn't turned it on. My gaze was drifting toward it when I noticed a person was walking up. Then I realized it was Spencer as he lifted his hands up over his eyes, peering into the coffee shop to see what was going on in here. We weren't officially open yet, so I got up and walked over to the door. When he saw me, he took a step back, his brown sheriff's coat unzipped, hands tucked into his pockets. Pepper's ears twitched, and Sweet Pea raised her head like she'd sensed a shift in the air.
"Morning,"
he greeted me. "Morning," I replied, setting my coffee down. "Didn't expect you before sunrise."
"You've got the best coffee in town."
He tipped his head toward the door.
"And I didn't want to talk at the department. I thought we could talk here before you get busy."
I blinked at that, then motioned him in and gestured for him to sit at the bar while I went back to get him something. "Pumpkin snickerdoodles. First tray's in. Want coffee?" I asked. He gave a one-shoulder shrug.
"I'll never say no to that."
I moved across the coffee shop, and behind the counter,
pulled his usual, black with a splash of cream, and set it beside a fresh apple butter scone on a small plate. "Sugar's in the basket. Cookies'll be done in 8, I said as I walked back to the front window.
"Roxy." He picked up his cup. "You've been busy."
I stilled. Define busy. He arched one brow, but there was no heat behind it.
"We need to talk. Officially, unofficially, I don't care anymore. I just want the truth."
I glanced toward the kitchen. "Let me check the oven." He nodded, taking a sip of his coffee, and I slipped through the swinging door. The scent was even stronger back here. Baked sugar and warm pumpkin. Almost enough to drown out the dread clawing up my spine. I exhaled once, then again. Then I turned the cookies and went back to the front. I came back through the swinging door with a tray of pumpkin snickerdoodles, their sugary crust just beginning to crackle golden on top. The heat fogged up my glasses for a second, which was probably for the best, made it easier to admit what I'd been carrying. Spencer took another sip of his coffee, eyes on me. Quiet. Waiting. I slid the tray onto the cooling rack and peeled off my oven mitts, then walked around the bar and sank onto the stool across from him. The stool creaked under me, or maybe that was just my conscience settling in for a talk. "I've got things to tell you," I said finally. "Things I should have told you before." He didn't say anything, just set down his mug and folded his arms.
"Okay."
I swallowed, bracing myself. I found Marlowe's other phone. I pushed it toward him. Spencer stared at it like it might bite him.
"Where did that come from?"
"Marlowe's boot," I said. "I went into her hotel room. The one you sealed off." He let out a long breath through his nose. I know," I said quickly. "But I had a hunch, and it paid off. Her usual phone was wiped. You already know that. But this one? This one was hidden in the back of a suede boot, zipped up and stuffed upright in the closet. It's a burner. Sleek, no stickers, no pop socket, nothing flashy. She wanted it hidden." Spencer picked it up with the edge of a napkin, examining the plastic wrap.
"Is it charged?"
"No, I didn't touch it beyond moving it here. No idea what's on it, if anything." He nodded slowly.
"Go on."
"There's more," I said, fingers curling around my coffee mug. "Tilden was in that room. He showed up right after I found the phone. He went straight for the closet, for the boots. He was looking for it." Spencer's lips pressed together.
"He tell you that?"
"Not exactly. Last night he showed up at the Pet Palace while I was volunteering. Tried to spin it as content for his channel. Then he did a live stream showcasing the adoption program with the Bean Hive and said some nice things about me on camera."
"Trying to cover his tail."
"Exactly. But after the camera was off, I asked him flat out, what was he looking for? He caved. Said Marlowe told him she'd gotten that big sponsorship deal. She used inside information from someone on the committee. And Tilden, he didn't just lose the deal. He lost his temper. He said Marlowe had a habit of collecting dirt on other influencers, blackmail, anonymous tips, strategic sabotage."
"And you believe him?"
"I believe parts of him, enough to take it seriously. And then there's the drone." Spencer frowned.
"Drone?"
"Tilden's drone. He showed me the footage." Spencer stiffened.
"You've been sitting on drone footage?"
"I didn't know what I was seeing until I did," I said. "It shows Marlowe at the lake's edge. She's arguing with someone. At first it's hard to tell who. But then the camera got closer and I saw it."
"Saw what?"
"The scarf," I whispered. "Birdie's scarf. That purple shimmer." Spencer exhaled, leaned forward.
"She was at the lake with Marlowe?"
"She was. The footage ends before anything happens. But it's not a fight. It's a standoff. Marlowe turns away. Birdie stands there. Then the drone pulls back." He rubbed his hand across his mouth.
"And he didn't show this to me." He said he was scared, said he didn't want to be tied to the timeline. He already had a motive thanks to their fight at the festival. Spencer looked toward the front window. The town was just beginning to wake up outside. "There's one more thing," I said. He looked back at me, tired but alert. "Addison told me Marlowe was terrified of water. Couldn't swim, wouldn't go near the lake, said she panicked if even a drop got on her face." "That's not in the report." "No, and I didn't tell you. I should have. But if that's true, she didn't go down there alone. She didn't just fall in." We sat in silence for a moment. The coffee machine hissed. The timer dinged for the next tray of cookies. Finally, Spencer stood, hand on his belt. "We've got work to do." I nodded. "Yep, we do." He turned for the door, then paused. "Thanks for the coffee." "Thanks for not arresting me." He smirked, then left. Chapter 19. The front door hadn't even stopped swinging since I'd turned the sign to open after Spencer had left. "I swear," I muttered under my breath, "you'd think I was giving away free coffee and lattes this morning." Mayor Callie Hartwell breezed in with her signature blend of confidence and concern. Her tailored coat was buttoned tight against the chill. "Is it just me?" she said, tossing a look over her shoulder at the door. "Or have you been busier than usual this morning, and it's not even 8? "The influencer campaign seems to be working," I said, wiping my hands on a towel. "The coffee's on, the cookies are cooling, and my nerves are already frayed." She sniffed the air. "Is that cinnamon and pumpkin?" "Pumpkin snickerdoodles. Want one?" Callie perched on the corner stool and took off her gloves. "I'll take 2, one for me and one to smooth over the next State Tourism Board Zoom." That stopped me mid-reach. "Uh-oh," I said. "What kind of damage are we talking?" "The kind that comes when your highest profile influencer dies in your seasonal festival," she said bluntly. "And your town lawyer/coffee slinger sends out a press release that's making headlines faster than I can blink." I set 2 cookies on a napkin and slid them her way. Was I wrong? "No, you were timely, professional, and smart about it," Callie admitted. "But now the board's scrambling. They're still moving forward with the competition, but they want us to replace Marlowe with someone else, preferably someone who will draw attention for the right reasons." "And they want me to suggest someone?" I asked, lifting an eyebrow. She shrugged. "I'd trust your gut over half the PR teams they've got on retainer." I leaned against the bar and chewed on that for a moment. Then it hit me, like a fresh jolt of espresso. "What if," I said slowly, "we brought in C.C. Saylor?" Callie blinked. "Who?" "Handles the real C.C. Saylor," I said, already pulling out my phone. "She was on the Vibe House team. She and Marlowe have history, a real one. She's Kentucky-based, smart, knows how to work a crowd, and clearly isn't afraid to speak the truth." "You want me to bring in someone who was publicly feuding with the girl who just died?" Callie asked, her voice tight with worry. "Exactly," I said, "because she has a reason to be honest. She knows how the influencer game works, and maybe, just maybe, she can help shed light on whoever Marlowe was into. The kind of light the state board might need before this whole thing gets any uglier." Callie picked up a snickerdoodle and took a thoughtful bite. "She local?" "Not exactly, but she's Kentucky-born. If I message her today, I bet I could get her here by tomorrow. It wouldn't cost much if we bill it as a regional spotlight. Less budget, more authenticity." Callie studied me for a long beat. "This isn't just about the festival, is it?" "No," I said softly. "It's about the truth, and maybe keeping someone else from getting hurt." "Fine," she said, brushing crumbs from her lap. "I'll float it to the board. You reach out to your truth teller and get her here." "Oh, and Callie," I called after she stood to leave, "don't forget to leave a tip." She grinned. "Just added $5 to the town's emergency budget for scones."
I took my phone out of my apron pocket and opened my Instagram to pull up at the real CC Sailor's profile. I hit the message button, and my fingers flew over the keys. Hi, CC. This is Roxy Bloom, town lawyer and coffee house owner in Honey Springs. We're hosting a major tourism campaign event and recently lost a participant. Your name's come up as a smart, savvy Kentucky voice, and I think you'd be a perfect fit. Can we talk? I've got coffee and curiosity. Message sent. Coffee flowing. Truth incoming. No sooner had I hit send on the message to C.C. Taylor than the bell over the door gave its usual jingle. Aunt Maxi barged in first, her bangle bracelets clinking in alarm, her red-framed glasses sliding down her nose. Bunny Bowowski was close behind, eyes wide and curious. Birdie Beebe shuffled in with her arms crossed and her head ducked low. And Loretta Beebe, in all her rhinestoned, fur-collared glory, trailed behind them like a monarch surveying the Bean Hive as her royal court. "Well," Loretta demanded, before the door even clicked shut, "do you know something or don't you?" I didn't pretend to know what she meant. I held up both hands. "Let me refill my coffee and I'll spill." They followed me to the counter. Aunt Maxi took her post at the register, Bunny hopped onto a stool, and Birdie sat next to the fireplace, fussing with the ends of her cardigan sleeve. Loretta remained standing, tapping one acrylic nail on the counter with enough rhythm to summon thunder. "Okay," I said, setting my mug down. "You're right. I do know something. But before you all go full-on Southern swirl, let me finish." Aunt Maxi crossed her arms. "Spill it, sugar. We're not here for the decaf." I took a breath. Tilden has drone footage. It shows someone down by the lake with Marlowe right before she died. Birdie went still. I looked at her gently. You can't see the face, but there's a scarf. Loretta's hand landed on Birdie's shoulder with a protective firmness. "The purple one?" I nodded. "It looks like Birdie's, yes. But that doesn't mean anything, not yet. The footage doesn't show what happened after. Just Marlowe walking toward the water and the other figure, well, standing back." Birdie whispered, "But it could be me." "It could be a lot of people," I said quickly. "What matters is we keep looking, and I think I found someone who might help." That piqued Loretta's interest. "Who?" "I've been working on bringing in another influencer. Someone who wasn't invited originally, but has connections to the three that were." Birdie perked up. "Is it C.C. Sailor?" I blinked. "How do you know that name?" Birdie shifted in her seat. "I follow her. Or I did, before all this. She and Marlowe had a huge fight online. I was all in for Marlowe. Team Moxie. I even commented a few times. But CC was saying some stuff, things that seemed petty. Then—" She trailed off, eyes flicking up to meet mine. I stepped closer. "What kind of things?" "That Marlowe blackmailed people. That she wasn't who she pretended to be. And that something was going to come out soon." Loretta sucked in a breath. "Well, my, oh my." "I just messaged her," I said. "If she agrees and the state goes for it, she could be our new third influencer, one who isn't caught up in a web of lies." Aunt Maxi clapped her hands. "Now that's the kind of backup I can get behind." Loretta still looked concerned. "You really think that girl's got information?" "I think she's got motive to talk," I said. "And if she's coming to town, I want to be the one she talks to first." Birdie looked at me again. Her expression was a mix of guilt and gratitude. "Thank you," she said softly. I gave her a small nod. "We're not giving up. Not on you, not on the truth." Chapter 20. I'd barely had time to blink when I looked up at the wall clock and realized it was well after lunch. The 4 hours it took C.C. Sailor to get here had flown by in a blur of brewing more coffee, tea steeping, and the steady hum of gossip under the warm buzz of the Bean Hive lights. I had told Bunny Bowowski that Cece might be a weltering flower, some internet influencers wilting at the first whiff of confrontation, but that opinion didn't hold up the second Cece Saylor waltzed through the front door like she was about to headline the Neewollah Festival herself. She wasn't flashy, but she had presence, like someone who didn't have to shout to command attention. Her coppery hair was swept up in a loose knot, and she wore oversized sunglasses and a blazer. There was something polished but real about her. Bunny leaned closer to me at the counter, pretending to wipe up a spill with one hand while keeping her eyes glued to Cece.
"Well, I'll be," she whispered. "Turnip tops don't tell you the size of the turnip."
I choked on a laugh. Cece slid her sunglasses off and looked around like she was checking for exits. Her gaze landed on me, sharp and sure. She nodded once. "Cece Saylor?" I asked, stepping out from behind the counter. "In the flesh," she said, her tone neutral but not unfriendly. "I'm Roxy Bloom. Thanks for coming all this way." I motioned toward the swinging kitchen door that led to my little office right off the kitchen. "Why don't we chat in the back? I'll also have you sign the paperwork I had sent over to you a few hours ago that will make you the third contestant in the influencer contest." She nodded, already on the move. But halfway there, she paused by the espresso station, where Birdie was just putting the whipped cream on a frappé. The canister hissed to a halt in Birdie's hand as she looked up, wide-eyed and pale. "You're Birdie," Cece said. It wasn't a question. It wasn't confrontational either, just a statement with enough weight to make Birdie blank. Birdie hesitated. "Yes, ma'am." Cece gave her a slow once-over. Not judgmental, more like someone trying to line up a headline with a byline. "Honey, don't call me ma'am. I'm sure we are right around the same age." "Well, then," she said, lips twitching into something that wasn't quite a smile, "why don't you come on back with us?" Birdie looked at me, panic flickering in her eyes like a match that didn't want to catch. "It's okay," I said gently. "You're not in trouble. I think you'll want to hear what she has to say." Cece turned and kept walking without waiting for a response, her heels clicking softly against the floor as she came over to follow me. Birdie wiped her hands on a towel, set the finished frappé on the pickup counter, and gave Bunny a wordless, nervous look before trailing after us.
"Lordy be,"
Bunny muttered under her breath, still staring.
"This is gonna be good."
I didn't disagree. The kitchen door swung softly behind us as we stepped inside, the hum of the coffee shop fading into the warm, espresso-laced air of the back prep space. The rich aroma of fresh ground beans mingled with a hint of vanilla and the earthy undertone of the cinnamon hazelnut blend still steeping in the back thermos. Cece paused just past the threshold, her gaze sweeping over the tidy counters, stacked cooling racks, and rows of labeled jars. Birdie stood just behind her, twisting the towel between her hands like she was holding on for dear life. Thank goodness the murder board was on the shelf underneath the prep island, because I didn't want her knowing I was sleuthing, and my real motive for inviting her was to see what exactly she knew about Marlowe's online life that I was pretty sure had gotten her murdered. Cece's head tilted slightly. "This is where all the Bean Hive magic happens?" "Yep," I said, guiding them both past the prep tables toward the small office tucked behind the flour bins and the mixer stand. "It's where the magic happens." Cece walked slower than I expected, her phone already in hand. "Mind if I snap a few shots? This place has charm. I'm getting cozy hometown bakehouse, and my followers eat that up." I chuckled, half from nerves, half from the compliment. "Go ahead. Just avoid the sink full of mixing bowls. I'm not exactly Food Network polished back here when we're in the thick of the lunch rush." Birdie let out a half snort, half sigh behind us. I shot her a quick smile. As Cece angled her phone and snapped a few shots, I ducked into the office and opened my email. Sure enough, her agent's message had arrived with the attached signed paperwork,
confirming Cece Saylor as the third official contestant in the Kentucky State Influencer Challenge. "Got your email," I called out. "That makes it official. You're our new contestant for the fall leg." Cece leaned one hip against the stainless steel prep counter, flipping through a filter before posting the shot. "So this is the part of the competition where someone gets eliminated, right?" "That's right," I said. "Each town gets one elimination, and then the last two head to Louisville for the finals." Cece arched a brow. Who had inched just inside the doorway, but not a step farther, looked between us. Cece added casually, "Kind of funny that Marlowe was killed on the one leg of the contest where someone's supposed to be eliminated." The room went very still. The overhead lights buzzed faintly. I met her eyes. "You think Addison or Tilden had something to do with it?" Cece shrugged, pushing her phone back into her coat pocket. "I think in this business, people don't like to lose, especially not when they're banking on turning a weekend retreat into a six-figure sponsorship deal. You don't have to kill somebody to feel like it's life or death. But sometimes someone takes that feeling a little too literally." Birdie visibly swallowed. "Don't worry," Cece added, softer now. "I'm not here to drag Marlowe's name through the dirt. I'm here to tell the truth. And if someone in this town had a reason to keep her quiet, well, I've got a good nose for stories." She smiled again, but there was no sweetness to it this time. Just steel. "Now, where is that infamous scarf?" Cece turned to Birdie with a glint in her eye, the kind that usually came with a plan so wild it just might work. Birdie blinked. I think it's still in Roxy's office." Cece spun toward me. "Mind if I grab a quick shot of her wearing it? I've got a theory," she said, already digging through her oversized leather tote for her phone. "One I think could get me past this elimination round and straight into the final showdown in Louisville." I hesitated. "What kind of theory?" She snapped upright, phone now in hand, all business and energy. "I want to do a video series. Me and Birdie everywhere. Festival booths, the lake, the marina, the pet palace, heck, even the pickle jar toss if y'all have one. A behind-the-scenes, real-as-it-gets series where I tell my followers everything I know about Marlowe and the truth about the feud we had." Cece turned to Birdie again. "You, sweetheart, are the key to all of this. And the scarf? That's the hook. I think the killer's watching. And if they see you in it right beside me, smiling, owning it, they just might slip." Birdie's mouth opened and closed like she wanted to protest but couldn't find the words. I found mine. "You really think this'll rattle someone?" Cece nodded. "Someone out there has something to lose, and they were counting on silence. But if they think Birdie knows more than she's saying, that I know more, that we're comparing notes over cinnamon lattes and bean-to-cup pour-overs, they're going to panic." She grinned. I couldn't help it. I smiled. "That's brilliant." Birdie gave me a side-eye. "You would think so." Cece laughed. "Come on, Birdie, we'll keep it fun and honest and a little bit spicy. Think of it as your redemption arc." I was already thinking ahead. How this might be the push we needed, not just to flush out whoever was responsible for Marlowe's death, but to clear Birdie once and for all. I thumbed toward the hook behind the door. "It's right there. She didn't want to take it with her the other night, so I tucked it out of the way." Cece turned on her heel, eyes scanning until she spotted the deep purple scarf hanging like a quiet secret. She crossed the room in 2 strides and gently lifted it off the hook like it was spun from gold thread and storytelling. Birdie shifted awkwardly, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her apron. "I don't know, y'all." Cece didn't miss a beat. "Oh, honey, it's not about guilt. It's about reclaiming the story. Trust me, you're about to be the unexpected queen of Kentucky Cozy Core." She grinned and offered the scarf like it was a royal sash. "Just drape it around your neck. Casual." Soft smile. Chin angled just a little to the left. Birdie raised her eyebrows at me. "It's okay," I said softly. "You're not alone in this." With a breath that sounded more like a sigh, Birdie took the scarf and looped it once around her neck. The shimmer of gold thread caught the overhead light, like it had something to say. Cece stepped back, already angling her phone and tapping her camera app with lightning reflexes. "Oh, yes, that's it. That's the shot." The soft click of the shutter filled the air as Cece snapped burst after burst. Birdie stood stiff at first, but by the third shot her shoulders relaxed. She even tilted her head, the way you do when someone finally says something kind after a long day. "Now hold on," Cece muttered, thumbs flying across her screen as she opened her favorite editing app. "Warm filter, little clarity bump, crop for feed and story." Within seconds, she had it up. The caption came quickly, her fingers tapping the words with practiced ease. "Fall vibes, small town secrets, and unexpected friendships. Meet Birdie, the woman who just might hold the missing piece in this mystery. Stay tuned, y'all. We're about to stir the pot and maybe catch a killer. Hashtag the real Cece Sailor. Hashtag Honey Springs Mystery. Hashtag small town drama. Hashtag Kentucky cozy. Hashtag Scarfgate. Hashtag Who Killed Marlowe. Hashtag Fall Feels. Hashtag Bean Hive Truths. Hashtag Neewollah Festival." She looked up with satisfaction. "And post. That ought to get the rumor mill grinding by supper." Birdie looked stunned. "You posted that already?" "I don't play games when it comes to engagement," Cece said brightly. "Give it 20 minutes." I let out a low whistle. If this works, you might have just out-sleuthed the sleuth. "Oh, sugar, I don't sleuth. I influence. But I'll take that as a compliment." She winked. "Haven't you heard of the internet influencers who crack cases wide open?" Birdie shook her head in disbelief, fingers gently tugging at the scarf. "Do I need to say anything? I mean, what if people think I really did something?" Cece came over and put a hand lightly on Birdie's shoulder. "Let them think what they want. We're not hiding. You're not hiding. The truth doesn't mind a little spotlight, sweetheart." My heart thudded with a strange mix of pride and nerves. This plan was bold, messy, reckless even, but I couldn't shake the feeling it might actually work. "Let's get back out there," I said. "You two just turned the Bean Hive into ground zero for the truth." Cece winked. "Then let's serve it with a side of sass and a pumpkin spice latte." We turned toward the kitchen door, the scent of hazelnut filling the air. It was strong, and I knew someone had ordered a hazelnut pine brew. It was an acquired taste. It didn't take long for things to percolate. By the time Cece, Birdie, and I pushed back through the swinging kitchen door into the Bean Hive, none of the coffee house was about to come to a rolling boil. The bell above the door gave a pitiful jingle as Addison and Tilden burst in like they were trying to outrun a headline. Addison's perfectly done hair bounced as she stormed in, one finger jabbing the air like she was conducting a symphony of outrage. "You cannot be serious," she snapped, marching past the pastry case as if the aroma of fresh-baked muffins dared to calm her down. "She can't be here." Tilden, just a step behind, looked equally steamed. "Roxy, this is not okay. This is not part of the rules. She's not a contestant. She's an outsider." Behind the counter, Birdie froze mid-pour, the milk frother in her hand squealing against the edge of a metal pitcher. Cece, cool as iced espresso, simply adjusted the cuff of her blazer and offered a sweet, practiced smile. "I'm not sure which part you're objecting to," Cece said lightly. "The fact that I posted a picture? Or that I'm not grieving Marlowe the way you expected?" In the corner window, Aunt Maxi sat perched on the high stool at the front of the coffee bar. sipping slowly from her favorite oversized mug that read, "Bless your bean-pickin' heart." Her notebook was open on the bar, pen hovering mid-sentence, eyes bouncing between the scene and the action outside, like she was watching a soap opera and waiting for the next slap. "I'll handle this," I said, grabbing my own mug down with a deliberate clink. "Cece is not part of this contest," Addison hissed, pointing accusingly toward the influencer still dripping confidence like syrup. I sat my mug on the counter. "She is now," I said, planting both palms on the counter. Addison's face contorted, her flawless foundation barely holding up to the fury underneath. "According to who?" "According to the fine print in your own contract," I replied smoothly. "If a contestant exits the competition early, which I think we can all agree Marlowe's departure was not by choice, then a replacement can be appointed by the hosting town's legal representation." Tilden blanked. "That's not... Wait, what?" I tapped my chest. "Town's lawyer. That's me." Addison's jaw fell open, and for once she had no words ready to weaponize. Cece crossed her arms and leaned against the counter like she'd just been declared prom queen. "Looks like I'm not only in, but I'm trending too." Addison's eyes flashed. "This is sabotage." "Only if you're scared of a little competition." I raised a brow. "Or do you have something to hide?" Behind me, Aunt Maxi scribbled something down with glee and took a long, slow sip of her coffee. Cece turned slightly, angling her phone just right. "Smile, Addison," she said, not even bothering to ask permission. "I think this'll make a great story highlight. Hashtag influencer meltdown." Tilden stepped in, hands up. Okay, let's all take a breath. Roxy, you blindsided us with this." "No," I said, voice firm. "I followed the rules. Just because y'all didn't read them closely doesn't make it my fault. Cece is here, she's qualified, and she's staying. Besides," Cece added with a wink, "I brought my own mud mask." The room fell into an uneasy quiet, the tension thick as whipped cream on a caramel macchiato. Addison and Tilden exchanged a silent, loaded look, one that didn't exactly scream teamwork. I knew one thing for sure: this brew wasn't cooling any time soon. Chapter 21. I flipped the open sign to closed. The sun had long since dipped behind the trees of the island, painting Lake Honey Springs in bands of burnt orange and dusky plum. Inside the Bean Hive, it still smelled like the last pull of espresso, coffee, and pumpkin-spiced steam rising from the industrial coffee bar. Pepper had already curled into a tight ball beside the fireplace, and Sweet Pea was sprawled belly up in front of the pastry case like she'd clocked out with me. Aunt Maxi was still perched at the long front window bar, her laptop open, glasses low on her nose, and a sticky note half attached to her forearm. Her notebook was open beside her, scribbled full of what looked like red ink shorthand that only she could decipher. "Smell that?" she said without looking up. "That's what you get when gossip and murder percolate in the same pot. Headlines. The Associated Press picked up your press release, Roxanne." My jaw dropped a little as I locked the front door and leaned against the bar. The AP? Clear as my fake lashes in a windstorm. It's been syndicated across 4 regional news sites. They're calling it Influencer Interrupted, Murder and Mayhem at a Small Kentucky Town Festival. I let out a long breath and leaned over to brush a crumb off the counter. Great, now there's a hashtag. "And I'm doing a follow-up expose in Sticky Situation," Aunt Maxi said in a determined voice. "The emails haven't stopped. You'd think I was on Dateline or something." "Please don't say Dateline. That's one step away from Cold Case Coffee Shop." She snorted. "Well, better to be the one stirring the pot than floating in it." I laughed. exhausted but grateful for her brand of bold reassurance. "What did you dig up?" "Couple things, actually." She shut her laptop and tapped her notebook like it was a sacred scroll. "Turns out Marlowe booked a day at the spa last spring for a private media event that never happened, and she used a shell LLC. Guess whose name was tied to it?" I tilted my head. "Don't tell me." "Tilden," she blurted, even though I was going to say Addison. "Legal name, not his brand name. I cross-referenced the rental forms with the Chamber of Commerce filings. Might be something, might be nothing, but the date she reserved matches the date she supposedly locked in that tourism contract." I blinked. "That's not nothing." The espresso machine let out a steamy hiss as I reached for a clean cup, mind still tangled with Aunt Maxi's last words. "Tilden," I echoed, slowly pouring a shot of dark roast into the mug. "You're sure?" Aunt Maxi gave me a pointed look over the top of her readers.
"Would I be dragging out my sacred scrolls if I wasn't? Cross-referenced the spa reservation records with county business filings, and there's a defunct LLC out of Louisville that links back to Tilden's real name. Paper trail's thin, but it's there."
I set the mug down hard enough to slosh some coffee onto the saucer. "So he used a shell company to reserve the spa last spring for a fake media event?" She nodded, tapping her notepad.
"And the date of the reservation? Same one Marlowe claimed she'd secured the state tourism contract."
I leaned against the counter, arms folded, heart starting to thump with that familiar sleuthing rhythm. So either he helped her secure the contract, or she was planning to expose that he helped her secure it. Aunt Maxi raised her brows.
"And now she's dead. Connect those dots, sugar."
I rubbed my temples. This whole thing's starting to feel like a real tangled mess. Tilden claimed he and Marlowe had a falling out over the sponsorship. But what if it wasn't just about a lost deal? What if she threatened to out him?
To ruin his brand? His whole farm-to-frame influencer persona?
Aunt Maxi leaned forward.
"The boy built his whole livelihood on being transparent. This? It smells like rot under a fresh coat of stain."
I stared toward the dark windows, thinking. If Marlowe planned to reveal Tilden had given her an unfair leg up, it would explain why she had a burner phone, why she kept things so secretive, and maybe even why she ended up in that lake. "But why book a fake media day?" I said, mostly to myself.
"Could have been a cover," Aunt Maxi offered. "To meet with someone, get evidence. Maybe she recorded something and planned to release it later."
"Or give it to Addison," I muttered, mind spinning. Maybe that's why Addison's been so cagey. If she was part of that arrangement, or trying to walk it back after the fact.
"She's not just scared of the murder," Aunt Maxi said. "She's scared of getting dragged down with it."
I pushed off the counter, pacing the kitchen tiles. I need to get a look at the rest of those spa records, see who else was booked that day, and maybe someone on the staff remembers seeing her, if Marlowe wasn't alone.
"You'll need help," Aunt Maxi said,
already flipping to a new page in her notebook.
"And don't say no. I've got a contact at the front desk who owes me a favor. I'll sniff around."
I smiled, warmth rising in my chest even through the tension. "You're the best."
"Tell that to the editor-in-chief when he tries to cut my column space again."
She grinned, then turned serious.
"But Roxy, we're walking close to fire. If Tilden's involved and someone knows you're poking around..."
"I'll be careful," I promised, though the knot in my stomach said otherwise. But if there's proof Marlowe was about to expose him, I need to find it before someone else silences the truth for good. You know, I gnawed on the inside of my cheek. He never brought me the footage film from his drone.
"He's looking more and more guilty."
Aunt Maxi's lips pressed together. "And if he flew that drone after he saw Birdie asleep in the inn's bar, He took the scarf to pin the murder on Birdie. Then he used the scarf in the nighttime because it was dark and you can't really tell if it's Birdie or not, just the scarf. I sucked in a deep breath as my theory grew not only bigger, but plausible. And he was flying the drone the entire time, making it look like he had an alibi, but he was flying the drone while walking down the beach with Marlowe. And he wanted to talk to her because she was going to use the information about the contract they made public. And it would make Addison the winner, which was her best friend. Aunt Maxi took the words right out of my mouth. Before I could even process it, there was a loud knock on the glass door. It was Loretta. "What's going on?" I asked her, the door handle still in my hand. She swept in, fuchsia cape coat fluttering behind her, fingers jingling with rings like church bells, and lips pursed in the way that meant she'd already come to the conclusion and was just waiting to drop it on us. "I need something strong," she said, dramatically draping her tote on the nearest stool. "With foam art, if you don't mind. Something that tells me I'm important, but also mysterious." I shot a sideways look at Aunt Maxi, who had the decency not to roll her eyes, at least not in full view. I walked behind the bar and grabbed a fresh cup. "So, a lavender cardamom mocha with whipped cream and a cinnamon swirl?" She tapped her lips. "Perfect! Make the foam look like a peacock if you can." "I'll do my best." As I started the espresso machine and reached for the lavender syrup, I caught Aunt Maxi watching me with that glint in her eye again. "This town," she said softly, "is going to be buzzing tomorrow." I glanced at her and gave a little smile. "Oh, yeah?" I asked, poking to see what she knew. Loretta didn't bother answering with words. Instead, she slid her oversized phone from the rhinestone-studded clutch and held it out between two manicured fingers, like she was presenting the crown jewels. "Y'all haven't seen this?" she asked, eyes wide with a mix of glee and scandal. "Lordy be, you've been in this coffee shop too long. Look at what Miss Cece's gone and done." I wiped my hands on a towel and took the phone, Aunt Maxi crowding close to look over my shoulder. Cece's familiar handle, @TheRealCeceSailor, was flashing across the screen. Her latest post had already racked up over 200,000 views in under an hour. The thumbnail was a freeze frame of Birdie standing in front of the Honey Springs welcome sign, wrapped in that deep purple scarf with gold thread, the one we'd all tiptoed around for days. She was mid-laugh, arms out like she was giving a tour to the whole internet. I tapped to play the video. "Y'all," Cece said, her signature voice bright and breathless, like she'd just jogged up a charm-filled mountain. "This is my girl Birdie, and she's going to show you what makes Honey Springs the sweetest town in Kentucky. You may have heard some rumors. Well, she's not hiding, and we're going to prove it, because I believe in transparency, small-town strength, and most importantly, real friends." It cut to a clip of Birdie showing Cece how to scoop dog treats at the Pet Palace, then to them sharing a slushie from a vendor at the Neewollah Festival, laughing like they'd been besties since Bible school. Then Cece reappeared, serious but smirking. "This is a safe space, but don't think for a second we're backing down from the truth. I have a theory, one that's going to knock your little screen-loving socks off. And guess what? Birdie here might just be the key." I paused the video, my finger hovering in the air as the weight of it settled over the three of us like someone had just rung the town bell. "She's making good on her promise," Aunt Maxi murmured, genuinely impressed. Loretta leaned in. "She's posted 5 already. A whole series. They're calling it #BirdieWatch." I blinked. "Wait, what?" #BirdieWatch, she repeated, clearly pleased she'd scooped it first. "Cece's fans are all over with it.
Internet sleuths are combing through everything Marlowe ever posted. They're saying if Birdie were guilty, she wouldn't be front and center. They think she's got nothing to hide, and they're dead set on finding who does."
I let out a breath. Birdie's followers.
"Skyrocketing," Loretta said, pulling up another screen. "From barely cracking 100 to nearly 20,000, all in a day."
Aunt Maxi let out a low whistle.
"Looks like Cece's little stunt might have been smarter than all of us gave her credit for."
I handed the phone back, a slow grin spreading across my face. It's not just PR, it's strategy. Cece's painting Birdie as the heart of Honey Springs, sweet, innocent, loyal, putting her front and center as if to say, what kind of killer makes fudge on Main Street? I snickered just thinking of Cece's cleverness.
"And it's working,"
Aunt Maxi said. "Better than I could have imagined," I added. "If someone wanted to frame Birdie, they're watching this unfold and sweating." Loretta took a careful sip of her lavender cardamom mocha and tapped her temple.
"This is why you always make friends with the right kind of nosy people,"
she said in her drawn-out Southern drawl, clearly referring to herself. I turned back to the espresso machine, heart racing with a renewed sense of purpose. They're not just clearing her name, they're dragging the real killer into the spotlight. And if I had anything to say about it, that spotlight was about to get a whole lot hotter, and we only had one day left until the influencers moved on. Chapter 22. The Bean Hive was locked tight for the night, and I'd just finished wiping the counters and flipping off the last switch when I spotted Sweet Pea sitting by the door with her leash in her mouth. "All right, girl," I sighed, grabbing my jacket. "One more trip before we call it." She bounded ahead, tail wagging like a metronome on overdrive, her ears flopping with each hop. Springer Spaniels didn't do anything halfway, and Sweet Pea, bless her, treated every walk like a mission from the Department of Nosework. The boardwalk was quieter now, but the distant sounds of the festival told me the lawn of the Cocoon Inn was in full festival force. The laughter and footsteps of the day on the boardwalk had faded into the creak of wooden planks beneath my boots and the whisper of the lake lapping gently against the shoreline. Overhead, the sky was a deep indigo, fog pooling low across the water like a secret waiting to be told. Instead of heading toward the marina and the Cocoon Inn, I took a detour to the left, leading Pepper toward the quieter end of the boardwalk, where the glow of string lights still haloed the storefronts like fireflies refusing to settle down for the night. We passed knickknacks, the window filled with hand-painted gourds, and a sign that read, "If you like fall, you're gonna love what's inside." Pepper gave a snort at the motion-activated owl in the window that hooted as we walked by. Sweet Pea didn't pay as much attention to things as Pepper did. Just beyond it, Rebellion's bar still had its neon sign glowing faintly through the fog, though the chairs were already flipped on the tables and the last stragglers had just filtered out. The bartender, Hal, gave me a nod through the window. Like even my late-night wanderings didn't surprise him anymore. Across from there, touched by an angel spa, stood Dark, its "Relaxed, Renew, Repeat" sign tucked behind gauzy curtains, a pumpkin-scented wreath still on the door. Pepper gave a sniff, but kept moving. The scent of baked apples drifted from the watershed, which floated at the far edge of the boardwalk, its outdoor tables still lit by flickering lanterns, though the hostess stand was long abandoned. "Come on, buddy," I whispered, giving Pepper's leash a gentle tug. He and Sweet Pea trotted ahead. As we passed Walk in the Bark, I couldn't help but smile at the display of fall-themed dog scarves in the window. A tiny chalkboard announced, "Pumpkin Pup Scrubs back in stock." Pepper paused, sniffed, then moved on, clearly unimpressed now that he'd already had his share of spotlight for the season. Last was the warm, familiar glow of the Crooked Cat bookstore, its windows fogged slightly from the inside. A string of mini lights framed the newest display. Chilling reads and cozy treats. I caught a glimpse of a staff member shelving books, probably Leslie, humming to herself and oblivious to the fact that one of the juiciest mysteries in town was unfolding just a few doors down. This side of the boardwalk always felt quiet, steady, and brimming with stories. Sweet Pea stopped to sniff at a row of hay bales outside the pumpkin patch pop-up, then trotted forward, ears perked and nose twitching like a radar. That was when I heard it. A faint insectile buzz. Buzz. I froze. Sweet Pea did too, her body low and alert, head tipped toward the sky. The buzz grew louder. "Oh no," I whispered, shading my eyes as I searched above the trees. Sure enough, a speck of blinking red light hovered just beyond the line of street lamps. And then it dropped, slow and steady, until I was staring eye to lens with a drone that looked like it knew exactly who it was hovering over. "Tilden," I said, planting my hands on my hips, "you're getting real brave with your toys." The drone tilted to the side, its camera adjusting. Sweet Pea let out a low woof, her hackles just barely rising as she inched toward it. "I know about the Be Happy spa booking," I continued, raising my voice so the mic, if there was one, could catch every syllable. "The fake media event last spring, the one reserved under your legal name." The drone gave a tiny bob in the air. I stepped forward. "I know Marlowe claimed that's when she locked down the tourism contract. What I don't know yet is whether you helped her cheat or she was planning to expose you." Sweet Pea circled back beside me, her flank pressing into my leg as if to say, "You want me to chase it or just bark at it real loud?" "And you never did give me the full footage," I added, crossing my arms. "Just that little snippet where someone in Birdie's scarf argued with Marlowe at the lake. Pretty convenient, huh?" The drone hovered in space, silent but somehow charged, like it was weighing its next move. "Let's cut the sneaky crap," I said. "We need to talk." Another few seconds of heavy air. Then it zipped upward and away, disappearing into the fog with a whir so fast it ruffled the top of my hair. Sweet Pea watched it go, ears flicking, tail held still for once. "Well," I muttered, tugging gently on her leash, "if he didn't know I was on to him before, he sure does now." We walked back toward the Bean Hive, the lake behind us swallowed by fog and secrets. And with every step I knew one thing for sure. Tilden had something to hide. And I was about to drag it into the light. And if that meant face to face, I was up for it. Chapter 23. By 8 o'clock, the Neewollah Festival had started to settle into that sweet, sleepy hum it always hit right before close. Candy apple wrappers fluttered across the cobblestones like lazy ghosts, and the scent of kettle corn hung in the air, clinging to your hair and jacket like a souvenir. Lights twinkled along the boardwalk's awnings, dimmed now as booths shut their flaps and food vendors started packing up for the night. The coffee shop was in safe hands with the closing employees, and Sweet Pea was going to go home with one of them tonight. I zipped my jacket and tugged my scarf higher, the chill off Lake Honey Springs settling deep into my bones. The only sound besides the occasional laughter drifting from the last of the crowd at the festival was the rhythmic clip of Pepper and Sweet Pea's paws beside me. That drone had hovered over me earlier like a silent dare. No message, no response, just that mechanical buzz before it zipped off into the night air. Tilden was watching, listening, and running. And I was done being ignored. Festival lights still flickered in the distance, but here, down by the boardwalk's end, the shadows had taken over. I cut across the parking lot between the Bean Hive and the Cocoon Inn,
the gravel crunching beneath my boots. Above us, the stars peeked through the thinning fog, and the inn's lights glowed soft and smug in their spotlight. Tilden had made a deal last spring, an off-the-books media event with Marlowe, booked through a shell LLC tied to his legal name. A fake setup on the very same day she claimed to have locked in the state tourism contract. He'd helped her, or she'd caught him helping her. Either way, it stank. And now she was dead. I tugged Pepper's leash gently. "Come on, bud," I muttered, eyes locked on the cocoon inn like it held the answers carved in the brick. "We're done waiting for drones and dodges. It's time we heard it straight from Tilden's lips." Pepper gave a quiet huff in agreement and trotted beside me, his nails ticking on the pavement as we crossed the lot. Let's see how he handles face to face. The lake wind picked up behind us, swirling leaves across the lot and sending a fresh shiver down my spine. But I wasn't turning back now. We walked up the wide steps of the inn, the railing draped in orange lights, and a few crooked scarecrows left limp from the day's breeze. Inside, the lobby was dim and quiet, the front desk unmanned. Tilden's voice echoed faintly from above. "And we're here live from beautiful Honey Springs," he was saying, full influencer voice on, "where the vibes are as cozy as the cinnamon drizzle on your latte." I found the stairs and took them 2 at a time, my pulse ticking up faster with every step. At the top, the door to his room was cracked open, the LED ring light propped beside him like some glowing halo. He was mid-monologue, walking in slow circles on camera. "Remember, folks, it's not just about what you see, it's about what you feel. And right now I'm feeling like it's time we had a chat," I said, stepping into the doorway. Tilden startled. His phone wobbled slightly. He forced a grin. "And that's my friend Roxy, local coffee queen and amateur sleuth. What brings you to my neck of the—" "Tell me about the big contract you and Marlowe had at the Be Happy Spa," I said flatly. He clicked off the live stream like I'd flipped a switch. The ring light dimmed as his phone screen went black. "Seriously?" he muttered. "You couldn't wait 30 seconds?" "That was a sponsored slot." "I'll send you a coffee basket," I said, "with a side of subpoena if you keep holding out on me." He rubbed the back of his neck and looked over at Pepper, who was now sniffing at a discarded protein bar wrapper near the dresser. "You're not here to accuse me of murder, are you?" he said finally. "I'm here because you weren't honest. You didn't bring me the drone footage. You didn't tell me about the Be Happy Spa. And you just teased me with the darn thing just now on the boardwalk," I said, holding my ground. Tilden dropped onto the edge of the bed and sighed like a man who'd run out of steam. "The drone footage, yeah, okay. That was a screw-up. But I had a warrant slapped on me before I had a chance to show it. You could have told me." "I would have," he snapped, then softened. "I was going to. But you parading CC Sailor into town kind of derailed my mental checklist." I blinked. "So you're mad I brought in the one person Marlowe didn't want around?" "I'm not mad," he said. "I'm panicked. Cece's a walking wildfire, and I'm over here trying to hold on to whatever shreds of credibility I have left." I crossed my arms. "Then help me understand. The Be Happy Spa booking, was that a bribe?" "No." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "It was supposed to be a big moment, a collab. Marlowe wanted to shoot an exclusive healing retreat video there last spring. She had the whole thing lined up. Bamboo massages, detox teas, even rented out half the spa under an LLC. But at the last minute, she bailed." "Why?" "Because Addison scored a freebie invite to some influencer summit at Disney, and Marlowe tagged along. That whole week was wasted. No shoot, no content. But guess who still had to foot the bill because his name was on the paperwork?" I frowned. "You?" "Exactly. So yeah, I was mad. Not murder mad, but mad.
This contest was supposed to be my comeback. My legal, fair, on-camera comeback. I sank into a desk chair, Pepper curling up at my feet. So why didn't you just come clean? Because the moment Marlowe died, I knew anything tied to her would come back on me. It looks bad. He shrugged. It does, I admitted. But it also shows you weren't with her at the lake's edge. You were flying a drone. From the back patio of the Cocoon Inn. I had line of sight, but I was at least 200 feet away. And the figure in the scarf? I questioned. It's not Birdie. No clue, he said. Could have been anyone. But I swear I never left this room. We sat in silence for a beat, the hum of the fridge filling the quiet. Then Tilden added, You think the killer's watching all this unfold? I glanced at his phone, now dark on the bed. If they are, you just gave them another reason to panic. He gave a hollow laugh. That's comforting. I need a copy of the full drone footage, uncut. You'll have to get it from Spencer, he said. He's got everything now. But if it helps, I'll give a statement. Say I was scared. Say I didn't want to be accused. Do it soon, I said, because someone out there is pulling strings, and we're all starting to feel the tangle. As I stood up to go, Tilden looked up. Do you think Cece's really going to blow the case wide open? I paused in the doorway. She might. He nodded. Well, for what it's worth, I hope she does. Just not while live streaming in my direction. I squinted at Tilden. You didn't just fly a drone over me on the boardwalk? I just told you the sheriff served me a warrant, he said, dragging a hand through his tousled hair. He took everything, even my drone. I nodded slowly, half listening now. The drone, if not his, was someone else's. The killer? And if so, they knew I was on to them. It didn't matter as much as the fact that Spencer had the evidence. And if Spencer had the drone and the footage, well, I knew how to get my hands on it. Maybe not tonight, but soon. Especially if Gloria Day owed me one of those infamous small-town favors. I left Tilden's room with Pepper at my side, and the weight of unanswered questions riding my shoulders like a too-heavy coat. We descended the stairs, our footsteps muffled by the inn's thin carpet and the late hour. When we stepped out into the cool night air, I felt it all over again, that eerie hush that comes after a long day of people and motion and music, the kind of quiet that wasn't peaceful exactly, just watchful. The festival was still sputtering to a close, like a candle burning low on its wick. In the distance, the lights strung across the boardwalk blinked lazily in the breeze. At the beach area, a couple of food vendors were packing up, their booths half-zipped and sagging, while the scent of funnel cake and kettle corn still lingered. It was just after 8 p.m., but already felt like the town had yawned and kicked off its boots. I let Pepper take the lead, his little paws patting with purpose down the sidewalk as we circled around the gravel lot behind the Cocoon Inn and headed toward the main stretch of boardwalk. Then I saw them. 10 yards ahead, by the mural wall near the Welcome to Honey Springs Neewollah Festival sign, stood Cece Sailor and Birdie Beebe. The wall behind them was painted in bright swirls of fall leaves, a popular selfie spot this time of year. But the scene unfolding in front of it wasn't just any tourist snapshot. Cece had her phone propped on a mini tripod she'd somehow wedged between 2 decorative hay bales. A ring light was clipped onto the top, throwing a bluish glow over her and Birdie's faces. Cece was mid-sentence, gesturing wide with her free hand like she was giving a TED Talk. Birdie stood beside her, still wearing that purple scarf, her arms wrapped loosely across her chest like she didn't quite know what to do with them. I slowed my steps, not wanting to interrupt. Pepper and I tucked in behind one of the trimmed planters that lined the edge of the boardwalk. Cece spun toward Birdie with a dramatic pivot, eyes wide like she'd just delivered a gut punch of a plot twist. And that's the thing about small-town secrets. Secrets don't just stay buried.
They bake up into the pie crust and get served with whipped cream and a big hot cup of coffee, or iced if you prefer. Birdie blinked but nodded, clearly still adjusting to Cece's full-throttle energy. She offered a tiny wave toward the camera. And I'm just glad people are giving me a chance to speak my truth. Cece turned to the camera again. You heard it, y'all. Birdie Beebe is not hiding. She's not running. She's right here in Honey Springs, sipping caramel frappes and living her life. And if that doesn't scream innocence, I don't know what does. Birdie flushed, ducking her head, but she didn't move away. Cece clicked off the video and started laughing. Girl, that's gonna blow up. Like, I'm talking triple-digit shares before midnight. The internet eats up a redemption arc. I straightened, easing back into the light. Cece saw me first. Rox, you should have jumped in. We could have slapped a filter on you to make you look 25 again. I smiled faintly, still watching Birdie, biting my lip because I had no idea being in my 30s must be old on social media. There was a calmness in Birdie's expression that I hadn't seen in days. You two are really going for it, huh? I asked, letting the age comment go. Cece winked. Justice via social media, baby. That's what the people want. And judging by the way Birdie's follower count was climbing, nearly doubling by supper, Cece wasn't wrong. But what struck me more than the numbers was the fact that Birdie looked lighter. Not cleared of suspicion exactly, but seen, heard, defended. And if the killer was watching, maybe Cece's scheme wasn't just a viral stunt. Cece tucked her phone back in her bag like she'd just closed the curtain on a Broadway performance. Birdie still stood in place for a beat, glancing over her shoulder at the camera setup, like she wasn't quite sure what she'd just signed up for. You okay? I asked her, stepping up beside her as Pepper leaned in for a sniff at the hem of her jeans. She looked at me, wide-eyed but smiling, truly smiling. I think so. Cece's a lot, but she makes you feel brave. She does that, I said, giving her arm a gentle squeeze. And hey, I'm proud of you. That took guts. Birdie gave a small shrug, though a pleased little spark lit behind her lashes. Thanks, Roxy. She turned to grab the last of the video props, stuffing a few faux leaves and a mini hay bale into the canvas tote Cece had loaned her. And don't forget, Birdie said, as I started to walk away with Pepper, tomorrow's your day off. You're not allowed to come into the Bean Hive unless it's for breakfast and gossip. I smirked. That was oddly specific, but noted. She pointed at me with mock sternness. Call me if you need anything, but otherwise, sleep in, read a book, be lazy. Deal, I said. You do the same, minus the lazy part. You've got the whole internet rooting for you now. I gave her one last wink and turned toward the lot at the edge of the boardwalk. Pepper trotting alongside me like he knew we were officially off duty. The breeze was cool as it rolled off the lake, and I tugged my sleeves down over my hands. The sky had darkened to a thick velvet blue, and most of the festival noise had faded into the occasional rustle of paper signs being taken down and the distant echo of someone dragging a cooler across asphalt. As we neared the gravel lot, I slowed, something pulling at me like a loose thread. I glanced up at the Cocoon Inn. The wraparound porch was mostly shadowed, the hanging string lights dimmed now that guests were winding down for the night. But in one of the rocking chairs, just to the left of the porch swing, sat Addison. She wasn't filming. She didn't have her ring light. Her phone was in her lap, face down. She looked small, folded in on herself. Her knees were tucked up in the chair, arms wrapped around them, her chin resting on top. Not a single hair was curled, no gloss on her lips. Just a girl staring out at the lake, like it had taken something from her and wasn't giving it back. I stood there for a second, watching her in the dark. And for the first time since the parade, I didn't see a curated brand or a staged moment. I saw grief. Real, heavy grief. Pepper sat beside me quietly, his ears perked, but still. I gave his leash a gentle tug and took one more look up at the wraparound porch. Addison hadn't moved. She looked like she'd been carved into the chair, still, folded in, distant. The soft hum of crickets and the occasional thud of a vendor packing up drifted on the breeze, but none of it seemed to touch her. I hesitated, the gravel crunching under my boots as I shifted my weight. This wasn't a moment for investigating. It was a moment for being human. "Come on, Pep," I murmured, and we headed toward the steps. The wood creaked under my weight as I made my way up the porch. Addison didn't look over. Her gaze was fixed out on the lake, wide and black in the dark, reflecting the last glimmers of orange festival light like fireflies caught under water. I stopped beside the chair next to hers and gently took a seat. The rocker eased into motion beneath me with a quiet groan. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. Pepper sat at my feet, tail thumping lightly against the porch boards, as if he knew not to fill the silence too soon. Finally, Addison spoke, voice barely above a whisper. "I used to think being an influencer was magic." I glanced at her. She didn't look at me. "Do you want a blanket?" I asked, and pointed to the cute basket of folded quilts Cammy left out on the porch for guests. "No," she shook her head. "I'm fine." "Okay. And your job still is magic," I said gently. "Maybe it gets a little messy. Not always the fairy tale kind." She gave the faintest nod, her chin still resting on her knees. "Marlowe used to say it's about having fun, not making the money." She kept me grounded. She wasn't wrong. Another pause. "I didn't kill her, Roxy," she said, raw and quiet. "I know," I said, and I meant it. I didn't ask anything else. I didn't push. We just sat there for a while, the two of us, rocking slowly in the dark, two women watching a lake full of secrets, with only a sleepy dog between us and the truth. Addison exhaled softly, her shoulders sagging as if she'd been holding her breath for days. She picked at a loose thread on the sleeve of her oversized cardigan, her fingers moving with nervous energy. "I've got 2 phones, you know," she said suddenly, like she was confessing something scandalous. "Not because I'm shady. I mean, I guess some people think it's shady, but it's not. One's just for brand stuff, schedules, contracts, DMs, analytics. The other's for, well, everything else. All influencers have one." I didn't respond right away. It made me now understand why Marlowe would have 2 phones. "It's exhausting," she went on, voice getting a little louder, like the release of steam from a too full kettle. "Always being on, always having to smile and sparkle, even when your world feels like it's cracked down the middle. People think it's easy because it's just photos and filters, but it's not. It's meetings and deadlines and tracking engagement. It's knowing which brand wants fall leaves and which one's allergic to anything orange." She gave a small, humorless laugh. "Do you know how many times I've faked a picnic just for a sponsored post? I've posted more pretend lunches than real ones." "I believe it," I said gently. Her head tilted slightly in my direction, her profile faintly lit by the glow of a festival lantern still burning on the post. "And you always have to seem good, like perfect. Not too opinionated, not too boring, relatable but aspirational." She snorted softly, whatever that means. I rocked slowly in my chair. Pepper let out a sigh and laid his chin across my boot. "I guess I'm just tired," Addison said finally, her voice quieter again, "of trying to be the best version of someone I don't even know anymore. And I think it's what got Marlowe killed." The wind stirred the trees behind us, rustling dry leaves that hadn't yet fallen. "You don't have to be perfect here," I said, my tone low, even. Honey Springs doesn't ask that of anyone. We are just so glad you applied to be an influencer for the campaign. And outside of what happened to Marlowe, you've made a difference in the attendance of this year's festival." She gave me a look that was part grateful, part skeptical. "I'm not so sure about that," she murmured, turning her eyes back toward the lake. Another long pause stretched between us. "I should probably head in," she said, brushing the cardigan sleeve down over her wrist again. "Got to charge both phones and set up content for tomorrow." She shook her head. "Half day. Tomorrow's the last big push." She was referring to the last day of the competition here until the 2 finalists were announced tomorrow afternoon to move on to the final round of the big prize in Louisville. "We'll be at the farmer's market in Central Park filming some content for the wrap-up video. I'm doing a reel with Jean Hill about her local honey. You know she's been bottling it since the 60s? She has a whole generational story thing going, and people eat that stuff up online." I smiled. "Jean's the real deal. You picked a good one." "She's sweet," Addison said, almost wistfully. "Said she'd even let me film her bees if I didn't mind a few stings." "Her bees are certainly something to see," I teased lightly, then added, "Did you get a chance to talk to the owners of the bee farm next to the Bee Happy Spa?" "Nope, but Tilden scored that one." She shrugged. "I hope to see you tomorrow." "I'll be there." Addison nodded, her arms folding across her chest like she was ready to hug warmth into her bones. "Maybe it'll be a nice way to end things," she said. "Something simple, honest." The way she said it, like she was wishing for more than just a good Instagram caption, made my chest ache a little. "I'll see you there," I said, giving her a small smile. "Bright and early." She looked at me like she wanted to say something else, but settled on a faint, tired nod before turning and heading inside. I watched until the door eased shut behind her. Then I gave Pepper's leash a soft tug. "Come on, boy," I said, more to myself than him. "Let's go home." I walked with Pepper down the slope toward the small parking lot tucked between the end of the boardwalk and the Cocoon Inn. The night air had taken on a sharp edge, brushing cold against my cheeks. But it was quiet now, festival lights dimming, the hum of laughter replaced by the distant chirp of crickets. At my car, I opened the door and paused, glancing back one last time. Addison was back on the porch. She moved slowly, almost delicately, reaching down into the wicker basket. Her hands hovered for a second before she picked up one of the folded blankets. No rush, no fanfare, just a single easy motion like she was settling in for a chill. She tucked it under her arm and headed back inside the inn. No phone in sight, no filter, no audience. I slipped behind the wheel and gave Pepper a scratch behind the ears and said, "Let's go home." And we did. Chapter 24. It was well past sunrise when I cracked open one sleep-heavy eye. The light spilling through the skylights had warmed the quilt across my legs, highlighting the patchwork pieces like sunlit puzzle pieces stitched in love. The handmade comforter, older than me, was tangled halfway around my waist, and I could feel Sassy's warm, lumpy weight sprawled across the foot of the bed, while Pepper was curled like a comma against my ribs. My hair was a bird's nest, tangled, frizzy, and definitely the result of too many nights falling asleep on it damp. A curl clung to my cheek, and I brushed it back as I yawned so wide my jaw cracked. Patrick was already gone. I could tell by the cool stretch of sheet beside me and the faint scent of cedar soap lingering in the room. The hum of quiet downstairs told me he'd started the day without me. But what really made my stomach flutter was the telltale clink of the coffee pot on its warmer. This man knew how to leave a cabin. Dogs fed, pot full, and no demands. On my bedside table, my phone started buzzing. Blindly, I swiped across and snagged it from the table. Aunt Maxi's name lit up the screen like a flare. "Morning," I croaked, my voice still sandpapered from sleep As I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my toes found the worn rug. This better not be about possums in your crawl space again. This fall, Patrick and I had gone over several times to help out the critter situation in some of her rental properties.
"I wish it were possums," she said, dead serious. "Check your email. Someone sent a text to the Sifting Gossip hotline this morning. A threat."
That got me fully upright. I yanked my sweatshirt off the bedpost and shrugged it on, the hem catching on the tank top I'd slept in. I padded toward the stairs barefoot, Pepper stretching and yawning behind me. What kind of threat?
"I posted a teaser in the early morning Sifting, just a line about how the influencer's story's far from over. Then, boom, right after I posted it, I got an anonymous message."
I reached the bottom of the stairs and made a beeline for the kitchen. Tell me exactly what it said. She didn't miss a beat.
"You don't know who you're messing with. Stop digging or you'll end up floating like Marlowe."
Her voice didn't shake, but it was clipped and tight. I pulled a mug from the open shelf, poured myself a generous cup from the full pot, and immediately opened the note Patrick had left beside it. "See you at the influencer ceremony this afternoon. Enjoy your day off, and try not to snoop too much. Love, P." Too late for that. "Aunt Maxi," I said, grabbing the creamer from the fridge and splashing it in, "I need you to forward that text to Spencer right now. Don't wait. He might be able to trace it."
"I was hoping you'd say that," she said. "Already typed up a transcript and everything. I'm not taking any chances. Whoever this is, they're spooked. That means we're close."
I moved toward the front door, mug warming my hands, and flipped the deadbolt. The dogs were already crowding the door. I opened it and let them barrel onto the porch, nails tapping the boards before they darted down the steps and into the chilly morning. The porch creaked beneath my feet as I stepped out, the cool wood chilling my soles through my socks. The lake shimmered across the road, still and silver in the early light. I eased down into one of the brown ladderback rockers, the floral pillow behind me fluffing just right. "Whoever is behind this," I said, then took a sip, "they just confirmed we've got something worth hiding."
"You're not wrong,"
Aunt Maxi replied, a little breathless now.
"But, Roxy, don't go charging in like a bull in a china shop."
I snorted. I'm more of a coffee mug in a pie cabinet kind of girl, but I get your point. Before Aunt Maxi could respond, I added, "And listen, last night someone flew a drone over me while I was walking Sweet Pea down by the boardwalk."
"You're kidding," she said. "You sure it wasn't Tilden? He's always got some gizmo buzzing around."
"That's what I thought," I said, shifting my phone to my other ear as I watched Pepper flop down on the porch. But I confronted him at the Cocoon Inn, and he swore it wasn't him, said the sheriff took his drone as part of a warrant. He even said he meant to tell me, but I distracted him by bringing Cece into the mix.
"Well, that's a convenient excuse," she said dryly. "Did he say why the sheriff wanted it?"
"Because the drone saw more than it should have," I muttered. "But I think there might be another one still flying, one he didn't know about or didn't tell me about. Either way, someone's still watching." There was a long pause on the other end. Then Aunt Maxi spoke, low and serious.
"Then you best keep your eyes wide open today, sugar. This thing's heating up faster than my curling iron on a revival Sunday."
We hung up soon after. The dogs wrestled in the damp grass just beyond the porch, while the wind rustled the leaves overhead. Despite the threat, despite the mystery, this moment felt calm. And maybe that calm was the most dangerous part of all. Because if someone was willing to send a warning this bold, I had a feeling today was going to bring more than honey and hashtags. Chapter 25. I dressed more slowly than usual, standing in front of the bathroom mirror with half a mind still stuck on Aunt Maxi's warning from earlier. My hair was swept up in a quick clip, a few wisps trailing down around my jaw, and I tugged on my softest sweater, pumpkin orange, with faint cream threads running through it like a sunset cotton yarn. It was cozy and stretchy and made me feel just barely put together. I poured myself another mug of fresh coffee from the half-full pot. I mentally walked back through every clue, every slip of the tongue, and every shadowy moment that hadn't sat quite right as I poured kibble into the dogs' bowls. Birdie's scarf, Tilden's drone, Marlowe's burner phone, the fight Cece had aired publicly, Addison's late-night porch confession, and now the threatening message to Aunt Maxi's gossip line. Everything felt like it was balancing on the edge of something, like one more clue might tip the whole thing into place. I grabbed my tote, slid my phone from the counter, and tapped Gloria Day's name from my contacts list. She picked up on the third ring. "Roxy," she said, "I had a feeling I was going to hear from you today. Can't seem to turn my brain off, Gloria. Quick question. Then I have to get to Central Park for the last of the contest," I said, and got straight to the point. "Did Spencer get anything off of Tilden's drone?" There was a brief shuffle of papers on her end before she answered. "Yeah, Spencer's been reviewing it all morning. It's long, hours worth." "Does it match what Tilden showed me?" I asked. "Somewhat. We found a clip showing Marlowe in a figure, still wearing that same scarf, by the lake." By her pause, I knew she was trying not to say it was Birdie, but the evidence still didn't seem to go away. "But nothing definitive. No faces. And the drone cuts out just before anything useful." "Of course it does," I muttered. "But we did get Marlowe's phone unlocked," she added, her voice softening. "The burner?" "No, the personal one. The burner's still a puzzle, but the one we cracked, Roxy, it paints a different picture." "How different?" "She's been reaching out to sponsors, influencers she'd burned in the past, even hinted at giving back the money she'd taken or used questionably. There were apology messages, posts she'd saved in drafts, posts about redemption, about being better." So Marlowe was really what everyone had said she was. I sank into one of the kitchen stools, heart twisting. And trying to turn things around? Looks that way. She thought she was about to win the Kentucky Influencer Contest. Said in one message that she was going to make a public donation to the community. Wanted to show she wasn't just about the glam and the hype. I stared into my coffee, the warmth no longer comforting. "You okay?" Gloria asked. "I will be," I replied, but even I wasn't convinced. I walked over to the door to let the dogs out one more time before I left, since I was leaving them at home for the day. "Spencer has a meeting with the chief of police in Louisville to help continue the case, because he's saying it looks like the killer is in the community, and with all the fans following them from city to city, maybe the Honey Springs stop just so happened to be the opportunity they needed to kill her." "Yeah, but why would Marlowe go to the lake when she couldn't even swim?" I still couldn't make sense of that one little fact. Gloria had no answer for that. After I hung up, I opened my notes app and typed in a single line. Motive shifts. What if someone didn't want her to change? Then I popped open the door to call for Pepper and Sassy. There was too much to think about and not enough time left to think. "You two be good," I told the dogs, which they knew meant they weren't going with me. Both of them sauntered over to their usual spots, but looked back at me with those sad and soulful eyes, like I might just change my mind. I stood on the porch, breathing in the kind of late morning air you could only get in Kentucky this time of year. It was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of damp leaves and distant chimney smoke. Across the road, Lake Honey Springs gleamed pale and still under the soft gray of a sky just starting to lighten. My boots clunked down the porch steps as I made my way to the gravel driveway. Leaves skittered around my feet, bright curls of red maple, amber beech, and the occasional flash of crimson sumac. I brushed a few off my windshield before sliding into the driver's seat, the leather chilled beneath me. The engine hummed to life, and I backed out slowly, careful not to hit one of the painted concrete pumpkins lining the end of the drive. I couldn't help but smile when I thought back to the fun project the Southern Women's Club had hosted for the Fall Festival a few weeks ago. The Southern Women's Club had hosted a cement and coffee event, and Patrick had begrudgingly joined me, though he'd tried to hide how much fun he was having. We spent the afternoon pouring quick-set concrete into old plastic trick-or-treat pumpkins, giggling like kids as we jiggled the molds to release air bubbles and got more concrete on ourselves than inside the buckets. His had dried a little lopsided, and mine still had half a leaf imprint on one side where I pressed in fall foliage for extra flair. With the thought pushed back, my cabin disappeared behind a bend in the trees as I turned toward town, tires crunching steadily along the leaf-littered road. The drive into Honey Springs was like something gorgeous, with the rolling hills framing the landscape in hues of blue and gold. Hickory trees rustled overhead, while sycamore leaves cartwheeled across the narrow road in front of me. I passed a stand of dogwoods, their branches nearly bare now, save for a few stubborn burgundy leaves still clinging on. Here and there, bursts of goldenrod still bloomed persistently at the edges of the forest, waving like they didn't know fall had already settled in. Clusters of bittersweet vine curled around old split-rail fences, their orange berries popping like festive confetti against the weathered wood. The town came into view just as a flock of starlings swept overhead, twisting in tight formation before vanishing into the trees behind the bakery. Main Street was already stirring. Folks bustled around folding tables, setting up booths for the last day of the Neewollah Festival. Burlap banners flapped from lampposts, and storefronts glowed with autumn displays, stacked hay bales, baskets of gourds, and fat pumpkins perched at every door. A row of cars already lined the curb, so I tucked into a small spot in the alley of Mama's real estate office, where she'd be parked if she weren't on a real estate agent cruise. For a second, I just sat there and recalled Gloria's update about Marlowe trying to turn over a new leaf, secret apologies, a burner phone still locked tight, and someone who didn't want her to change. Possibly someone who would lose a great deal if Marlowe won and exposed the influencer world. With a sigh, I pushed the car door open and followed my nose to Central Park, where all the locals had their specialty food and wares to sell. A faint fiddle tune danced through the air, weaving between the laughter of children and chattering neighbors catching up over produce bins. Today, the gazebo was set for the final influencer showdown. Normally, the farmers' market was on Mondays, but this week there was an exception, and it was in full swing, draped in every shade of autumn you could imagine. Rusty orange mums overflowed from hand-woven baskets. Deep maroon asters clustered around the wooden posts wrapped in corn stalks, and bright marigolds peeked out from beneath stacked hay bales. Pumpkins were everywhere, white, green, bumpy, smooth, arranged in charming little piles beside every vendor tent and path curve. A pair of scarecrows stood guard at the park entrance. One wore a sequined Halloween tutu and a feather boa. The other had overalls, a fishing pole, and someone had drawn a handlebar mustache on his burlap face. I grinned. Only in Honey Springs. The gazebo stood proudly at the center, its whitewashed railings draped with garlands of dried oranges and cinnamon sticks. Twinkling string lights dangled like glittering raindrops from the eaves. Kids darted past me, their cheeks painted like tigers and scarecrows, arms full of mini pumpkins from the painting station. One little girl squealed as she waved a green splotched gourd in her friend's face, both of them dissolving into giggles. A young mother nearby leaned over a wagon with apples and sipped hot cider from a paper cup, Her toddler was happily gnawing on what looked like a homemade caramel apple the size of his face. From the edge of the market near the old wrought iron fence, I caught sight of Loretta Beebe directing a group of festival volunteers as they unfurled a banner across a wooden arch. "Final judging today," it read in cheerful script, fluttering slightly in the breeze. Off to my left, a stand was selling hand-carved wooden toys. I paused to admire a row of tiny rocking chairs, no bigger than my palm. The man behind the table nodded at me with a friendly smile, and I made a mental note to come back for one later. Pepper would probably love one of those little bone-shaped puzzle boxes they had tucked into the corner. I wasn't in any hurry. Not today. No shifts at the Bean Hive. No coffee to grind. Just a small-town mystery buzzing in the back of my brain like an espresso machine left on too long. I passed by Walk in the Bark, where the owner, Morgan Kelly, had a table set up with bandanas and pumpkin-themed dog treats shaped like tiny bones and squirrels. She waved when she saw me. "Roxy, tell the pups I've got a fresh batch of those maple bacon chews they liked." "I'll swing by later," I called back. Around the bend, a soft bark caught my attention. A golden retriever sat next to an older man, eating what looked like a slice of warm apple pie right off a paper plate. I smiled at the sight and veered toward the smell of fresh baked goods. Somewhere, someone had cinnamon rolls on display, the sugary icing melting into the nooks like warm glaze. I took a breath. This was Honey Springs at its best, charming, alive. Then I spotted her. Jean Hill's stand had its usual prime spot beneath the sugar maple at the far end of the loop, just beyond the gazebo. A crate of bright red apples gleamed beside a bucket of tiny ornamental gourds. Mums in varying heights lined the back edge of her booth like a makeshift fence, while her famed apple pie jam jars stood proudly in a pyramid on the table. The scent of cloves and cooked apples clung to the air around her. Jean was fussing with a box of squash when I approached. Her silver-gray hair was pinned up in its usual clip, but a few flyaways had broken free and danced around her flushed face. She wore a faded flannel shirt tucked into sturdy jeans, and her smile appeared the moment she looked up and saw me. "Morning, sugar," she said. "You're up and about on your day off?" "Couldn't miss the last day," I said, stepping into her space like I'd done 100 times before. "And I figured you might be low on help." Jean waved a hand. "I've got plenty of help. What I don't have is anyone to taste test this new jam batch. You up for it?" "Is the sky blue?" She laughed and handed me a small spoonful from an open jar behind the display. Warm apples, brown sugar, and just a pinch of nutmeg hit my tongue in perfect harmony. I let out a soft sigh. If I weren't already married, I'd marry this jam. Jean chuckled and tucked the spoon away. "You flatter me too much." "Never enough," I said, glancing at her for a moment, reading past the usual cheer. Her eyes had that tightness to them again, worry beneath the surface. Before I could ask what was wrong, a shadow passed behind me. I turned slightly to see Addison setting up her small ring light and tripod just beyond the mums. She gave me a nod as she walked past with her phone in hand, stopping a few feet away from Jean's stand. I hadn't realized we'd already hit that point in the day. The final showdown was on. I turned back to Jean, who was fussing with a bin of butternut squash, lining them up like trophies. The scent of warm cinnamon from the cider booth mixed with the sweet perfume of fresh apples and crisp leaves. The air had shifted just slightly, cooler now, sharper. "She mentioned stopping by your place," I said casually, "to get a little footage of your bees." Jean barked out a short laugh that practically shook her apron. "That girl wouldn't go anywhere near my bees if I promised her a year's worth of honey and a bouquet of daisies." I blinked. She didn't film by the hives? "Lord, no!"
Jean's eyebrows shot up. Said she was allergic, though if you ask me, it had less to do with allergies and more to do with not wanting to mess up her makeup. A cold thrum started behind my ribs. She stayed by the barn the whole time, Jean went on, plucking a leaf off of one of her prized pumpkins. Wouldn't set foot past the gate. She had one of those little flying gizmos. Looked like a baby helicopter with lights on it. I felt my stomach clench. A drone? Jean snapped her fingers. Yes, that's it. Said she could still get close-up footage without risking a sting. Flew it around herself like a pro. Quiet as a whisper. I was impressed, honestly. The buzz in my head got louder, like the sound of that drone was suddenly inside my ears. I forced a smile. So she flew it herself. Tilden wasn't with her? Jean shook her head. Nope, just her. Said she was on a tight schedule. Something about batching content. She even made me say the orchard's been harvesting since 1962 3 times because she didn't like how I sounded the first 2. My mouth was dry. My pulse thumped hard in my neck as my senses went full alert, smells sharper, colors brighter, the once charming fiddle music from the gazebo now jarring in my ears. Every voice in the crowd, every child's laugh, every crunch of a shoe against gravel grated like nails on glass. Addison had flown the drone. That was no small thing, because Addison told me, insisted, that the drone belonged to Tilden, that she had no idea how to fly one, that she'd barely even seen the footage until he showed it to her. But Jean had no reason to lie, no performance to sell. And suddenly, all those puzzle pieces I'd been collecting, the ones that didn't quite fit, started snapping into place, one sharp edge at a time. The scarf, the burner phone, Addison knowing where Marlowe hid it, knowing the passcode, cracks in their friendship, resentment, pressure, and now the drone. Jean, I said carefully, working hard to keep my voice level, do you remember when that video shoot was? She squinted, thoughtful. Couple days after the parade? I'd have to check my calendar, but I know it was after that poor girl passed. Her voice softened. So after the murder. But the drone had still been in Addison's possession. My ears rang. I stared toward Addison, who was now adjusting her tripod, backlit by the garlands hanging from the gazebo. Her smile was turned on like a light switch, her hand fluttering as she greeted 2 festival goers walking past. I tried to slow my breathing. What if, just what if, the footage of Marlowe and the figure at the lake didn't come from Tilden's drone? What if it came from Addison's? The way she'd manipulated the timeline, how she'd casually dismissed C.C. Saylor's arrival as sabotage, how she'd gone straight to Spencer with accusations about Birdie right after I started asking questions. What if she'd brought Marlowe there? What if she'd used the scarf? What if she'd flown the drone to create her own alibi? I barely registered Jean saying something else, something about needing more small bills for change, because my mind was galloping ahead. Addison had known Marlowe's deepest fear. Water. She'd said it herself. He hated it. Always had. Couldn't swim a stroke. She wouldn't go near the lake. Someone must have taken her. What if she was that someone? I felt sick. I looked down at my boots, grounding myself against the weight of the realization. The gravel shifted slightly underfoot, and I flexed my fingers, willing myself to keep it together. Because if I lost it now, if I stormed over and demanded answers, it'd all come undone. I needed more. I needed to be smart, and that meant playing it cool. For now. I looked back at Jean and somehow managed to give her a smile that didn't show what was unraveling inside me. Thanks for the jam, I said, and for the info. I'll catch you next week. Jean tilted her head.
"You okay, sugar? You look a little pale."
I waved her off, just realizing I might have forgotten to eat breakfast. She chuckled.
"We'll take an apple for the road."
I took one, and as I turned back toward the festival path, the apple in my hand felt heavier than it should have. The weight of the truth was finally starting to settle. Chapter 26. I made a quick call to Spencer, but it went to voicemail. I didn't have time to wait. I shot him a text instead. Influencer is about to be named. I've got a new theory, along with real evidence. You need to get to Central Park. Now. Just as I hit send, the mayor's voice boomed over the loudspeaker, echoing across the crisp air and drawing every head in the park toward the gazebo. She stood under the garland-draped eaves with Addison, Tilden, and Cece, who had Sweet Pea in her arms as she stood on the other side of Addison. Birdie and Cece had stopped by earlier to get Sweet Pea to use in their last-ditch efforts to get a leg up in the competition. When I had checked Cece and Birdie's socials, they were killing it with views, likes, and comments. The crowd stilled. A breeze danced through the trees, sending leaves skittering over the pavement like whispers from the past. I shoved my phone in my pocket and stepped forward, weaving between clusters of townsfolks bundled in flannels and jackets, faces bright with anticipation, some cradling paper cups of cider, others still sticky from pumpkin painting or caramel apples. "Mayor Hartwell," I called, my voice clear and steady. "Before you announce the finalists, may I say a few words?" The mayor blinked, one manicured hand still resting on the microphone. "Roxy?" "As the town's attorney," I said, stepping closer to the gazebo, "and in light of recent developments in the investigation, I think it's important the public hear where things stand before we move forward." The mayor hesitated, then gave a short nod and stepped aside. I climbed the gazebo steps slowly, the weight of what I was about to say settling across my shoulders like a wet coat. I turned to face the crowd, taking in the familiar faces. Aunt Maxi near the front, scribbling in her notepad, Birdie standing stiff as a scarecrow near Cece, and Loretta, her lips pressed into a tight line, arms folded like she already knew a storm was coming. Addison shifted beside me, her brows pinched just enough to look concerned but not panicked. I gripped the microphone. "Thank you, everyone. I know we're all here to celebrate the final day of the Neewollah Festival and the end of Honey Springs' leg of the Kentucky Influencer Showcase. It's been a whirlwind of creativity, community, and, unfortunately, tragedy." I sucked in a deep breath. A ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd. I saw heads tilt, arms folded tighter. The fiddler at the edge of the park lowered his bow. When Marlo Lanigan was found in the lake, many of us believed it was an accident, but we now know someone was with her, someone she trusted, someone who knew she couldn't swim. Addison stiffened beside me, just a twitch in her jaw. "She hated water," I continued, turning slightly to face her. "Isn't that right, Addison? You said so yourself, over and over again." She opened her mouth to respond, but I kept going. "Which is why it never made sense that Marlo would go to the lake alone, or that she'd be there filming B-roll when the golden hour had already passed." There was a hum in the crowd now, soft whispers rising like steam. I tried to believe it was someone else, Tilden, Birdie, anyone but you. But then I found out something interesting from Jean Hill. Addison's eyes darted toward the orchard stand in the distance. "You said you didn't know how to fly a drone, that you didn't even own one. But Jean remembers you just fine. Said you came to her farm after Marlo died and filmed her bees with a drone." Gasps fluttered like startled birds through the crowd. "You claimed Tilden's drone caught the footage of Marlo and another figure wearing Birdie's scarf. But what if it wasn't Tilden's drone at all? What if it was yours?" Addison's throat bobbed. She stepped back slightly, glancing toward the park exit. "Did you think that following me with the drone was going to scare me? Was your little drone hidden in the basket under the quilts on the porch of the Cocoon Inn? Is that why you came back out when you thought I wasn't watching and carried it back into the inn underneath a quilt?" I looked over at her. "You also knew about Marlowe's secret burner phone. You knew it was in her boot. You even knew the passcode. How many people knew all of that, Addison?" "Roxy," she tried to cut in. "Why lie?" I demanded, stepping toward her. "Unless you were trying to cover your tracks. Unless you were afraid Marlowe was going to reveal the truth." The crowd was silent now. No fiddle, no chatter. Even the kids had gone still. She was about to turn things around, make a public donation, come clean. You couldn't risk her exposing how the two of you worked together and how she made you look just as bad as she looked. Addison's eyes flashed. "That's not what happened. She followed your lead for years, and when she wanted to step away from the toxicity, from the mean girl routine you both built, she became a threat, a liability." Addison took another step back, then another. Just as she turned to bolt from the gazebo, Spencer's cruiser rolled to a stop at the edge of the crowd. Doors slammed, boots hit pavement. "Addison Stonewall!" Spencer's voice rang out, firm and unwavering. "You're under arrest for the murder of Marlowe Lanigan." Gasps turned to full-throated shock. Addison froze, caught in the blue-white glare of flashing lights. Spencer moved toward her, cuffing her wrists with swift precision. "I didn't mean to," she blurted, her voice high and cracking. I didn't think she'd go in the water. I just wanted to scare her, to make her stop." Her words died in the air as Spencer guided her down the gazebo steps. People parted silently, some stunned, some crying, some filming with trembling hands. I exhaled slowly, the air thick with relief and heartbreak. In the distance, the wind picked up. Leaves twirled in lazy spirals. And somewhere behind me, Aunt Maxi muttered under her breath, "Now that's a headline." Chapter 27. The Bean Hive was humming steadily by late afternoon, but not in the usual caffeine-fueled rush kind of way. It was slower, more thoughtful. The festival had packed up. The hay bales were already loaded onto trailers. The jack-o'-lanterns left sitting beside garbage bins, half collapsed from last night's frost. Folks were tired, but still talking. Inside the shop, the scent of strong coffee and something sweet and cinnamon-laced from the kitchen carried through the space. I was behind the counter, not working exactly, just topping off mugs and checking in on everyone. Not because I had to, because I needed to. Tilden was at a corner table near the front window, hunched over a notebook with a latte in one hand and a big chocolate chip muffin in the other. He looked like a man who'd barely slept, but was too wired to be still. Cece Saylor sat opposite him, her phone angled just right toward the light spilling through the glass, filming her signing the adoption papers for Sweet Pea. Louise stood behind her, watching with a huge grin on her face. Cece and Tilden had been officially announced as the winners who'd move on to the Louisville finals. The state committee made it official after a whirlwind of statements, video evidence, and one very public arrest. Birdie stood at the pickup counter, wiping down a tray, her hair piled high in one of her signature messy buns, cheeks flushed from the oven's heat. She looked lighter, not just relieved, but proud. "I told Cece I appreciated the offer," she said, sliding over to me with a fresh dish towel. "And it's real nice of her, asking me to collaborate on her Fall Farm series. But my heart's right here. This is my home." I smiled, pouring her a fresh cup of dark roast. "You know what? That's the best thing I've heard all day." Aunt Maxi was perched on her favorite stool near the kitchen door, scribbling notes with one hand and munching on a pumpkin snickerdoodle with the other.
"Don't think I won't be printing the full play-by-play in the sticky situation,"
she said, barely looking up.
"The folks in Normal are gonna eat this up."
Before I could toss back a response, the front bell jingled. Spencer stepped inside, his brown sheriff's coat still damp at the shoulders from the morning dew. His eyes met mine, and he gave a subtle shake of his head, confirmation, but with weight behind it. "Well?" I asked. He stepped up to the counter and dropped into the seat next to Aunt Maxi.
"She confessed," he said. "Addison admitted everything. Said Marlowe threatened to go public about her role in the sponsorship mess. She begged her not to, but Marlowe wasn't backing down."
The room went still. Even Cece lowered her phone.
"She said she didn't mean for it to go as far as it did," Spencer continued, voice low. "They argued. Marlowe tried to walk away, but Addison, she panicked."
"What about the phones?" I asked. Spencer rubbed the back of his neck.
"Marlowe's burner was wiped clean. Addison handled it. But her personal phone, the one we already had, still had a thread of texts. Marlowe told her flat out that she was going to expose the fake drone footage and the partnership deal she made to get ahead. Said she was going to come clean about all of it. Blackmail, deceit, everything."
"And Addison couldn't risk the truth," I said quietly. Spencer nodded.
"She said it would have destroyed her entire brand, her following, everything she built."
"She built it on a lie," Birdie muttered. Nobody argued. Outside the window, the last of the festival tents were being packed up. The plaza looked a little bare now, just a few scattered leaves skimming along the sidewalks and a couple of lingering visitors taking selfies under the welcome sign. Life in Honey Springs was already settling back into itself. The danger was over. The headlines would fade. But the truth? The truth would stick. Cece leaned back, sipping her drink. "You know, I think I'll title this week's video, 'Truth and Turmoil in Honey Springs, the Real Small Town America.' That has a nice ring to it."
Tilden chuckled. "Just make sure I don't have muffin crumbs on my face this time."
"Too late," she smirked. Across the counter, Birdie handed me a plate of warm coffee cake. "You sure you don't want me to take over again tomorrow?" I shook my head. "Nope. I need to be here. This place is the heart of it all." And as I looked around, at my friends, my community, the mismatched mugs on the counter, and the faded fall banner still hanging above the door, I knew I was exactly where I needed to be. Even if life got messy, even if secrets tried to ruin everything good, here in Honey Springs, the truth always bubbled to the surface, just like the perfect cup of coffee. Recipes from the Bean Hive Coffee Shop: pumpkin caramel crunch latte, bourbon pecan pie muffins. Pumpkin caramel crunch latte, a cozy Bean Hive favorite. Ingredients: 1 serving, 1 shot espresso or half cup strong brewed coffee, 1 cup steamed milk, 2 tablespoons pumpkin spice syrup, store-bought or homemade, 1 tablespoon caramel sauce plus extra for drizzle, whipped cream, 1 tablespoon graham cracker crumbs mixed with half a teaspoon cinnamon and 1 teaspoon sugar, 1 pinch of nutmeg. Instructions: 1. Brew espresso and pour into a large mug. 2. Stir in pumpkin spice syrup and caramel sauce until blended. 3. Steam or heat milk until hot and frothy. Pour into the mug. 4. Top generously with whipped cream. 5. Drizzle with caramel sauce. 6. Sprinkle the graham cracker cinnamon crumble on top. 7. Finish with a light dusting of nutmeg. Serve immediately and sip while it's warm. Roxy's Festival bestseller. Bourbon pecan pie muffins. A Kentucky twist on a classic pie. Ingredients: makes 12 muffins. 1 cup chopped pecans, toasted. 1 cup packed light or dark brown sugar. ½ cup all-purpose flour. 2 large eggs. ½ cup unsalted butter, melted and slightly cooled. 2 tablespoons bourbon. 1 teaspoon vanilla extract. Pinch of salt. Optional: pecan halves and powdered sugar for garnish. Instructions: 1. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Line muffin tin with paper liners. 2. In a medium bowl, combine pecans, brown sugar, flour, and salt. 3. In another bowl, whisk eggs, melted butter, bourbon, and vanilla. 4. Stir wet ingredients into dry just until combined. Do not overmix. 5. Fill each muffin cup about 3/4 full. 6. Bake 20 to 25 minutes until tops are set and golden. 7. Cool slightly, then garnish with pecan halves and dust with powdered sugar if desired. These muffins taste even better the next day. The bourbon deepens the flavor. Pumpkin Snickerdoodle Cookies. Roxy's Fall Cookie Tray Classic. Ingredients: about 2 dozen cookies. ½ cup unsalted butter, softened. ½ cup canned pumpkin puree. ½ cup granulated sugar. ½ cup brown sugar, packed. 1 large egg. 1 teaspoon vanilla extract. 2 cups all-purpose flour. 1 teaspoon cream of tartar. ½ teaspoon baking soda. ½ teaspoon salt. 1½ teaspoon cinnamon. ½ teaspoon nutmeg. For rolling: 1/4 cup sugar. 2 teaspoons cinnamon. Instructions: 1. In a large bowl, cream butter, pumpkin, and both sugars until fluffy. 2. Beat in egg and vanilla. 3. In another bowl, whisk flour, cream of tartar, baking soda, salt, cinnamon, and nutmeg. 4. Gradually mix dry ingredients into wet until dough forms. 5. Chill dough 30 minutes for easier handling. 6. Preheat oven to 350 degrees. Line baking sheets with parchment. 7. Mix sugar and cinnamon in a shallow dish. Roll tablespoonfuls of dough into balls, then coat in cinnamon sugar. 8. Place on baking sheets. Flatten slightly. 9. Bake 9 to 11 minutes until edges are set and centers soft. 10. Cool on wire racks. Soft, chewy, and perfectly spiced. They smell like fall in the Bean Hive. Books by Tonya. Southern Hospitality with a Smidgen of Homicide. Camper and Criminal's Cozy Mystery Series. All is good in the camperhood until a dead body shows up in the woods. Beaches, bungalows, and burglaries. Deserts, driving, and derelicts. Forests, fishing, and forgery. Christmas, criminals, and campers. Motorhomes, maps, and murder. Canyons, caravans, and cadavers. Hitches, hideouts, and homicides. Assailants, asphalt, and alibis. Valleys, vehicles, and victims. Sunsets, sabbatical, and scandal. Tents, trails, and turmoil. Kickbacks, kayaks, and kidnapping. Gear, grills, and guns. Eggnog, extortion, and evergreen. Ropes, riddles, and robberies. Paddlers, promises, and poison. Insects, ivy, and investigations. Outdoors, oars, and oath. Wildlife, warrants, and weapons. Blossoms, barbecue, and blackmail. Lanterns, lakes, and larceny. Jackets, jack-o'-lantern, and justice. Santa, sunrises, and suspicions. Vistas, vices, and valentines. adventure, abduction, and arrest, rangers, RVs, and revenge, campfires, courage, and convicts, trapping, turkey, and Thanksgiving, gifts, glamping, and glocks, zoning, zealots, and ziplines, hammocks, handguns, and hearsay, questions, quarrels, and quandary, witness, woods, and wedding, elves, evergreens, and evidence, moonlight, marshmallows, and manslaughter, bonfire, backpacks, and brawls, fireworks, freedom, and felonies, autumns, awnings, and arson, snowcaps, skiing, and sabotage, cliffs, clues, and conspiracies, haunts, hikes, and havoc. Killer Coffee Cozy Mystery Series. Welcome to the Bean Hive Coffee Shop, where the gossip is just as hot as the coffee. Scene of the grind, mocha and murder, freshly ground murder, cold-blooded brew, decaffeinated scandal, a killer latte, holiday roast mortem, dead to the last drop, a charming blend novella, crossover with magical cures mystery, frothy foul play, spoonful of murder, barista bump off, cappuccino criminal, macchiato murder, pour over predicament, iced coffee corruption, steamed secrets. Holiday Cozy Mystery Series. Celebrate good crimes. Four-leaf felony, Mother's Day murder, a Halloween homicide, New Year nuisance, chocolate bunny betrayal, 4th of July forgery, Thanksgiving treachery, Santa Claus surprise, April Fool's alibi, Columbus Day conundrum, Holly homicide, Father's Day fugitive. Kenny Lowry Mystery Series. Mysteries so delicious it'll make your mouth water and leave you hankering for more. Fixin' to die, Southern fried, axe to grind, 6 feet under, dead as a doornail, tangled up in tinsel, diggin' up dirt, blowin' up a murder, heavens to bribery, grave as all get out, thick as thieves. Magical Cures Mystery Series. Welcome to Whispering Falls, where magic and mystery collide. A charming crime, a charming cure, a charming potion novella, a charming wish, a charming spell, a charming magic, a charming secret, a charming Christmas novella, a charming fatality, a charming death novella, a charming ghost, a charming hex, a charming voodoo, a charming corpse, a charming misfortune, a charming blend, crossover with a killer coffee cozy, a charming deception, a charming hexorcist. Mail Carrier Cozy Mystery Series. Welcome to Sugar Creek Gap, where more than the mail is being delivered. Stamped out. Address for murder. All she wrote. Return to sender. First class killer. Post mortem. Deadly delivery. Red letter sleigh. Maisie Doss mystery. Sleight of hand. Tangled lies. Grave deception. Southern Magical Bakery. Spellbound scones and secrets. Wand waffles and whispers. Mystic muffins and murder. This has been Brewing Up Bones, Killer Coffee Mysteries, Book 18. Written by Tonya Kappas. Narrated by Christina Sagnameni. Copyright 2025 by Tonya Kappas. Production copyright by Tonya Kappas.